parliamentary status that we are now in the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
I move that we consider the budget of the Office of the President, its attached agencies, and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sonny Angara, to sponsor the same and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we recognize the good sponsor, I just see in the room our distinguished Executive Secretary, former Chief Justice, is with us today. Welcome to your Senate, sir. Maraming salamat sa pagdalo niyo dito. Senator Angara is recognized, the chairman of the committee, together with the minority floor leader, to interpolate the said budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Dear colleagues, good morning. Just want to acknowledge, you've mentioned already our distinguished Executive Secretary, former Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin, Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Hubert Guevara, DES Annalisa Logan, DES Amante Liberato, DES Naelia Aguinaldo, DES Rico Judge Echeverry, USEC Leonardo Cervantes, from the PMS, Senior USEC Attorney Elaine Masukat, USEC Rodolfo Palatao the fourth, USEC Crisostomo Beltran, and USEC Mark Jimenez. Thank you. We're ready to accept questions. Mr. President, for the record, the budget of the Office of the President is 10,645,573,000 pesos, Mr. President. And for PMS, it is 812,968,000 pesos, Mr. President, for the record.
I believe first on the list is our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to everyone. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, certainly. Good morning, distinguished minority leader.
We'll keep this very brief, Mr. President. It's just some policy questions, or including the policy on how the Office of the President's budget was crafted, Mr. President. According to the budget team, which appeared before us yesterday, their procedure in granting confidential intelligence funds was composed of the first step of the agency requesting for the said funds. So my assumption is that the President, kasi the Office of the President has both confidential and intelligence funds. Pagdating po dun sa confidential expenses, according to the joint circular, which is being used as the authority governing the grant and the use of confidential and intelligence funds, confidential expenses refer to those expenses pertaining or related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency. And I have no issue with the grant of confidential fund to the Office of the President, a civilian government agency with a multi-dimensional, multifaceted operations, responsibilities, and tasks. No problem sa concept of granting. So it's on the reasonableness na lang po ang ating titignan. Okay. My problem is with the intelligence expenses because our own governing document defined this as referring to those related to intelligence information gathering activities of uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners that have direct impact to national security. Dito po ako may issue. I believe that the Office of the President is a civilian office, not a uniformed or military, composed of uniformed and military personnel. And even if it may have some of them, that should not be highlighted because the constitutional policy is we should always highlight civilian supremacy over the military. And I don't think the Office of the President is composed of intelligence practitioners. The President himself, and as well as his office, are consumers of intelligence already gathered and organized by the intelligence practitioners under, which are the agencies, some agencies under the Office of the President in the executive branch. So that is actually my question, Mr. President. Why did the Office of the President request for intelligence funds and at the level found in the NEP, which is around 2.3 billion pesos, if I remember correctly, Mr. President? Tama ba ako? 2.3 ba?
Kailan siya naging 2.2? 2020. Yeah. Yeah. The question, Your Honor, is why did the Office of the President request for these funds at that level?
Yes. So it's a compound question, Mr. President. The una is why did it ask, and then why at that amount, Mr. President?
That is the amount that you mentioned, Your Honor, is the amount that it's been set for the last 4 years, since 2020. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now for 2024, Your Honor.
So on the why, does the Office of the President believe that it is a composed of uniformed and military personnel and it is composed of intelligence practitioners, Mr. President?
I think we discussed this during the committee hearing, Your Honor. You raised this point, and the answer given by the Executive Secretary then is that the President is both the user and generator of confidential and intelligence information. And to make, as the Commander-in-Chief, he needs to make very crucial decisions. So the importance of information cannot be understated, Your Honor. And the possibility that he gets filtered information should be bypassed or should not be there, Your Honor. He should be the one getting, although perfect information is impossible in this day and age, but he should be receiving as reliable and as good, as wide as possible information, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. President, the President of the Republic is the National Chief Executive. Control yun eh. The power of the executive branch is actually control, unless I'm mistaken. I will be corrected by our Chief Justice and Attorney Hubert Guevara. I think it's control. So below the President, kung around, let's round off, let's say 10 billion ang total CIF, tanggalin natin si 2.3, below the President would be 7.7 billion pesos worth of confidential and intelligence funds under his control, Mr. President. So, and then, similarly, ang Pilipinas, pinattern naman natin yung system of government natin sa United States of America. President of the United States of America is also the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces. Just correct me, sir, if I'm wrong. No? And actually, the President of the United States is just briefed with the intelligence results of his intelligence community under him, around 16 agencies, I think. The intelligence funds go to the 16, not to the Office of the President of the United States of America, even though he may be, or he is the Commander-in-Chief of their armed forces. So, ayaw ko kung bakit yung good practices kinokopyahan natin, ayaw natin kopyahin dito sa Republika ng Pilipinas, Mr. President.
Well, I'm not too familiar, to be quite frank, with the U.S. system, Your Honor. But I know they also have what they call the black budget, where certain budgetary expenditures are not disclosed publicly if they refer to spending on classified items, and they're In fact, unauthorized disclosures are punishable under certain laws, especially if it benefits a foreign government or it's seen to be detrimental to the U.S. government. But although we do borrow a lot of our institutions from the U.S., we also modify them to match or meet local contexts and conditions, Your Honor. So if you look at our Constitution, for instance, like the U.S. now is facing a shutdown because of the budgetary deadlock. So hindi mangyayari ho yun sa atin because we have our own innovation, we have the reenacted budget. So I guess, you know, although we borrow, we also adapt. So siguro, maybe I would like to think that our current budgetary setup is although it's not a static condition, and we here in the Senate, in fact, work to amend it, to make it better, to reform it. His Honor is certainly one of the most hardworking in this respect. So, you know, so I think it's a response to how the actual experience, sabi nga ni Justice Holmes, diba? It's not only logic, but experience which shapes the lawmaking process, Your Honor.
So thank you for mentioning that black budget, Mr. President. Actually, yun totality of the 16 security agencies, Mr. President. And then, hindi kasama dun yung Office of the President of the United States of America. Well, my point, Mr. President, is that this joint circular actually is a joint circular of the COA and the DBM. The DBM is part of the executive branch under the direct control of the Office of the President. And what happens here is that intelligence fund usage, the reports are submitted to the Office of the President, or before the intelligence funds can be tapped, they have to be requested from the Office of the President. And then our system says that that office itself has its own intelligence fund. So nasira yung controls and the checks system po natin. I mean, that's the entire checking system eh. That there is that Office of the President which controls, regulates, supervises, and checks the usage of intelligence funds. And yet, mismong siya ay binibigyan ng intelligence funds. So he reports to himself, Mr. President. So that is the weakness of how we have interpreted and implemented this joint circular na participated in by the executive branch. That is the point, Mr. President. So, sayang kasi, iba kasi treatment ng confidential funds Mr. President, right? Reports are submitted sa iba. So even if the Office of the President has confidential funds, magsasubmit siya na report on the usage of the confidential funds sa sarili niyang office, sa COA, sa Senate President's Office, sa Office of the House Speaker. Ang rules sa intelligence fund, iba. And yet, granted siya and then he submits a report to himself. Bagsak, sirang-sira ang concept of checks and balances and controls, Mr. President. And unfortunately nga, this joint circular was participated in by the executive branch. So sana they should look at the rationale behind the rules, yung how it was divided. Kaya nga tayo nagdi-divide, although overlapping din yung gastos dyan Overlapping, magastos mo, same activity, mag-charge mo sa confidential and sa intelligence fund. Actually, may similarity po So that's my point, Mr. President. So I hope that the Office of the President, if I could appeal to their siguro strict legal strict legal aptitude of the people behind the Office of the President, let us be consistent with the issuances that we have signed on. So, ganun po sana. Ganun po sana. You are civilian office, wag natin i-confuse yung nature natin na meron tayong intelligence fund. Intelligence funds, you monitor, wag natin sirain yung controls. Wag bigyan ng sarili mo. But doon sa isang fund, no problem. No, there's no problem. And then yung levels po, napakataas. The our president is an Ilocano, so I appeal to his Ilocano nature to review the amounts. Also the amounts, medyo, kasi the amounts contribute to the bottom line of the budget, contributes to the deficit, which contributes to the debt. Na-establish po natin kahapon yung klarong-klaro. That's the flow chart, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll just make this appeal. I may, anyway, siguro in due time, kung meron tayong mga activist lawyers listening to us, maybe a case can be filed with the Supreme Court to test the legality of the grant of intelligence funds to the Office of the President, being a civilian agency.
With the indulgence of the minority leader.
Majority Leader, may I just respond briefly before you recognize Senator Tolentino? There are safeguards in the joint circular you mentioned, distinguished Minority Leader. It is subject to audit and documents are available to the Commission on Audit, and the Office of the President is not exempt from those requirements also. So if we're talking about checks and balances, then that is perhaps one. And ang maganda rin sa Office of the President is they have not sought to increase any of these amounts, at least for the last 4 years, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Tolentino wishes to be recognized.
With the permission of Senator Pimentel, who has the floor, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a mere interjection, cum manifestation to the points raised by the good minority leader. Mr. President, I heard mention of the joint circular a while ago, which probably was used as the basis of the questioning of the good minority leader. It is joint circular 2015-01, issued by the Commission on Audit and other government agencies of the executive branch. Mr. President, siguro po na just as a manifestation and to join the exchanges, perhaps the good minority leader should have, and with all due respect, referred likewise to a constitutional provision, which is probably germane to the discussion, and this is Section 28, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, which provides, and I quote, "Subject to reasonable conditions prescribed by law, the state adopts and implements a policy of full public disclosure of all its transactions involving public interest." And the interpretation, Mr. President, of this representation is that this provision should be read hand in hand with all the circulars, with all the provisions concerning disbursement of public funds. And, Mr. President, it would end up as a consequence, as a logical and legal consequence, that Joint Circular number 2015-01, although given recognition and imprimatur of various Congresses in several General Appropriations Act, should be supplanted by legislation, Mr. President, because under the provision which I mentioned a while ago, it made reference to subject to reasonable conditions prescribed by law. So it is incumbent upon the Congress to prescribe the conditions. So what I'm saying is that, Mr. President, the Congress, the Senate, can and should amend that joint circular, because that joint circular, as perceived by this representation, is not by virtue of a valid delegation of legislative power. We cannot abdicate, Mr. President. This is power over the purse. So binigay na po natin lahat sa kanila. Sila yung nag-define. I have here the copy of the joint circular referred to by the good majority leader, Joint Circular 2015-01, dated January 8, 2015, and it made reference to all the terms, confidential activities, intelligence practitioners, referred to by the good gentleman. Perhaps if the intention is really to question the contents of this, a legislation should be made, Mr. President. Dapat tayo po yung gumawa ng guidelines, ng parameters. Although the Commission on Audit, as a constitutional body, can act. But, as again mentioned by the good minority leader, dadaan ulit sa Office of the President, iikot, involved sila yung mag-approve. Perhaps, Mr. President, it is about time that we pursue legislation giving flesh and muscle to the provisions of Article 28, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, defining the reasonable conditions prescribed by law. Siguro po, tapos na lahat yung pag-uusap na yun. Intelligence funds, confidential funds, discretionary funds, liliwanag po lahat. If the good minority leader would agree. So lahat po siguro ng pag-uusapan natin about confidential funds, maaayos natin kung isa sa batas po natin the spirit of the provision, the constitutional provision I mentioned a while ago. Otherwise, with all due respect, we will be, this probably might not be the appropriate term, we will be continuously delegating our legislative functions to an interagency committee, which would, if time passes by, be considered as an abdication of our legislative functions. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. Lahat po ng pag-uusapan po tungkol sa confidential funds, siguro dahil hindi natin nagawa pa yung batas patungkol dito, and I have here the full transcripts of the Constitutional Commission deliberations tungkol sa discretionary funds. So, dapat po siguro tayo yung gumawa ng batas patungkol po dito. Hanggang saan po yung parameters? Is this was there a complete standard? Kung meron nga, sufficient standard? Were there constraints? Alam na po ito ni good minority leader. Was there an avoidance of undue delegation, etc., etc.? Was there a determinate or determinable standard? I don't think there is any. Kaya po tayo nagkakaroon ng ganitong usapin. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. If the good minority leader would want a response, this will be my continuing manifestation when we tackle all confidential funds issues, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I completely agree with Senator Tolentino on his need for perhaps a law. Everything he said, I agree, except that he said his manifestation would be short. Mr. President.
It was indeed short, Mr. President.
That is already short for his standards, Your
For his
Honor.
standard.
That is already short.
We welcome the
Thank you, Mr.
manifestation.
President.
We welcome the manifestation of our colleague, Mr. President. We are open here in the Senate. Mr. Senate President, we welcome interventions from our colleagues. And I think, I don't think Senator Tolentino was present when we met in executive session for the yung Oversight Committee
Yes, the
on this.
Oversight
Yeah. And I
Committee,
think
yes.
that is the stand of the Senate President, that nothing prevents us from reviewing this joint circular and suggesting improvements, and if these are not entertained, by doing this by law, if
Yes,
necessary.
that is correct.
I think that's one of the.
That will be actually one of the recommendations, Your Honor,
Yes,
of our committee.
If you just go over the rules of our committee, of that committee, when we drafted it, that was one of our intentions. So the manifestation of Senator Tolentino is in line with the intention of the Senate President, supported by a number of us here in the Senate. Well, siguro, if I can just ask the lawyers in the Office of the President to look at 3.15 of that joint circular and then 3.16. Yun na nga yun. Intelligence expenses are defined in 3.15. Uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners. 3.16 defines intelligence practitioners. In-enumerate yung mga ahensya ng gobyerno. Wala ang OP doon except doon sa dulo na 3.16.7, other NGAs which are expressly provided budget allocation for intelligence funds under the GAA and other laws. So it's the GAA which is now the legal basis for the grant of intelligence fund to the Office of the President. But where did the GAA emanate? From the Office of the President, the executive branch, di ba? Yun, umiikot eh. The grant of the authority or the power, umiikot, circular. the checks and balances, doon lang din, basically. But anyway, at any rate, Mr. President, that's just an appeal. So that, because one of the issues, of course, during budget season would be the ballooning debt of the country. So, kung saan tayo makahanap, makakat, especially kung questionable naman yung legal basis, alisin na po natin. Or kahit na clear yung legal basis, but yung amount masyado naman pong unreasonable na, we should also cut. That's just an appeal, Mr. President, because from my basic knowledge of the Constitution, the budget emanates from the executive branch. And the leader of the executive branch who controls the executive branch is none other than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Okay, Mr. President, may I just find out how does the Office of the President fund the offices of the positions of presidential advisors, Mr. President? Saan doon sa programa ng Office of the President kinukuha yung funding ng mga yun?
There's a line item, I'm informed, Your Honor, on the Presidential Advisory Program, and that's the source for the funding of the presidential advisors, Your Honor.
How much would that be for the 2024 budget, Mr. President?
It is 85,693,000, Your Honor.
How about special envoys? I think this is a practice. The President appoints special envoys. If there are expenses, where is this charged, Mr. President?
I was told that special envoys are usually just nominal titles or titular figures with no actual salary.
Yes.
I remember when my father was special envoy to the EU, he received only a 1 peso salary, Your Honor.
No incidental expenses incurred by the special envoy chargeable to
None.
government.
None, Your Honor.
And so that I will not be confused, Mr. President, ito pong budget natin for the maybe salaries and expenses, related expenses of the presidential advisors is found in the OP or in the budget of the PMS, Mr. President? OP siya.
This is the OP, Your Honor. Yeah.
Okay. Who spent for the ad campaign, We Give the World Our Best, which was seen in the London buses, Mr. President?
It's not the OP, Your Honor. Possibly the DOT.
Hindi, iba po. Kaya that's why I'm asking, because iba campaign ng DOT, di ba? Love the Philippines sila eh. Kaya nga doon ako nasasayangan. Actually, Mr. President, nakita ko eh. Kung umabot yung We Give the World Our Best, it's an ad campaign in the buses of London, on the buses of London, gumastos tayo ron. Tapos, a couple of days or weeks later, Love the Philippines naman ang linunch.
It was not the Office of the President, Your
It
Honor.
was not the Office of the President. Okay. So it was not a certain presidential advisor. Kung ganon.
Eh, kung meron man, it was not official funds, malamang ho. Baka initiative niya personally, di ba? Maaring ganon. But
So
definitely...
may we know if the Office of the President or anyone in the Office of the
No, I'm
President
just
is even
speculating.
aware of that
Yeah.
ad campaign?
They're only aware of it in the sense that they also saw it, Your Honor, but they don't really know where the funding came from it. But definitely not the Office of the President, not the OP, Your Honor.
No interest in finding out? No one in the OP, in the entire Malacanang, thousands of people in the Malacanang, no one was interested in finding out?
They can find out, Your Honor, and inform you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Kailangan pa i-request pa pala dito yun, Mr. President.
Hindi rin nila alam, Mr. President.
Walang kusa, walang interest. Wala tayong interest sa what's happening. That's an ad campaign. It mentions our country. Sa London, wala. Nobody lifted the finger to find out. Background information, wala. No one. Okay, sige. Anyway, Mr.
It
President.
was still during the time of Paul Soriano, Director Paul Soriano, Your Honor. That's what I'm told. So, baka siya nakakaalam ho. We will ask.
Wala na ba siya ngayon?
Wala na po. Wala na.
Wala na. Pero dapat ang mga institutions natin o agencies, may mga institutional memory naman. I mean, di ba? Pag alis ng tao, wala nang may alam. What's happening to our government agencies, Mr. President? Wala tayong memory. So, okay, so si Papa Larry Gadon, nandiyan pa? Still with the government? I was hoping to meet him here and
He's a presidential advisor. He's the presidential advisor for poverty alleviation, Your Honor.
kaya nga I would have wanted to listen to his plans. Ano ba ang plano? I mean, that's a big challenge, Mr. President. Anyway. So how much are we supporting that poverty alleviation office?
The salary for secretary. How about staff? Ilan ang staff niya? So wala pa siyang staff as of now. So wala pa siyang. He receives a salary, Your Honor, but as of the moment, I think he has proposed a staff, but that is not reflected yet in the budget proposal because nung na-propose na nila yung budget for the Office of the President, hindi pa na-take up yung staffing niya.
But siguro may space naman dun, Mr. President, to accommodate. Kasi ang bigat nung I mean, that's poverty alleviation po ang mandate niya. So, let's give him all the support that is necessary, Mr. President. In-appoint po siya eh.
Yeah, they said they can find from their MOE possible assistance to his office, Your Honor.
Kasi ang questions ko sa mga agencies is paano kayo nararamdaman ng taong bayan eh. Ganun eh. So, ganun din. Baka kung mag-appear siya sa Senate, tatanungin ko siya. Hindi pa kita nararamdaman na Papa, Larry. Wala pa. He's Papa because he's presidential advisor on poverty alleviation. That's it.
Thank you.
What did you have in mind? What did you have in mind, Mr.
I was
Sponsor?
wondering, it's a curious designation, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. President. So ito na lang po, we have to address this kasi kumakalat sa you appoint special envoys, but has Malacanang appointed a certain Michael Ma as a special envoy of the President?
Is he anything? Is he a presidential advisor? He was. He was a special envoy, but no longer, Your Honor.
Once upon a time. So can I get the period of time that he was special envoy?
We will furnish, Your Honor. We're just waiting for the information. Could you, if it's all right with you, we'll await the information.
Sige, they may have been surprised with the question. Sige, ganun na lang po siguro. Just give me the So it is true that once upon a time, Malacanang designated a certain Michael Ma as the President's special envoy to the People's Republic of China, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That may have been true once upon a time, but no longer true today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
Yes, Your Honor.
so I think, Mr. President, thank you. That would be all. Kasi we need to clarify these things. Actually, kayo rin ang nasisiraan. So if you don't clarify, if you allow these allegations or chismis siya before, but it turns out hindi pala siya chismis because it had some factual basis. It had some factual basis. Okay. So, thank you for the forthrightness of the truthfulness and the honesty of our resource persons, Mr. President. Thank you also for their understanding and patience.
Thank you to the distinguished minority leader. I was also honest and forthright in my answers. Not just the resource persons, Your Honor.
Yes, I'd like to...
I'm just kidding, Your Honor.
Before I recognize the majority floor leader, I'd like to put on record as well that all the CIF of these agencies, confidential intelligence funds, are submitted by report to the Office of the Senate President together with the Office of the Speaker of the House. I just want to put on record that the CIF, or the Confidential Intelligence Funds report of the Office of the President, is one of the most detailed and comprehensive reports that I have seen. It is the most detailed among all the other agencies, Your Honor. And I think, I'm not sure if you were there in that meeting, Senator Angara, but it was about 2 books detailing each and every
Yes.
disbursement. And the nice thing about it, it's a complete report wherein this fund of this amount was disbursed, for example, tipster,
Yes.
for anti-drug program, and which led to an apprehension,
Yes.
which led to a filing of a case,
Yes.
and actually the case is ongoing. So napaka-detalyado ng report. I must commend.
I confirm that, Mr. President. I
Yes.
was there. Senator Minority Leader Pimentel was there. I think Senator Risa was also there, if I'm not mistaken. And I confirm that there was great specificity in the reports, even mentioning the venue, Your Honor, of
The venue,
of
the time
meetings.
when it
Yeah,
happened.
Yeah, the time.
Even it's sort of like a semi-police report, but shortened, of course, abbreviated.
Yes, short of names, where names were not mentioned.
Yes, so we really appreciate that. Yan ang magandang reporting. Na nakita ko saan talaga ginamit yung pera at saan ginastos, saan pumunta, at may kanrabasan. In other words, may kaso na na-file, may mga apprehensions. So we appreciate that. The others just filed 5 pages, 2 pages. Kaya pati kami naguguluhan dun sa mga CIF ng ibang agencies. Pero sa inyo po, I salute you guys. Your reports were very comprehensive and I would like to say detailed. Thank you. Just for the record.
Thank you, Mr.
Minority
President.
Leader, I think,
And,
also wants to comment.
Yes, and I have also I have started actually going over the reports, Mr. President.
Yes.
Nakita ko na rin yung iba. So we are done with the OP. I have just a question with the PMS, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, of course, Mr. President.
We have noticed the great reduction from the GAA 2023 level for the PMS to the NEP of the PMS. Can we get an explanation? Ng 47% reduction?
Ano yun? Ano yung red
Tama po ba yun?
changes? This was because if we compare NEP to NEP, it's hindi nagkakalayo, Your Honor. But Congress introduced some changes and amendments in this year's budget.
Correct. Kaya nga, may we know what initiatives, on what PAPs were the congressional initiatives which were given
This year,
to
this year.
the PMS, Mr. President?
Ito sir, galing PMS, hindi pa naman po.
Ito yung increase natin.
Hindi sir. Decrease yan.
Ano yung in-increase? Hindi, tinatanong niya ano yung increases this year. Ito. 2 MOA items that increased. Ito yun?
Yan, ito mas kompleto sir.
There was a budget increase for, are you sure? RTV? Wala kanya? Kanila to? For RTVM or Radio Television Malacanang, amounting to 46. Lahat to or ito lang?
Sir, umpisa tayo dito sa PSMOEC.
There was a request for additional budget for personnel services amounting to 165 million. For MOE, 400 million. Capital outlay, 131 million, Your Honor. Including a budget increase for Radio Television Malacanang or RTVM in the amount of 46.65 million, Your Honor.
Kasi kung hindi na po maulit yan sa this budget cycle, therefore, what would be the PAPs that they were able to do in 2023 na they won't be able to do anymore in 2024 because they have been deprived of these amounts? Mr. President, ano ba pinakamahalagang aktibidades doon?
A lot of the travel, Your Honor. Foreign travel, yeah.
Oh, how come we did not anticipate this in the NEP? Because the President's budget increased sa travel niya eh. So dapat may di ba logic na lang yun? You are the support staff of the Office of the President. He will travel. Umingi siya ng travel. And then now, you did not adjust at the NEP level? May we know who is the head now of the PMS, Mr.
Yusek
Sosa?
Attorney Elaine Masukat, Your Honor.
Is he here?
She's here, Your Honor. She's here.
Saan
She's
si
the
Ma'am. Okay.
beautiful lady in black, Your Honor.
Welcome, Ma'am Elaine. So yun lang po yung tanong, di ba? I mean, napansin niyo na tumaas ang travel budget ng Office of the President, tama? Ginawa natin 1 billion na yata. Tama ba? Oh. PMS, you will wait for congressional initiative to supplement your travel budget?
Well, PMS is not always accompanying the President, Your Honor, unlike previous year. So they're only on a as needed basis, Your Honor. It's usually going forward. It will usually just be the agencies that are really needed for those travels, Your Honor.
Kaya, but for 2023, they asked for it and they got it, and then halos half of your budget kasi congressional initiatives. But at any rate, I just want them to know that this has been observed. I mean, so
Yeah.
for 2024, are you asking for some congressional initiatives also? Just like you did for this year?
As of now, nothing yet, Your Honor, but nothing prevents us from adding to their budget if necessary. Yeah.
Well, they just justified that it is not necessary anymore, Mr. President. Sinabi na po natin yung sponsor that they will no longer travel with the President. So good. Is that office led by an Ilocano, Mr. President? Huh? Are you an Ilocana, ma'am?
No,
That's the trait that we want in budgeting, Mr. President. So for that, congratulations for that. So thank you once again, Mr. Sponsor. And
Thank you very much, distinguished Minority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Office of the President, the Presidential Management Staff, and as well as other agencies to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the budget of the President's Office, OP, and other executive offices like the Presidential Management Staff is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations to the men and women of the OP and PMS. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Mr. President, I move that they consider the budget of the Office of the Vice President and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Vice President Sara Duterte. We now recognize the distinguished Chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sonny Angara, to sponsor the same and to interpolate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that they be recognized.
Yes, before I recognize the gentleman and lady, I would just like to, of course, welcome to the Senate our distinguished Vice President Sara Duterte, may silingan in Mindanao. Ma'am, mayong buntag, ma'am. And to the whole family of the DepEd community, good morning to you all. So we'd like to recognize a distinguished sponsor, Senator Sonny Angara, and to interpolate a distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. We're ready to receive questions. But just for the record, the budget for the Office of the Vice President is 1,874,019,000 pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Magandang umaga pong muli, good chair, and to the OVP, maayong buntag. Mr. President, good chair, in 2022, the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President were augmented by 125 million pesos from the Office of the President. Now, during the proceedings at the House of Representatives, it was stated that the OVP submitted on January 17, 2023, a liquidation report covering these funds. Currently, the Commission on Audit is auditing the use of this 125 million and has committed to finish by the 15th of this month. Sayang hindi lang umabot dito sa ating plenary interpellation. Pero, Mr. President, good chair, ano na po yung status ng audit na ito?
I'm not sure, ma'am, but maybe we can ask the Commission on Audit when they come before us next week. When they
Will do,
that
Mr.
they would be
Chair.
in a best position to answer, Your Honor.
Mr. President. The chair is not in receipt of any initial findings of the COA.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, good chair. Now, that said fund transfer or augmentation is being challenged. As a longtime senator and as our Committee on Finance chair, ano po tingin nyo, Mr. President, good chair, anong tingin ng good chair, ang pwedeng maging pinaka-prudent na policy kaugnay ng augmentation ng isang budget category na hindi na-allocate naman ng funds in the first place? Dapat bang i-regulate ang ganitong practice o kaya ipagbawal pa natin ng Kongreso?
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator Risa, our Vice Chair and Deputy Minority Leader. Your Honor, what I was told is this was not an augmentation because an augmentation has a very technical meaning in budgetary terms. What I was told is this is a release from the contingent fund, thus not subject to the rules set forth in laws and jurisprudence, which pertain specifically to augmentation of savings, which are authorized to be done by the Senate President, by the Chief Justice, and other officials who are permitted explicitly by the Constitution.
Salamat, good chair. Conceding for the moment na at least sa ngayon, hindi subject or hindi pa subject sa rules at procedures ng augmentation at pinag-dedebatihan pa nga, di ba, kung augmentation nga ba yung nangyari or ibang proseso. Still, kung hindi pa yung rules at procedures ng augmentation, such a move of big money from the most important office of government to the second most important office of government, syempre, kailangan siyang ngayon sana o eventually, sooner than later, mag-govern ng mga rules at saka procedure. So, kapag nabuo na or mabubuo na yung rules at procedures na iyon, ano, Mr. President, ang tingin ng good chair na dapat maging prudent policy tungkol sa ganyang klasing augmentation man yan o release man yan, basta paglipat ng malaking pondo mula sa importanteng opisina papunta sa importanteng opisina. Hindi ba dapat ma-regulate yung ganitong practice? Or even, given kung gaano ka kalabo yung kasalukuyang rules at procedures at given kung paano naging kontrobersyal itong mismong paglipat ng mismong perang ito, hindi kaya dapat ipagbawal ng Kongreso?
Sa akin, ma'am, medyo specific na ho yung nasa batas ho natin ngayon. Kasama na po yung mga desisyon ng Korte Suprema, specifically yung Araulio decision. Dahil doon, nakalagay doon na kung ano yung mga patakaran sa paglilipat ho ng pondo. And again, I'm referring to the transfer or not transfer rather, but the augmentation of budgetary items, meaning specifically savings. At doon, pag yan ang pinag-uusapan, yung kategoryang yan, meron ho talagang mga very specific rules doon sa, bukod sa konstitusyon or sa ligang batas, meron din ho nakalagay ho sa mga desisyon. So yung bawal po yung cross-border transfers, kailangan existing po yung budgetary item bago ma-augment siya ng ibang pondo galing sa savings. Ito pong nangyari dito sa OVP, ito po ay release mula sa contingent fund ho, which for 2022 was 13 billion pesos and it's still the same amount to this day. At ito pong contingent fund ay sumasagot sa mga pangangailangan po ng gobyerno lahat po, iba po ang patakaran dito. Hindi po itong dahil hindi nga ito augmentation ng savings, iba po ang patakaran pagdating ho sa pag-release or paglabas ng pera mula sa contingent fund, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Kaya nga, interesante at tingin ko rin po importante yung sinimula nating pag-usapan kahapon na simula dun sa kasalukuyang special provision tungkol sa contingent fund na nagpapayag at nagbabawal din sa mga specific kinds of releases. Nagbabawal halimbawa sa paggamit ng contingent fund para sa motor vehicles. Kaya po binuksan ko na rin kahapon, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung posibleng at the proper time pag-amyenda na ipagbawal din mula sa contingent fund ang pag-augment or ang pag-release o paglipat patungo sa CIF ng ibang opisina. At kaya lalo din, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung diskusyon nga natin ay magiging very timely at the appropriate time. Siguro, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung susunod na punto ko, pwede po bang mag-provide ang good share ng mga kahit general details kung paano yung 125 million na iyon ay ginastos, no? Considering yung said amount ay inexpend sa loob ng 11 araw. Malay natin, may election dito, best practices ng OVP na yung ibang mga ahensya gamit ito pwedeng pagandahin yung kanilang absorptive capacity considering na yung underspending, gaya ng sinimula nating pag-usapan kahapon, major problem pa rin, no? Tulad sa ating diskusyon sa interpellation kahapon.
At ito po yung akibat po nung pag-implement nung yung safe implementation of the programs, activities, and projects of the Office of the Vice President to alleviate poverty and promote the general welfare. At nakita natin nung sa komite, Your Honor, napakarami pong program ang OVP from libreng sakay, yung pagbubukas po ng maraming satellite office, yung pagbibigay po ng tulong sa libing, sa paggamot, sa napakarami po. There's so many services that were provided by the OVP, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung 125 million ginastos sa 11 araw o on average mga 11.3 million a day ay ginamit lahat yan para lang ligtas na maimplementa ang mga libreng sakay o paghahanda para magbukas ng satellite offices o magpalibing, magpagamot na itong lahat, yung pagsisiguro ng kaligtasan nito, iyan ay umabot sa on average 11.3 million pesos a day, Mr. President?
Yung 11 days, yun po yung period of disbursement nung pera ho. But if you include the period for obligation, it was actually 19 days. And if we look at the services performed or the use of the funds, goes beyond actually the 11 or whether there's 11 days or 19 days. 19 days pertaining to the period from when the SARO was issued, which allows the agency to obligate the funds to the day it's finally paid for, where the services or any contracts are paid for, and thus the cash is considered disbursed. Does not mean that all the services or all the information, for instance, will be given on those days. Meaning, the information could have been given subsequent to the contracting and disbursing of the money, Your Honor. So, tapos yung confidential fund is used to ensure the safe entry for implementation of the programs and, of course, of the Vice President and her staff to various points of the archipelago. For instance, Your Honor, sa Surigao, sa BARM, in other provinces, meron ho talagang mga insurgency dyan. So kailangan siguraduhin na maganda yung pagpasok ng mga programa at saka ng party ni VP, and to guarantee that the program implementation is also always data-driven. So thus, the OVP was able to enter several geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. For instance, in San Remigio, where they distributed pagbabago bags, school supplies, and dental kits to grade 1 and grade 4 school children in 33 barangays. And the CF is also used for purposes of continuous monitoring and validation of claims, especially for those made in or lodged in the satellite offices. So sa Bulacan po, for instance, the Office of the Vice President validated complaints that there were persons selling OVP assistance and forms. So meron hong mga ganong instances na talagang kinakailangan ho.
Sige po, Mr. President, good sponsor. Kahit sabihin natin, for the sake of argument, so ginastos yung 125 million sa 19 days, still, 6.5 million pesos a day iyon. So kahit itanong po natin yung ibang pinagkagastosan nila, information, different provinces or regions, lalo na yung mga apektado pa rin ng insurgency, sigurado naman hindi lang yung OVP security ang nag-secure ng OVP, whether the head of office or the personnel or the implementers ng mga programa, pero yung AFP at PNP on the ground. Well and good, data-driven, dapat yung mga programa. Yung GIDA areas, ito po ay termino din ng Department of Health. So, malamang sa hindi or posible nakikipag-ugnayan ng OVP dun sa mga programa, activities at proyektong iyon sa DOH. Hindi kaya yung mga bags, school supplies at dental kits ay tumatawid na sa budget naman ng DepEd na concurrently hinihead ng Vice President. So, claims, various provinces, validation of complaints. Again, still, even with this listing, palagay ko lamang po, Mr. President, good sponsor, reasonable pa rin itanong kung bakit posibleng umabot sa 11.3 million pesos a day ang gastos. And in any case po, just for the sake of thinking aloud, hindi po ba pwedeng i-convert yung mga worthwhile programs sa mga ito into line item sa budget? Mr. President.
Your Honor, actually the funds were requested as early as August 2022. But the SARO, or the authority to obligate and disburse the money, was only given in December. So talagang, kumbaga, obligado rin silang gastusin yung pera, Your Honor. Kasi kung hindi, di ba, we have a modified cash-based budgeting. Pag you use it or you lose it. So, pag hindi mo ginastos yung pera, maaaring mawala sa ahensya mo yon, di ba?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Kung ano man, kung yung SARO na-release sa Disyembre, still, kaya yung interest at yung curiosity ng publiko, bakit at paano nakagastos ng ganyang kalaki sa napakaikling panahon lamang. And good sponsor, were any of the programs that the good sponsor mentioned funded with confidential funds?
Sorry, could you say that? Or any
Were
of the
any of
programs?
the programs that you mentioned, good sponsor, funded with confidential funds?
No, Your Honor. They strictly adhere to the joint budget circular issued by the DBM and the COA, which lists the permissible expenses for for CIF, Your Honor, from confidential and intelligence funds, namely yung purchase of information, yung rental of safe houses, and of course they were conscious of the or items which are not allowed to be spent under the said circular, Your Honor.
So kung hindi po, paano sila pinondohan kung hindi dun sa CIF? Mr. President.
Well, they have regular budgets also, Your Honor, which they can access for, they have budgets for MOE, for capital outlay. Those are all at their disposal.
So lalo pong lumalaki yung misteryo kung paano ginastos ang CIF na 125 million sa loob lamang ng 11 araw. Kung hindi man lahat, pero kung marami sa mga binanggit na pinagkagastosan ay kinover naman ng regular budgets. At alinsunod sa utos ng COA, hindi ginastosan ng confidential and intelligence funds. So, salamat po. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Salamat, good sponsor. Those are actually my only questions for the OVP budget today. I'll be back at the proper time to propose amendments to the OVP budget for the consideration of the good sponsor and the plenary. Salamat po.
Thank you.
Salamat
Thank you, Your Honor, Vice Chair Senator Risa, and we'll be happy to discuss with you any possible proposed amendments. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa. The Minority Floor Leader,
Yes, Mr. President, the Minority Leader wishes to be recognized.
you would like to recognize the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsors. Alam niyo po, last year, kasi that this is, I think the Office of the Vice President last year received the highest ever budget for the Office of the Vice President. So, and this year we're increasing. No? Are we increasing, Mr. Chairman, in our committee report? The bottom line budget of the OVP.
For 2024, it's increased by 30. No, actually, it's in the Senate version, it's decreased, Your Honor.
Correct. It should decrease because the
Yeah.
Senate committee report
We adopted the HGAB
yes,
version, Your Honor. So,
did not grant, our
Yeah.
committee report did not grant the 500 million peso confidential fund. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
President?
correct, Your
The
Honor.
effect is that there is a reduction if we compare GAA 2023 to committee report 2024 on OVP. The reduction is
500. It's the figure of 2.343 billion minus 1.874 billion, Your Honor. So if the staff would calculate, please. Only Senator Bongo can do these calculations without a calculator.
Anyway, yes, we get the idea, Mr. President. Hindi pala reflected to sa ating summary because we were comparing it with the House version. Apo.
It is less by 469 million, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. So that means we remove 500 and some other items increase siguro most likely, Mr. Chairman, if you can tell us which ones. Kasi by 30 million may nag-increase. It may be the automatic appropriations sa sweldo.
Bakit yung 2024 is not 500?
So, sweldo siguro. Sweldo.
No, we're not talking about 2020. We're talking about 2024. Why is it only 469 when tinanggal natin yung 500? It should be 500. Ano nga, kung may 35, ano nga yung tanong niya? You get it? Because if we go 500, then it should be less by 500. Yeah,
30-something. 30-something. Binawasan ng 500.
No, but he's talking about the 2024.
Ng 30 million ang sum items.
Oo.
Ano kaya?
Why, kung tinanggalan yung 500, why is it not 500 less? Because your question, Your Honor, is, sorry, I think we're getting jumbled with the
Yes,
number of
okay.
versions here. What
Yes,
is the
okay.
question? Your question is,
Okay.
because your question is on the GAA of 2023, Your Honor. That's why narito kami.
Nalito,
Because it's 500 less than the NEP, but it's not 500 less than the 2023
Thank you for
GAA.
that clarification.
Opo.
So that
nahilo
means
kami
the
momentarily.
questionnaire was also confused kung ganon. Mr. Pero that's the statement from this sponsor. NEP compared to our committee report, the budget, NEP 2024
Kung NEP,
NEP,
500, opo.
it's a clean 500 million.
Yes,
so
yes.
we know
Yes,
where we got that from. Okay, so
Because your question was about
yes,
the
okay,
2023
klaro na po.
GAA. Kaya
Yes,
na-confuse kami momentarily.
So I am amending my question and I'm now getting the correct answer. Hindi po ba the budget, itong pag-appear ng agencies is the time for them to make some appeals? If the Congress is entertaining cuts in their budget, this is the time for them to make an appeal. If they want a restoration, augmentation, or anything, changes in their budget. So, if we can ask the Office of the Vice President, the Vice President herself is here, Mr. President. Is she making an appeal for the restoration of the 500 million confidential fund to her budget, Mr. President?
Your Honor, actually, we're in receipt of a statement from the Vice President we discussed earlier. And according to her, the OVP can only propose a budget to support the safe implementation of its PAPs, or programs, activities and programs, to alleviate poverty and promote the general welfare of each and every Filipino family. Nonetheless, they will no longer pursue the CIF or CF. And the reason why is because it is seen to be divisive, and as the Vice President, she swore an oath to keep the country peaceful and strong.
So just as I commended the Office of the Ombudsman, the Department of Migrant Workers, and the other agencies which willingly gave up their CIF or the CF or did not even ask for these funds, given this latest manifestation by the Vice President, I commend her, Mr. President, for now categorically stating to this House that it's not a deferral to our wisdom. She does not want it anymore, Mr. President. So if that is how I understand the statement, I commend the Vice President. Senator Tolentino.
Senator Tolentino is asked to be recognized. Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick manifestation cum intervention again, and to remind this committee that I made a continuing manifestation a while ago relative to the existence of the joint circular emanating from COA and various agencies, and the possible remedial legislative measure that would enable Congress to comply with the reasonable conditions provided for under the Constitution. Mr. President, perhaps the minority leader, with all due respect, should be reminded that budget proposals coming from the House, going to the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. That would be the operative words coming from the Constitution itself. So it's no longer lodged with the Office of the Vice President, but the decision should come from this chamber, Mr. President, just to manifest that constitutional provision. But we agree that there was a nod, a concurrence coming from the head of the office itself. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you for that reminder, Mr. President. Although the Constitution is on my desk, I don't think I need reminding anymore, Mr. President. But at any rate, that's the purpose of the budget hearings, di ba? That's the purpose that we make them appear to get their opinion. Because if we flood them with funds, sabihin nila hindi na namin kaya din yan. I mean, we should get their reaction or their inputs, Mr. President. So, I think that settles it. Mr. President. That's a statement of the Vice President. Tama?
That is the
And she is here,
statement.
so okay na yun. So that settles everything, Mr. President.
Yes, hopefully, Your Honor.
So again, just as kinommend ko yung ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, with that manifestation, I commend the Vice President and the Office of the Vice President. Although last year, because of siyempre the budget was the highest ever for an Office of a Vice President. And then I looked at the programs. Sabi ko nga, parang duplication of some programs of the other agencies of the government. So, the Office of the Vice President would have to put up the structures, the necessary to implement the programs. Kunyari, medical assistance, parang parang DSW din eh. Educational assistance, parang DSW din, may program din yan. So, siguro, my question now is, kumusta po yung inyong budget utilization for all of those programs na nabanggit natin last year? Like Libreng Sakay, I think you have a Kalusugan food truck, you have a Pagbabago campaign, 1 million learners and trees, you have a RISE program, relief for individuals in crisis and emergencies yun, and then you have a medical and burial assistance program, you have a Magnegosyo Taday, that's your livelihood assistance program, and ito bago, parang bago, you can be VP. I don't think I heard this last year, but I may be wrong. But kumusta po yun? Because yun yung worry ko eh. We have hundreds of millions for each program, and then they look similar to existing government programs of other agencies. Ang problema, we have to now set up the structure to execute and implement the said programs.
The obligation rate of the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, is 73% as of September 30.
Obligation is 73%. Okay, that's obligation. That means the funds are now, anong tawag mo doon? Obligated. So ano na siya dyan? Earmark na siya for a certain expenditure.
Yes, and the disbursement rate
yes.
is 84%, Your Honor.
80, of what, ano po to? Compare it to appropriations?
Over
Allotments.
over amounts obligated, Your Honor.
84% of the amounts obligated. And then the 70 plus of the obligation rate is over
Obligations over allotments, Your Honor.
allotments. And then the how much of the appropriations have been allotted or released, di ba? Ganun yun, that's the term. Allotted means released.
Fully released, Your Honor.
Fully released. Okay, sorry. Okay po. And then itong ano kasi the Office of the Vice President has been I think has in its plans the construction of an the physical Office of the Vice President. And is it correct that there is an entry in the unprogrammed funds of 2 billion in connection with what is this the construction of the OVP? Is that the building or the acquisition of the land, Mr. President? Tama ba ako? May 2 billion.
It's for the land, Your Honor, but I think they're still under negotiations. There's still talks ongoing as to, so there's no there's nothing final or nothing contracted out as of yet, Your Honor.
Yes, but it is correct to say that in the 2024 budget, there is a 2 billion entry or item in under unprogrammed appropriations. Tama
That is
po ba
correct,
yan?
Your Honor.
It's for land acquisition of the Office
Land
of the
acquisition, Your Honor.
So if there have been negotiations, so may kausap na. So where is the intended location of the Office of the Vice President? May we know, Mr. President?
They're talking to a few, Your Honor.
So
Not just one, not just one.
So it's still open. So in different areas of the country ito. So we cannot even say if it's in Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao.
Just in NCR, Your Honor.
It's in NCR. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. But I think for this year, we allotted, we appropriated 10 million for down payment. So we have not used this kasi kung wala pang final contract, wala pang down payment.
That's correct, Your Honor. Still unutilized.
Opo. And then, the Office of the Vice President has its own security and protection group, Mr. President. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And I think they have 433 personnel composing this Vice President Security and Protection Group.
Yes, Your Honor. As of, yeah.
The expenses for this VP Security and Protection Group are not lodged with the Office of the Vice President. It's lodged with some other agency. Am I correct, Mr. President?
There is a special duty allowance which is for the security personnel, which is charged to the OVP budget, Your Honor.
Which item maybe you know under what item, and then what is the total amount for that item, or is it charged against a program?
Yes, we're just finding out which program, Your Honor. It's charged to the OVP budget. Yeah, there is a, this is the, there's an item for special duty allowance in the amount of 25,308,000, Your Honor.
For 1 year na po yan.
That's for 2024. Yeah.
Yes, for 1 year, 25 million. Kasi yung bulk ng compensation ng mga security personnel would be found in their mother unit siguro. So
Yes,
may we know, so that when the time comes, may we know from what agencies the VP security group come from?
PNP and AFP, Your Honor.
PNP and AFP. So we'll just ask from them siguro yung budget for the 433 regular personnel composing the VP SPG. Okay, so I think, Mr. President, yun na lang po. It's good that the OVP can still efficiently execute their programs, their planned programs, Mr. President. So pero yung pagbabago yata, the plan is a million bags. You want to distribute 1 million bags. That's the long-term plan. What is this for the entire 6-year term? Is that the plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
1 million bags. Okay, so at any rate, Mr. President, of course, I also realize we need to give the Office of the Vice President some flexibility in the budget process and some flexibility in thinking of or coming up with programs or PAPs which will make the office more relevant and somehow directly and or indirectly help the constituents of the OVP. So thank you for the patience of our OVP family, and thank you to our sponsor for his forthrightness this time, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, distinguished Minority Leader, for your kind words for the OVP and also for the sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Office of the Vice President to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the Office of the Vice President is deemed submitted. Congratulations. Session suspended for 1 minute. and resume deliberations of the budget of the DepEd by 1:30. So we'll have a 1-hour lunch break. Session is suspended.
you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Education and its attached agencies, the Office of the Secretary, Early Childhood Care and Development Council, National Book Development Board, National Council for Children's Television, National Museum of the Philippines, Philippine High School for the Arts, National Academy for Sports. And we'd like to acknowledge the presence of its officials led by no less than our Vice President, the Secretary of Education, Vice President Sara Duterte. Mr. President, we now recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Pia Cayetano, and first to avail of the interpellations, but I was told that he would just make a statement and a manifestation of support. May we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Batangas province, no other than Senator Christopher Bongo. So move, Mr. President.
Before we recognize them, we'd just like to once again welcome back Vice President Sara Duterte, and of course the DepEd family. I made a mistake earlier when they came. I said the DepEd family, it was the OVP family pala. So now I'd like to welcome as well the hardworking men and women of the DepEd with us, together with its attached agencies. So we'd like to recognize the distinguished sponsors, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to make a manifestation, our distinguished colleague, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo. Please proceed.
Mr. President, my honorable colleagues, and of course the Department of Education officials led by Vice President Sara Duterte, magandang araw po sa inyo lahat. First, I want to express my support for the budget of the Department of Education, and I would also like to congratulate the Vice President and the DepEd for launching the Matatag curriculum, Bansang Makabata, Batang Makabansa agenda. This program definitely marks a crucial moment in our nation's educational landscape, and I believe it will play a crucial role in addressing the challenges that we face in our education system. The Matatag program is truly a testament to the visionary leadership of the Vice President and the Secretary of the Department of Education. With this, Mr. President, I would also like to express my support for the increase in the budget of basic education facilities, which was allotted with an additional of 10 billion or a 44% increase from this year's allocation. Importante po ito para matugunan ang kakulangan sa mga classroom, lalo na ngayong balik na tayo sa face-to-face na po ang mga estudyante at mga guro. Marapat lamang po na mabigyan ng pansin at solusyon ang mga problemang kinakaharap ng ating mga estudyante dahil sa kanila nakasalalay ang kinabukasan po ng ating bansa. As discussed in the committee hearings, there is a total of 159,000 classrooms that must be constructed all over the country to bridge the classroom gap. In fact, sa pag-iikot ko po sa buong bansa, halos inilalapit po sa atin ng mga teachers, kulang ang kanilang mga classrooms, lalong-lalo na po sa mga liblib na komunidad, kulang talaga yung mga classrooms. Marami po ang nagpapatulong sa atin at nilalapit naman natin ito sa departamento, yung mga kakulangan po sa classrooms. Napansin ko rin po na may mga eskwelahan pa rin na hindi maganda ang kondisyon, sira-sira ang bubong o yero pa rin ang bubong, hindi maayos ang silid-aralan, maruruming palikuran, kahoy na pundasyon at marami pang iba. Pati po, yun po ang hinaing ng mga teachers natin. In fact, nung bumoto po ako nung last barangay election, mismo po doon sa syudad, kung saan po ang ating Vice President sa Davao City, marami po mga sementado na ng mga classrooms, pero marami pang naiiwan na mga classrooms na kahoy po yung bubong, sira-sira yung yero. So talagang kahit sa mismo sa Davao City, kulang pa ang ating mga classrooms. Hinaing po yan ng ating mga teachers. Inilapit po sa atin. I just want to share that when I voted, recently po yan, last October 20... Kailan yun? October 30. I witnessed firsthand the sorry state of the facilities in Buhangin Central Elementary School. May sementado, may kahoy po. Paano po makapag-aral na maayos sa mga bata kung yero po ang kanilang bubong, napakainit niyan, kung kapag tanghali at hindi rin makatulong kapag umuulan. That is why I am with the Vice President and the DepEd in their efforts to improve basic education facilities. And I support, Mr. President, increases in the budget for this program. Second, Mr. President, as DBM Secretary Pangandaman mentioned during the DBCC committee hearing and during plenary interpellations, there is around 17 billion already earmarked for salary standardization 6 in the proposed 2024 budget. With this, government workers may expect increases in salary next year. Sana po matuloy ito at isa po tayo sa magsusulong nito at kasama po dito ang ating mga teachers. Nevertheless, I just want to take this opportunity to urge the DepEd to push for the needed increase in salaries and allowances of teachers. Pag-aralan po natin kung anong benepisyo po ang dapat ibigay sa ating mga guro bukod po sa kanilang sweldo. Despite the pressing challenges in public education during the pandemic, teachers were able to adapt and respond to the challenging work situations. They went above and beyond to ensure the delivery of education for their learners. It is therefore just incumbent upon us to recognize their devotion and invaluable contribution to the formation of our youth and society. Additionally, Mr. President, I would like to mention for the record the reduction in the proposed budget of the National Academy of Sports. As one of the authors of this law, along with the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Sani Angara, and Senator Win Gatchalian, during the 18th Congress, we want to highlight the importance of NAS in developing the athletic skills and talents of the students in world-class sports facilities, while also focusing on their secondary education. Dito po sa NAS, pwede silang mag-aral, yung mga atleta at the same time mag-training, pwede po silang mag-training at the same time mag-aral. Wala pong masasakripisyong oras. Despite the additional budget for capital outlay and personal services in the committee report, hope we could find ways to further support the provision of scholarships of National Academy of Sports. Lastly, Mr. President, I laud the Senate for adding 3 billion in the budget of the Department of Education. At isisingit ko na lang po, hinahangaan ko po si Vice President Sara Duterte for no longer pursuing the request for confidential funds so that we could already settle this divisive issue. Nananatili po ang aking tiwala sa ating Vice Presidente at sa ating Secretary po ng DepEd. Iisang boto lang po ako dito sa Senado, pero bilang kasapi po ng Senate Committee on Basic Education at Vice Chair po ng Committee on Finance, ang posisyon ko, kung ano man po ang tinanggal na budget sa DepEd, dapat itong ibalik sa pamamagitan ng mga programa na makakabenepisyo sa mga kababayan natin, lalong-lalo na po sa mga classrooms na backlog natin. At ang makikinabang po dito dapat yung mga kababayan nating mahihirap. Hinggil naman po sa OBP, sana po mailaan natin ang mga programang makakatulong, lalong-lalo na po sa mga mahihirap, katulad po ng medical, burial, and other assistance po na alam naman natin na nakakatulong po sa mga kababayan nating mahirap. Ngayon, isinasaayos na natin ang budget para sa susunod na taon. Uunahin na po natin sana ang trabaho, unahin natin ang pagserbisyo at tulong po sa mga mahirap nating kababayan. That is all, Mr. President. I have no doubt that with the leadership of Vice President Sara Duterte and the continued support of all stakeholders, the Department of Education will achieve even greater milestones for our students and the education sector as a whole. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bongo. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to ask questions, Mr. President, is the distinguished gentleman.
Yeah. Actually, may opening statement pa po.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President,
May you recognize
may I
the
just
sponsor? Yes.
move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the Senior Vice Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Pia Cayetano. So,
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you. Just to put on record, Mr. President, the budget. I'm ready to sponsor the budget of the Department of Education, the Office of the Secretary, with a total new appropriations of 715,839,092,000 pesos. Also, the Early Childhood Care and Development Council with a total new appropriations of 290,166,000 pesos. The National Academy of Sports with a total new appropriation of 230,587,000 pesos. The National Book Development Board with a total new appropriation of 178,471,000 pesos. The National Council for Children's Television with a total new appropriation of 82,080,000 pesos. The National Museum of the Philippines with a total new appropriation of 1,364,202,000 pesos. And the Philippine High School for the Arts with a total new appropriation of 98,241,000 pesos. With this, Your Honor, I'm ready to accept questions from our colleagues.
Thank you very much, our dear sponsor, Majority Floor Leader, who are next in line to propound some questions. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, first to ask questions on the budget of the Department of Education is no less than the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Isabela and the Davao region, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Isabela and Davao, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, I would like to put it on record that I fully support the 715 billion pesos or more, the budget of DepEd for 2024. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. However, just like before during the committee hearing, I just had some few concerns, and those concerns weren't really answered because for the lack of time, and I was informed that I need to produce certain documents to justify some things that I did mention during that particular hearing. Ang concern ko lang po talaga, for the longest time...
May I just, before the gentleman proceeds, the Senate version is now 718.08
Okay,
billion
718. Let's make it 719.
No, we have to be accurate, Your Honor.
Okay, sige.
718.08 billion.
Like I said, I don't have any problem whatsoever pagdating po sa budget ngayon for 2024 para sa
Thank you.
DepEd. Wala po tayong question dyan. Regardless, kahit na po medyo kumulang, wala pa rin po akong problema.
Thank you.
Para maging klaro po tayo. Ang problema ko, ang issue ko lang po kasi, for so many years po, sa programa ko sa Wanted sa radyo, palagi po ako nakakatanggap ng reklamo mula sa mga magulang ng mga estudyante sa elementary at high school na karamihan sa kanila ay mga mag-aaral, mga magulang na mag-aaral ng mga security guard, kasambahay, factory worker, na sila po ay naobliga mag-contribute na required ng eskwelahan through PTA para sa iba't ibang mga pangangailangan tulad ng electric fan, tulad ng jobos, tulad ng bond paper, tulad ng pambayad para sa sweldo ng security guard, sweldo ng janitor, para sa utility bills, etc., etc., etc. Na hindi po dapat dahil meron man po talaga budget ang DepEd dyan through the MOOE. Now, paano po nakukolekta itong perang ito? Para magkaroon po tayo ng idea lahat. Ang nangyari po ay dinadaan sa PTA, Parents Teachers Association. Now, pag-start po ng school year, nagpapatawag po ang PTA ng General Assembly. At pagdating po dun sa General Assembly, magbobotohan sila muna ng mga officers. Right after na magboto po yung officers, ang next agenda agad ay maghahanap sila ng proyekto, kailangan nila mag-identify ng proyekto para sa eskwelahan. At ano po yung mga proyektong yon? Yun po yung mga gastusin na akin pong binanggit. Okay. Now, I want to put a stop to it. I really do. As much as possible during my watch as a senator of the Republic. Pero napagsabihan po ako noon na kung gusto ko pong baguhin yung polisiya ng pangongolekta to PTA, gumawa na po ako ng batas. Now, I don't have to dahil nakita ko na po, very clear na sa akin, na meron naman pala talagang batas. Kaya lang, yung batas na yun ay hindi na-implement. Republic Act 4206 noong 1965 na enact yan, which prohibits collection and even voluntary or otherwise from elementary schools sa public schools, except for Red Cross, except for in fact, the only ones that was mentioned was Red Cross. Now, noong 1969, RA 5546 was enacted para ma-amend yung 4206. Dito po sa 5546, mas lalo naging malawak po yung prohibition sa collection. Maybe the good sponsor might want to react doon po sa dalawang batas na akin pong nabanggit.
Thank you. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. No, here. Change. Mr. President, the concern of the gentleman was raised during the hearing. And the Vice President Secretary of DepEd responded by mentioning Department Order number 49 series of 2022, which is a no fee, no collection policy. Tama ba yun? No fee, no collection policy, which they are strictly implementing. And it was further discussed during that hearing that there is the PTA in almost every school that does their own fundraising efforts. And it being a parent-initiated organization, they are allowed to do that. So, in connection with the law that His Honor pointed out, that is exactly consistent with the department order of the department.
But the
which is a
department
no
order
colle-
cannot
if I may-
supersede.
if I may just
go ahead.
continue,
Sorry,
Your
sorry.
Honor.
Okay.
So the department order has the very same policy. No fee, no collection. The department and all their subordinates, meaning the teachers, are not allowed to initiate or to tolerate these collection efforts. But this does not prevent the parents from having their own fundraising. This system has been practiced for decades. Ayan, finally lumakas. This system has been practiced for decades, and it has been a private initiative of the parents that has allowed many projects to see the light. No? Anything from gate, fencing, gardening, events. It's a PTA initiative, and I think that's why it was mentioned that if there is a desire to change that policy, there must be a law, because currently the DepEd order is consistent with the existing law mentioned by His Honor.
Okay, Mr. President, may I ask the good sponsor kung sabihin niya sa akin yung bang department order na yon at saan po doon sa dalawang batas na binanggit ko, RA 4206 and RA 5546, alin doon na nagsasabing pinapayagan na mangolekta ang mga eskwelahan o mga magulang para sa kontribusyon sa eskwelahan. Can you please show it to me? maybe I can help the good sponsor para mas mapabilis tayo rito, if she will allow me to.
Your Honor, if His Honor Mr. President, if His Honor can give me a minute to just review, and then I will be happy to yield the floor, of course, anytime.
Sure, session suspended for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the patience of the sponsor. As His Honor had pointed out, it's a 1965 and 1969, no, the first one was 65 yata, and 69 law, so this representation had to refresh herself on those laws, Your Honor. Hindi pa ho ako pinapanganak nung 1965. Nung inamen, pinanganak na ako, pero hindi ko pa to nabasa, inaamin ko naman po. Anyway, if we may go to the very important point of the gentleman, no? First of all, let's put on record that we respect His Honor's concern for the parents, no, who have expressed their problems, no, who have reached out to share their problems. No, we respect that, Your Honor, and we totally respect and appreciate His Honor's persistence in bringing this to the attention of DepEd, so that if there are solutions that can be made, they can be made. With that in mind, Your Honor, the question of His Honor, if I may paraphrase it to be sure that I respond accurately, is meron namang batas na nagbabawal na magkolekta ang PTA. Tama ho ba ang intindi ko sa tanong? Is that a correct understanding?
RA 5546, bawal po talaga ang contribution, collection sa mga estudyante whatsoever, whether yan ay voluntary or otherwise, except for Red Cross, Girl Scout, Boy Scout, and Barrio High School. Yun lang po talaga minention sa 5546. Wala nang iba pa. Kaya kung meron pong ginagawang collection other than those mentions, then that is against the law, against 5546, which is happening right now in so many public elementary high school. And marami pong lumabas na mga department order, and I can mention a few of them, na they're trying to circumvent the law para lamang matuloy yung gusto nila mangyari ng eskwelahan na kumolekta. Ang point ko lamang po dito, Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam, mag-implement na tayo ng policy. Meron tayong law, then dapat it's up to the executive para ma-implement itong law. Because the last time I was informed na gumawa ako ng batas para ma-implement na raw, mag-implement ng batas. Nagagawin ko, I don't have to because meron na palang dalawang batas, Your Honor.
Yes. Your Honor, Mr. President, His Honor is correct in his paraphrasing or delivering the provisions of RA 5546, kung saan ho, and I will just read it, no, para clear,
Yes,
ang maintindihan din ng mga kasamahan natin yung issue po na malapit po sa puso ng ating kasamahan. The Section 1 of RA 5546 states, the sale of tickets and or the collection of contributions in any form whatsoever by any person for any project or purpose, whether voluntary or otherwise, from school children, students and teachers of public and private schools, colleges, and universities is hereby prohibited. Tama po, sir, no? Yan, Mr. President, yan po ang tinutukoy ng ating kasamahan. Tama po. Tama ho ba?
I agree.
Yes, okay. So, nung ako ho ay nakikipagdiskusyon sa DepEd, aware po sila dito na bawal talaga ang collections of contributions in any form from school children, students, and teachers. And that is why in their Department Order number 49 series of 2022, known as the Promotion of Professionalism in the Implementation and Delivery of Basic Education Programs and Services, prohibits DepEd officials and employees from seeking contribution, support, solicitation of any kind or any kind of intervention from non-DepEd entities. It goes on to say, likewise, the department implements a no-fee collection policy wherein no fees shall be collected from learners in kindergarten up to grade 4, while fees on certain memberships may be collected from learners in grade 5 and above, strictly on a voluntary basis, e.g. Boys and Girl Scouts, Philippine National Red Cross, parent-teachers associations. So ito po yata, sir, ang implementing order na hinahanap nyo, Mr. President. Is His Honor, do I respond to His Honor's question by pointing out this DepEd Order number 49?
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. Pero can a department order supersedes a Republic Act?
Mr. President, in my humble legal opinion, this department order is consistent with the law. But I am very open to hear His Honor's concerns kung meron dito sa department order na inconsistent. Kasi isa po ako sa naniniwala na hindi talaga dapat nagsusupersede ang
Correct.
isang department order. We are one with that. And
Thank you.
I let the record show that the minority floor leader is nodding his head because for more than a decade, magkakasama kami always reviewing this department orders. Hindi ho tayo
Okay.
nagtotolerate na nag-e-exceed.
Exactly.
So, nagkakaisa po tayo dyan, Mr. President.
Pero dito po sa RA 5546, Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam, totally pinagbabawal ang any form of collections, voluntary or otherwise, except Red Cross, Girl Scout, Boy Scout, and then donors for the support of Barrio High School. And I have a definition of Barrio High School with me. Never did this RA mention about PTA.
Yes, Your Honor. We noted that the mention of PTA is now in that department order. Upon further review and discussion with the DepEd, we are now looking at the entirety of RA 5546, wherein it states Yes. Thank you. Mr. President, when we look at RA 5546, Section 1, and I will read it again, the sale of tickets and/or the collection of contributions in any form whatsoever by any person for any project or purpose, whether voluntary or otherwise, from 1, school children, 2, students, and 3, teachers are hereby prohibited. So in the case of the PTA, Your Honor, what has been the policy of DepEd since 1969, just to be clear, it is not the policy of this administration alone, but since 1969, minana nila ang policy, is that there is a total ban on collection from the children, the school children, the students, and other teachers. But they recognize PTA as a separate entity that on their own have their own rules and guidelines and may on their own come up with fundraisings that are voluntary in nature.
Fundraisings. Okay.
Well,
Can you-
just to be clear, Your Honor,
Okay.
that is my own choice of words,
That's
Mr.
your own choice of
President,
words.
yung fundraising. No? I
Okay.
use it generically po,
Madam,
Mr. President.
meron ba diyang batas na kung saan, batas tayo, dinidefine ang meaning and function ng PTA? Alam niyo po ba yun?
Dito
na meron?
sa RA 5546, wala hong banggit
Wala.
ng PTA.
Tama. Wala
Pero
po.
I will ask DepEd if there are
No,
any
don't
other...
ask DepEd. Ako
You
na pong
don't
bahala.
need to know. Okay.
Ako nang bahala.
Yes, Mr. President.
PD 603, December 10, 1974, dinefine ang meaning ng PTA. At nowhere here na nagsasabi ang PTA pwedeng mangolekta. Ang sinasabi rito, ang PTA isang programa, samahan, na para tulungan ng mga estudyante sa kanilang academic performance. Kung ano mga problema ng estudyante, anong problema ng mga magulang at teachers tungkol sa estudyante to enhance their participation sa eskwelahan, yun po yung purpose. Look at PD 603, ma'am. I'll give you a minute. PD 603, December 10, 1974. It is a forum being provided by the law para yung mga magulang at ng mga estudyante at guro ay magkaroon ng pagkakataon mapag-usapan yung welfare ng mga estudyante. Yung pong pinakabuod. Never doon sa PD na yan did mention na pwedeng mangolekta ang PTA ng contribution o collection para sa mga proyekto ng anumang mga proyekto sa isang eskwelahan.
Mr. President, I will respond to his Honor's observation on the definition of PTA. Umpisahan ko po kung ano tong PD 603, no? This is the Child and Welfare Code. Familiar po tayo dyan. It's basically a law that governs, is meant to protect children. And Section 77, Section 77, just to be clear, malawak ho itong batas na ito kasi ito din ho ang naging foundation ng Foster Care Act na naging basis ng mga amendments natin on foster care law. So it's a very general law, quite detailed, no, in various ways of protecting children. So there is a section on home and school, Chapter 2 po ito. And Article 77, as His Honor correctly points out, mentions Parent-Teachers Association. It states every elementary and secondary school shall organize a Parent-Teacher Association for the purpose of providing a forum for the discussion of problems and their solutions relating to the total school program and for ensuring the full cooperation of parents in the efficient implementation of such programs. All parents who have children enrolled in a school are encouraged to be active members of its PTA and to comply with whatever obligation and responsibility such membership entails. Parent-teacher associations all over the country shall aid the municipal and the local authorities and school officials in the enforcement of juvenile delinquent control measures and in the implementation of programs and activities to promote child welfare. Mr. President, in response to His Honor's concern or conclusion that the Parent-Teachers Association do not have the authority to collect. Tama ho, no, sir? Mr. President, that is the question, no? That the Parent-Teacher Association, by definition here in PD 603, do not have the authority to collect. That is the question,
Let
correct?
me rephrase what I said. Mr. President, Your Honor, I want a clear definition in our law that states that the PTA is allowed to collect contributions, voluntary or otherwise. Saan po sa ating konstitusyon, saan po sa ating batas. Yun po gusto ko para maging malinaw po sa atin lahat.
Yes,
Dapat po
understood.
nandito, meron po ba? In fact, ang nakita ko lamang pong definition ng PTA, which is, sabi mo, very vague, general, is PD 603, pinakamalapit. However, dito sa PD 603, hindi po sinasabi na ang PTA ay binuo para mangolekta sa mga estudyante ang mga eskwelahan. Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam.
Mr. President, I just needed to confer with DepEd if tama po ang intindi ko. So in Article 77 of PD 603, which I had just read into the record, as I said, it states there that that every elementary school shall organize ito nga hong PTA relating to the total school program to ensure full cooperation of parents in the efficient implementation of such programs. To address, they are meant to create a forum to address the problems and the solutions. So the practice of DepEd has been to support to allow the PTA to follow the mandate of Article 77, and if they need to raise funds to be able to address these problems and solutions, including the implementation of the programs, then they are governed by their own guidelines in implementing those
I'm
programs,
sorry, Mr.
including yung at tapusin ko lang po,
Sige po.
including yung fundraising. Yan po ang naging practice ng DepEd since 1969 po.
Practice is different from what the law says. You can practice anything you want. Pwede mag-practice ang DepEd. Lahat ng klaseng practice na gusto nila. Pero dapat nandoon sa batas. Pero kung wala sa batas yan, then yung practice na yon ay labag sa batas.
There is actually, Mr. President, no
sandali po.
prohibition.
Sinabi mo kasi, Madam, fundraising. So pwede mag-fundraising ang DepEd. It's been a practice through the DepEd, magkakaroon silang fundraising under PD 603. Pero, Mr. President, Your Honor, sa PD 603, wala talaga ako makita rito, kahit na letter by letter, tinitingnan ko, wala talaga nagsabi rito na pwede mag-fundraising, na pwedeng humingi ng contribution, humingi ng tinatawag na voluntary contribution. Wala talaga. So it seems to me na yung DepEd ay gumagawa-gawa ng sarili nila ng guidelines sa isang batas. Gumagawa sila ng sarili nilang IRR.
Mr. President, I'll go back to what the Republic Act states. It prohibits collection and contribution from students. And so the policy of DepEd has been to allow the PTAs to follow their own guidelines wherein contributions among the parents are allowed. So to be clear, just to be clear, Mr. President, importante po na maliwanag yung pagsagot ko sa napakamahalagang tanong ng ating kasamahan. Bawal talaga ang pagkolekta sa estudyante, and that is being honored by DepEd. In other words, hindi pwedeng maglabas ang DepEd, ang principal, ang teacher ng request or request for contribution na ibinibigay sa estudyante. Bawal po talaga yon.
Bawal.
But,
so kung bawal po, bakit po
Correct.
nangongolekta pa rin sila sa mga estudyante, especially po sa
Mr.
mga hirap?
President, I would like to clarify, never po sila nangongolekta sa estudyante. Wala po silang collection sa estudyante. Ang meron, so
I'm
that
sorry,
we can
I beg to
identify
disagree.
the issue.
I
The issue
beg to disagree, ma'am. Ito po, lahat ng mga nagsumbong sa akin.
Sir, the
These are
issue,
the
I don't
These
think,
are the list of parents na nagsumbong sa akin, iba't ibang eskwelahan sa buong Pilipinas, na kung saan sila po ay sa pilitang kinukolektahan ng mga electric fan at kung ano pang mga gamit sa eskwelahan, na meron man pong budget sa MOE ang DepEd for those things.
yes. Mr. President, first of all, may I request that that list is
Yes,
submitted
I'll be
so
more than
that
happy to
we
give it to
can
you.
give it to DepEd kasi I believe they have committed in the hearing pa lang na any violation po, iimbestigahan naman po nila. They made that commitment po. The only item left for the discussion on the floor right now is yung authority mismo ng PTA. So any direct contribution o collection sa estudyante, talaga hong iimbestigahan nila. So tama, ang pagkaintindi ko, Mr. President, sa issue is, so si PTA ba pwedeng mangolekta? And ang sinasabi po sa atin ng DepEd, the policy since 1969 has been to recognize the PTA's authority to decide among themselves. They have their own rules, they have their own guidelines to do their fundraising, that is a generic term that I'm using, among the parents. Hindi to sa bata, hindi apektado yung pagpasok ng bata, hindi apektado ang grade ng bata. Bakit ginagawa ng parents yun? Kasi kulang ang pondo. Yung sinabi ng ating kasamahan na nasa MOOE yan, meron yan pambili ng electric fan, idagdag ko na rin doon, ano yung mga kakulangan, di ba? Yung pagpaganda ng garden, driveway, entrance, kung ano pa man. Lahat naman po yan nilalagyan ng MOOE. Pero if I may call the attention of our chairman, talaga naman wala na tayo, nagbibigay tayo ng maraming pondo, but hindi talaga nakokompleto, no? In fact, ako na magsasabi, because baka may magtanong, yung mga repairs, no? Pagpalagay mo ng may electric fan dun sa loob ng classroom, o di kaya yung picture na pinakita ni Senator Bongo, medyo bumagsak yung kisame, lahat po yun falls under repairs of basic facilities. Pero natanggalan po yan ng pondo, na ilipat po sa ibang pondo yan, hindi ho ng Senado. So may mga issue pong ganyan. I think I want to assure our colleague that hanggat makakaya, sinusuportahan ng ating chairman yung ating recommendation to increase the MOOE. So that basic principle, I think everyone in the Senate supports his honor, na mapondohan sana ng lahat na yan. So, remaining na lang po yan, kung ano ho, hanggang saan ang kakayahan ng PTA to among themselves decide to fundraise parent to parent. I cannot add to my answer kasi yan po ang policy. Hindi ko naman ho kayo bobolahin, Mr. President, na iba yung policy. Yan po ang policy na ginagamit po nila. So kung may recommendations, suggestions ang ating kasamahan, this representation is happy to relay at nandito naman ang DepEd para pakinggan ang mga suggestion ng ating kasamahan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good sponsor, Honorable Congresswoman Pia Cayetano, Senator Pia Cayetano, sorry. Thank you. Pero gusto ko lang pong balikan, Mr. President, Your Honor, yung sinabi mo, it's been a long time practice. Tama?
Policy po.
Policy, okay, sige. I stand corrected. It's been a long time policy na pinapractice sa DepEd for so many years na ilan sa atin hindi pa pinapanganak dito. Of course, ako pinanganak na ako dyan. Pero dapat a policy should be dictated by the law. So is there a law na kung saan sinasang-ayunan ng policy na sinasabi nyo matagal nang pinapractice ng mga taga-DepEd? Dapat lahat ng mga bagay na ginagawa sa ating mga eskwelahan, lalo sa DepEd, na who's receiving lots and lots of budget by the billions, dapat nandoon nakasaad sa batas. Hindi pwede po silang gagawa-gawa ng sarili ng policy na wala po sa batas. Dapat lahat po ng polisiya nandoon po.
Mr. President, may I respond to that statement? Mr. President, as I said, no, kaya ho ako nag-abalang ipaliwanag na ang PD 603 is a very broad law intended to protect the rights of children. Kaya nga po Child and Youth Welfare Code ang pangalan nito. And there is just one chapter on home and school, which is only 2 articles. So, dito po sa articles na to, at binasa ko naman on record, yung pag-create ho ng PTA, wala na hong detalye yon. The fact, Mr. President, that there is no prohibition, that there is no provision that specifically or expressly prohibits the PTA from engaging in certain acts to pursue their mandate.
Yes, there is.
Mr. President, if I may just continue. My statement is, the fact that there is no provision that expressly prohibits the PTA from pursuing their mandate is in itself unaccepted principle that there is no violation. It is a rule of statutory construction that what is not expressly or impliedly prohibited by law may be done. So yan ho ang ating statutory constructions when it comes to prohibited acts. So pag sinabi po natin bawal ito, then we need to produce that law that prohibits it. And so we do have yung dalawang RA na binanggit naman ng ating kasamahan. Meron nga hong RA na nagbabawal.
Yes.
But that is why I have been repeatedly explaining that since 1969, ang implementation ng ating DepEd dito, they believe that they have been implementing this in the true spirit of the law na nagsasabing bawal mangolekta sa bata. They cannot collect contributions from school, children, students, and teachers. Yun ho ang specific wording of the law.
Exactly. Sige, pagbigyan ko po, I yield my floor to
Mr.
the
President,
minority
Yes,
leader.
Minority Floor Leader.
thank you. With the permission of my colleagues. The good sponsor mentioned statutory construction, which I used to teach in law school. We have to harmonize, and I'm thankful for the discussion. At least we brought out the RA 5546, and then Article 77 of the Child and Youth Welfare Code. Kung makikita po natin, yung RA, bawal mangolekta sa bata. Okay. Actually, sino kinokolektahan mo kung nangongolekta ka sa bata of elementary school age? Hindi ba magulang din? So if you look at the spirit of the law, bawal mangolekta sa bata at sa kanyang magulang. Ang proviso sa dulo, kung out of the goodness of the heart of the parent, willingly, without any prompting or solicitation, magdodonate siya sa school, hindi bawal yun. Okay. And then, if you look at Article 77, shall organize the PTA, in-enumerate ngayon yung purpose ng PTA. Wala po dun because it should solicit funds to financially help the school. Wala rin po dun sa Article 77 yun. So if we harmonize the two provisions, not only looking at the letter, but also looking at the spirit, I would tend to agree with the point of our interpellator, Senator Tulfo, na bawal. And if there is a department order na may interpret na pwede for the PTA to prompt or solicit or to ask contributions from the parents, let's review this department order because in my humble opinion, it violates the law, Mr. President. So thank you for the time, sir.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
With the indulgence of our colleagues, may we recognize, Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Temp for her interjection? With the
Our
indulgence.
distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I humbly suggest that since the GAA is the most important piece of legislation, it may be applicable only for the next 12 months, however, but you can keep on making it a special or a general provision. If it is the advocacy of the good gentleman, the interpellator, and if the vice chair and the chair would agree, then perhaps a draft of a special provision to reiterate an old law or a policy that may be general but may apply to that may be reiterated in a special provision for the DepEd budget to use a better word, prohibit, not encourage, no forced contribution when applicable, when reasonable. I leave it to you how to draft it. If, based on the conversations, discussions I've been hearing, while it is a very important thing and there are many other issues in the education sector, perhaps the way forward for the solution would be a special provision, if the chair and the vice chair would agree. That would refer to policies, department orders, and the old law from the 1970s, which I heard. So that's my humble suggestion, Mr. President. How that provision will sound, will be drafted, I leave it to the body. But it may prohibit or not, at least not encourage the contribution, especially from the poor families. Libre na nga ang matrikula, pero kung yung hinihingi ng contribution ay higit pa sa libreng matrikula, kawawa rin naman. So pwede natin gawin parte yan ng ating batas na ginagawa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Lauren Legarda. In fact, if I may quote Yusek Poa, sabi niya nung last hearing, doon naman po sa overall efforts, as you know, school-based feeding program is actually one of the ways na hindi napapansin, pero ito po yung ways to prevent yung ating mga dropouts, unquote. And I agree. And that's very commending. Pero it defeats the purpose na para hindi po magkaroon ng dropout, para ma-entice yung mga magulang na mga mahirap, na mga estudyante, mga mahirap na magulang na may mga estudyante, na papasukin sa eskwelahan ng kanilang mga estudyante dahil wala nang makain sa bahay. Di ba? Para naman mabusog pagdating sa eskwelahan. Pero pagdating naman sa eskwelahan, kokolektahan mo ng kung ano-ano. Then, yung iba pa nga sa kanila, yung mga sumbong sa akin, Sir, naglalakad na nga lang po ako, 2 kilometro, kasama pong aking tito, wala po akong pampamasahe. Pudpud na nga po yung aking tsinela, sapatos. Pagdating doon sa school, ine-expect kami po ay magbigay ng para sa electric fan. Ito pa po, para sa kalaman ng marami. Kuminsan, pinapahiya pa po yung mga estudyante. Nagkakaroon po ng group chat. Nakalista doon sa group chat, sino-sino yung mga nagbigay at sino-sino pa hindi nakapagbigay. So yung mga hindi nakapagbigay, peer pressure, it's either gagawa ng remedyo para makapagbigay, masama sa listahan, matanggap ng grupo, or hindi na lang papasok kasi napapahiya sila, magda-drop out na lang. Sayang yung feeding program. So what I'm trying to say here, Mr. President, napakasimple lang naman eh. Okay lang may PTA. In fact, wala akong wala akong against it sa PTA. Use it properly. Dapat yan, talagang nababantayan ng DepEd. Dapat yung PTA, gamitin lamang yan para pag-usapan po yung pong mga problema ng mga estudyante at mga guro para tingnan at i-monitor yung mga activities ng mga estudyante, yung kanilang academic performance. And this is the truth. Your Honors, siguro meron kang estudyante sa public school, may anak ka ba? Maybe wala. Or maybe may staff ka na nag-aaral sa public school because marami akong staff nag-aaral sa public school here in the Senate saka sa RTIA at lahat sila nagsasabi na talagang pinipilit yung kanilang mga estudyante magbigay sa kontribusyon. Pag hindi ka nag-contribute, anong consequence? Hindi ka na maging paborito ng teacher. Ikaw ay pwedeng maiwan, ikaw ay mag-scrub ng sahig. Ikaw ang mag-erase ng mga nakasulat sa blackboard. Marami pa pagawa sa iyo. Pero kung ikaw nag-contribute, go home ka na, maganda pa ang grades mo. Yan po ang madalas na mangyari sa iba't ibang mga eskwelahan. At yan po ay documented. At yan po in-interview ko po lahat ng mga staff ko na may mga estudyante sa public school na nire-require po talaga sa PTA pa lamang, binoboto na agad kung ano yung mga pwedeng ma-contribute, anong pwedeng may ayos sa eskwelahan. Just imagine, Mr. President, Your Honor, every single year, kailangan mag-contribute ang mga estudyante para sa electric fan. Kung ipon-ipunin natin yung contribution sa electric fan every year, siguro baka marami ng warehouse ng electric fan dyan sa DepEd, kung saan dinadala yung electric fan. My question also, Mr. President, Your Honor, di ba meron pong MOE para dyan sa electric fan na yan? Ba't kinakailangan pa pagbayarin yung mga estudyante sa electric fan, sa jobos, sa pintura, sa bond paper, maging sa, ito pa po, sweldo sa security guard, sweldo sa janitor, pati ba naman sa kuryente. And I understand, Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam, meron po tinatawag na Special Educational Fund, ang LGU. In fact, ang LGU nagbibigay din ng pera sa DepEd, Mr. President. Sana pupunta yung SEF. Now, my question is, maari siguro ang problema hindi nakakarating sa mga eskwelahan ang MOOE. Saan na pupunta yung MOOE? Kailangan siguro i-audit natin yung MOOE. Yan po ba ay nakakarating ng tama o baka naman nakakarating sa mga eskwelahan pero hanggang sa principal lang? Kaya may mga balita, si principal, magaganda ang mga bahay, magaganda ang mga sasakyan, pero sila teacher, kawawa. So si teacher gagawa ng remedyo at yun na nga, maningil sa mga estudyante. Kaya nga po, sabi pa nga nung mga nakakausap ko po, doon sa mga listahan, I think we interviewed more than 100. Sabi, kaya nga po kami pumunta sa public school dahil wala po kami pambayad sa private school. Sila po ay mga tricycle driver, pedicab driver, labandera, kasambahay, factory worker, na mga underpaid, na maliliit lamang sweldo. Salamat nga, sinabi ni Secretary Yusek Poa, and I commend you for saying that, yung programa nyo yan, na merong feeding program para hindi na po tumaas pa yung cases ng dropout para ma-entice yung mga magulang na papuntahin sa eskwela ng kanilang mga estudyante dahil meron ng pagkain. Gutom kasi sila, kaya hindi sila pumapasok, pero kung bigyan mo ng pagkain, papasok na sila. However, pagdating naman sa school, yung libreng pagkain, parang siningil mo lang dahil pagbabayarin mo para sa kung ano ng contribution.
Sir, ano po yung tanong nyo?
I'm just making a statement, Mr. President, Your Honor, kung ano po yung sentimiento ng mga pumunta sa akin, mga magulang, libo na po, sinasabi po sa akin. So what I'm saying is, we have to stop this wrong policy na kung saan nagbabiolate ng law ang kung ano-ano pong department order na ipinapalabas po ng DepEd para lamang pipilitin na makakolekta sa mga estudyante. Sabi pa nga ni Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, pag kinolekta mo estudyante, wala naman pera yung mga estudyante, parang sino kinukolektahan mo talaga? In essence, yung mga magulang. So, for me, change that policy. Huwag na ho tayo mangolekta. Zero collection na talaga, voluntary or otherwise, tulad na nakalagay sa batas. Okay? Except for Red Cross, Girl Scout, Boy Scout, and Barrio High School. Let's stick to what the law says. Stop na natin yan. Huwag na ho tayo magpalabas ng mga department order para we try to circumvent the law para makakolekta. Tuloy, ang duda nito mga magulang, baka siguro gusto nilang magpalabas ng kung ano mga department order para makakolekta sapagkat gusto nilang yung MOE hindi na makarating sa mga eskwelahan. Now, may I add, Mr. President, Your Honor, kung sasabihin nyo lang sa akin ngayon na kayo po ay mag-issue ng department order telling all schools under DepEd, let's stick to 5546, period. And I will sit down. Otherwise, kapag hindi, magpipilit kayo, abutin tayo dito hanggang madaling araw. And I will not stop because I know I'm right.
Mr. President, just a short response. The policy of DepEd is very clear. They have a no toleration policy on the collection from students. So, itong huling mga nabanggit ng ating kasamahan na yung mga estudyante, nagko-collect, paulit-ulit din na sinasabi sa akin ni Vice President, DepEd Secretary na no, they will not tolerate that and they commit to investigate that.
Thank you.
So clear po tayo dyan. On that note, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
may we acknowledge, Mr. President, move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Pia Cayetano. So move.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. President, I'd like to thank our colleagues. No, I asked for a minute suspension to also gather the wisdom of the Senate. No, and I'd like to commend our colleague Senator Tulfo for raising this very important issue. We also took the opportunity to ask DepEd what actions, if any, have they taken upon receipt of similar complaints, and they confirmed that upon receipt of similar complaints, they have received similar complaints, and they have actually suspended airing PTAs. So on that note, Your Honor, they are prepared to issue a department order strengthening the law.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all, Mr. President, Your Honor. Thank you. On behalf of the thousands and thousands and thousands of parents who have students in public elementary school, would like to thank DepEd and the sponsor na magpapalabas na po kayong department order para to strengthen the law. At pag nagkaroon ng violation, magkakaroon po silang sanction. Yun lang po talaga ang gusto ko mangyari para matuwa na po yung maraming mga magulang. Thank you very much, Mr.
Maraming
President.
salamat.
I
Thank
rest
you
my
very
case.
much. Thank you very much, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, we thank the gentleman from Isabela and Davao for raising that very important issue, Mr. President, and we also thank our sponsor for giving us a bird's eye view of what will happen in the coming months, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpellate, for his short interpellation, may I move that we recognize our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.B. Ejercito. So move, Mr. President.
Senator, Majority,
Just 2
Deputy
points, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader is recognized.
Yes, these are valid points for DepEd, Mr. President. Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam Chair, for the record, how many really is the public school classroom shortages in the country? Do you have an information?
Yes, Your Honor, we have that number. So, Mr. President, to be clear, Mr. President, we have different categories, yung new classroom, repair of classrooms. So I'll just respond to the new classroom. No, I would assume that's the most commonly thought of when we think of a classroom shortage. So for the new classrooms, the actual gap is 158,779 classrooms.
So for the record, that's 158,000 classrooms.
Almost 159,
Yes, almost
158,700.
And likewise, is it true, Madam Chair, that of that number, a total of about 440 classrooms were destroyed in storms or other disasters?
That seems to be accurate, Your Honor.
I'm just worried, Madam Chair, Mr. President, because under fiscal year 2024, DepEd has an allocation of 19.6 billion for the construction of new school buildings. Is this accurate, Madam Chair? Is this in the National Expenditures Program?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much is the allocation for repairs?
6.5 billion, Your Honor.
Yes, my concern, Madam Chair, Mr. President, under the GAB, I observed that there was an increase in the budget for the construction of new classrooms from 19.6 billion to 24.6 billion. However, this is my concern, which you mentioned earlier, that the repairs and rehabilitation of classrooms was decreased from 6.5 billion to 1.5 billion. Madam Chair, I'm worried because, as you know, we are in the Pacific Ring of Fire, always visited by about 20 typhoons, prone to calamities. And this is a low-hanging fruit, Madam Chair, because I was also a chief executive. I was a mayor once in my lifetime, and I know for a fact that it is much easier, faster, to rehabilitate and repair classrooms that can be used right away than to construct new classrooms. Kaya po nag-aalala po ako, what is the reason for the increase in the budget of construction of new classrooms and the decrease in the budget of repairs and rehabilitation? Because this is a new low-hanging fruit, Madam Chair.
Yes. Mr. President, to be clear, so for the understanding of our other colleagues and yung mga nanonood nga po sa atin, tama po yung observation ni Senator J.V. Ejercito na ang ating ang nasa NEP, no, ito po yung lumabas sa DBM na budget ng repairs of classrooms is nasa 6.5. Tapos po nung dumating sa atin ang GAB, ito po yung version ng House of Representatives, lumiit po ang repairs of classroom from 6.5 to 1.5. So factual po yan, bumabaho ng 5 billion. So nung hinahanap po natin kung saan napunta, mukha hong napunta ito dito sa construction of new classrooms. Kasi under the NEP, yung galing nga po sa DBM, it's 19.5, and then ngayon under the GAB coming from the House, it's now 24.6.
So there's an increase, Madam Chair, of 5 billion
Of
for
5
new.
billion. That's why
for
ang
new.
conclusion natin is nilipat po iyon doon. Siyempre po, tayo naman, lahat naman tayo dito, happy naman tayo, of course, for the construction of new classrooms. But we always study saan nanggaling yung pondo because we have limited funds. So kung yan ho ay nanggaling nga dito sa pang-repair, as His Honor pointed out, Mr. President, nakakahinayang naman kasi maraming repair na kumbaga sa less, it makes sense naman po, di ba? Imbis na magpatayo ka ng 4 walls,
Mas madali
and roof,
magpaayos,
and another
mag-repair.
bathroom,
Yes.
madali naman po magpaayos, di ba? Hindi naman po yung napaka-komplikado naman po ng architecture nito, di ba? Baka ho may problema lang sa bubong, baka ho yung banyo. So, mas marami ang mare-repair kaysa sa matatayo sigurong bago. So nag-aalala din po tayo dyan, and I thank His Honor for bringing that up because lagi ho tayo naghahanap ng mabilis pero maaasahang solusyon. So mabilis sana ho yung pag-repair.
And likewise, yung classroom shortage that you mentioned, about 109,
yes, yung binanggit natin.
59,000, I think it will be faster for us to be able to utilize classrooms that can be repaired
Yes.
or rehabilitated than to construct new ones.
Yes, and we had the opportunity to discuss this issue with the Secretary and kinonfirm po niya na kailangan din nila yung pondong yan para po sa repairs.
Anyway, I also have information, Madam Chair, Mr. President, that 24.6 billion allocated under the GAB, but only 9.8 billion from the allocation is left to the discretion of DepEd. Is this accurate, ma'am? Because if this is so, from what I know, if it's DepEd, this will be needs, based on needs, Your Honor.
Yeah. So again, I'll repeat the numbers, no? Nasa 24 billion ang budget ng DepEd for the new construction. Pero nung dumating ho sa atin ang galing sa House, na-identify nila ang roughly 10 billion or 14.8 billion. Therefore, parang ang naiwan na lang na budget for DepEd to construct schools that they believe are priorities is less than 10? Less than 10 billion. Is that accurate? Less than 10 billion. So, we have also discussed this with DepEd because, syempre po, Mr. President, we look to the agencies we look to their wisdom for the implementation of their programs. We assume that they are the institution that knows the state of education of the whole country. Kung hindi naman ho issue ang funding, syempre lahat patatayuan natin bukas na bukas, lahat. Wala naman hong issue sa kagustuhan natin na lahat ng barangay magkaroon ng sariling eskwelahan. But given the shortage, I have to assume that alam ng DepEd kung sino yung kailangan bigyan. For example, may malaking syudad na maluwag pa naman ang ibang classroom, so pwede sigurong yung isa munang syudad ang bigyan, di ba ho, Mr. President? So katulad din yun na naging mayor, I'm sure may time na mag-share muna ang barangay, di ba, ng facilities. Then later, saka sila magkakanya-kanya. So, as chairman of the budget of DepEd, I do hope that with the wisdom of the Senate, no, we can assist DepEd in having a bigger say on the distribution of those schools, because we just really want to ensure, Mr. President, na makakarating sa bawat barangay ng Pilipinas, lalo na yung mga nangangailangan talaga, ang classrooms na kailangan sa lugar nila, Mr. President.
Before I end, Madam Chair, Mr. President, if example, the 24 billion, for example, can the DepEd be able to utilize this, yung 24 billion, to be able to build new classrooms?
Mr. President, sorry, can you please repeat?
For example, we will be able to give the DepEd the discretion to have new construction, the new school buildings or classrooms. Can they be able to utilize? Kaya po naman po nila.
Yes, Mr. President, itong 24 billion na pinapag-usapan natin, kumbaga nasala na yan, kasi from the past experience of this representation, we always discuss with them to ensure na kaya nilang ma-utilize yung budget, kasi ayaw ho ng DBM na nakatenga lang po yung pondo doon. Mr. President, pwede ko lang hubang idagdag dun sa sinabi ko, DepEd has their prioritization for new constructions. It's important that we put this on record. Galing po ito kasi meron po tayong EDCOM kung saan we are constantly in coordination with DepEd and other sectors. So ito po yung prioritization ng DepEd. Schools with learners having classes in makeshift or open spaces and other alternative learning spaces. Number 2, schools with remaining classroom requirement shortage. Kung kumbaga may school na, dadagdagan na lang. 3, replacement of school buildings totally damaged by typhoons and other calamities structurally. 4, schools located geographically isolated, disadvantaged, and conflict areas, it's otherwise known as GIDCA, with high incident of poverty. 5, schools damaged by calamities that are not included in the QRF, the Quick Response Fund, and schools with no program construction for the past 5 years. So ito ho yung set of priorities ng DepEd, and as their sponsor, the sponsor of their budget, nais ko din naman po na masunod itong priorities.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Likewise, I would like to reiterate that we're hoping that the budget, the allocation for repairs and rehabilitation will be restored. No? Because as I mentioned, I'd like to reiterate, this is a low-hanging fruit that the students will be able to utilize as soon as possible. Because as I mentioned, we are being visited by a lot of calamities or even storms every year. May nakita ko mga nakatiwangwang because of lack of funding for repairs. So I'm hoping that we can restore this, Madam Chair, because I think it will be more practical and it can be utilized easily by our students. That's all, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate is our minority leader, but Senator Bato de la Rosa, the gentleman from Davao and Bohol, would like to make a statement, a manifestation. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
Our distinguished colleague from Davao and Bohol, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Madam Chairman, good sponsor. Good afternoon po. First, short manifestation of support, manifestation of gratitude, and manifestation of appeal. Number one, I would like to manifest my support for the approval of the budget of DepEd. And number two, ako po'y nagpapasalamat from the bottom of my heart to our DepEd Secretary for forgetting about the confidential funds. And it spared the Senate from debates regarding this issue. Maraming salamat po. At number three, I would like to appeal to DepEd
Thank you, brother.
na sana to remind always their teachers about the legal doctrine of locus parentis, which emphasized the legal responsibilities of the teacher who are entrusted by the parents doon sa kanilang mga anak. And in line with this, remind ko rin sila, itong Article 218 of the Family Code, the schools, its administrators and teachers, or the individual entity or institution engaged in child care shall have special parental authority and responsibility over the minor child while under their supervision, instruction, or custody. Authority and responsibility shall apply to all authorized activities, whether inside or outside the premises of the school, entity, or institution. Kaya ko ito binanggit, Mr. President, dahil nga, sana, appeal ko sa kanila is that, Madam Sponsor, even without the confidential funds, sana siguruhin natin na wala na mga bata na ma-recruit ng CPP-NPA doon sa kabundukan at makipaglaban sa ating gobyerno at mamatay. Yun lang ang appeal ko, Mr. President, good sponsor, dahil nga, noong 18th Congress, the last Congress, no, we were together with the good sponsor nung nagkaroon tayo ng hearing about those missing minors. Lumalabas talaga sa investigation natin na ang mga bata na nawawala at napunta sa CPP-NPA ay nanggagaling dyan sa senior high school, grades 11 and 12, which is under the care of DepEd. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, sana isipin palagi ng mga teachers kung bilang second parents ng ating mga anak, these children are entrusted to them. Alam natin, during the hearing, palaging ini-emphasize ng mga school authorities na we cannot do otherwise because of academic freedom. They are free to choose kung gusto nila mag-rebuild or what. But sana, very clear dito sa ating family code na dapat may responsibilidad ng mga teacher pagdating sa pag-alaga ng ating mga kabataan. Kung ang parents ay ayaw na magiging rebuilde ang kanilang mga anak, you, being the second parents, ay dapat gano'n din ang paningin natin sa mga bata na dapat hindi ito ma-recruit ng CPP-NP, hindi ma-radicalized, hindi ma-recruit, hindi aakyat sa bundok, mag-armas, lumaban sa ating gobyerno at mamatay na walang kasaysayan yung kanilang buhay. So yun lang po, good sponsor, ang aking apila sa ating Department of Education. Sana po nakikinig yung ating mga teachers ngayon. Sana, hindi na magdagdag. Because we are on the last stretch of our campaign against this insurgency. Pero ngayon medyo nabuhayan sila. Nabuhayan yung mga komunista dahil nga parang lumalabas na talagang panalo sila. Nahinto nila yung DepEd from having their confidential funds which supposed to be used doon sa paghinto sa paglaganap ng recruitment doon sa mga kabataan sa senior high school. Another topic, Madam Chair, good sponsor, is about the salugpungan schools. Alam natin na itong mga salugpungan schools ay they are being run by the CPP-NPA, and during the last Congress, mainit ang bakbakan dito about this. And I was assured by the then Secretary, Madam Liling Briones, Secretary Briones, na wala na daw existing na salugpungan schools ngayon sa buong Pilipinas. And I hope, kasi itong mga salugpungan schools na pinapatakbo ng CPP, NPA, NDF, ay ito yung nag-sprout dahil sa kawalan ng DepEd sa kanilang area. So sana lahat ng barangays mabigyan natin ng proper educational institution, particularly sa basic education, dahil susulpot na naman itong mga salugpungan schools, at kawawa ang ating mga bata at a very young age ay napupunta na sa armado ng CPP-NPA. Kasi nga, as you record, according to DepEd, 55 lumad schools operated by the Salugpungan Taitang Igkagunon Community Learning Center Incorporated sa 2019. I hope hindi na ito maibalik. And 12.3% of the rebels who surrendered in 2016 to 2020 were minors aged 12 to 17 years old. Ito mga edad na ito ay obviously nasa basic education ito na edad. So I hope, Madam Chair, good sponsor, through the DepEd officials, i-remind palagi natin yung ating mga teachers about the doctrine of locus parente. Maraming salamat. Mr. President, Madam Chair, thank you po. Salamat.
Yes, just like to add that we support the efforts of Senator Bato and all the government agencies to reduce the insurgency in our country. But I would like to ask Senator Bato de la Rosa, did you accept the Vice President's invitation for you to climb Mount Apo?
Well,
I
Mr.
think there was a
President,
challenge.
Well, Mr.
Meron
President,
yatang Mount Apo challenge.
because of my eagerness to accept her challenge, na-overtrain ako, Mr. President. Nagkaroon ako ng injury dahil every morning nag-treadmill ako for more than 1 hour. Kaya ito ngayon, back to zero na naman ang preparation ko. But kahit na halos kalahati lang yung edad ng ating DepEd Secretary sa akin, lalabanan ko siya sa akyatan kahit saang bundok dito sa Pilipinas. Basta bigyan mo lang ako ng
Bawal
tamang
helicopter,
preparation.
Senator Bato. Lakad talaga.
Lakad talaga ito, Mr. President. Lakad talaga.
Sige.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bato.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to make a very short manifestation is the distinguished gentleman from the province of Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino. I move that he be recognized.
My
Mr.
distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I totally associate myself with the manifestation of our dear colleague, Senator De La Rosa, especially as to the locus parenti doctrine. And I fully know that the DepEd family is doing the best efforts to address the concerns, especially in areas far from the urban centers. And Mr. President, the good sponsor knows fully well that I'm multitasking. I'm also preparing my lesson plans for today. I have a class within 2 hours. I'm also a teacher. So again, that locus parenti doctrine do not fully explain in the GAA or even in existing laws, aside from those mentioned by the good gentleman from Davao, is still the correct concept. The DepEd, the teachers, should be the parents of the students. Yun lang po, Mr. President, at dagang salamat.
Mr. President, thank you. Senator Jinggoy Estrada would like to ask just one question, Mr. President. So will give way to his one question. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our distinguished colleague from San Juan is recognized.
If the sponsor will yield to just one question. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, during the last election, the BSK, Barangay SK election, there were reports that I have received. In fact, I have a video here showing that teachers, some of the teachers in one of the cities here in Metro Manila, have been accused of cheating. And I also have a picture here that a teacher read some official ballots with the stub of the upper part still attached to the official ballot. And that should have been a spoiled ballot, Mr. President. Mr. President, my question is, what are the possible sanctions that can be imposed against erring school teachers who have been caught cheating during elections? Kasi dito, sa video na ito, parang merong mga sinisingit na balota ron sa loob ng ballot boxes. And if this can happen to a city here in Metro Manila, it can also happen nationwide. May I know the possible sanctions, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the violation no, of the conduct of a teacher which would amount to a violation of election laws would be under the jurisdiction of COMELEC, but DepEd can receive these complaints and forward it to
Maybe I
COMELEC.
can forward the video message and the
Yes,
pictures
of course.
forward.
Of course.
We'll forward it
But
to
the
the
ultimate,
Department of Education.
The ultimate judge or the ones who will hear
Will be
this
the
offense
COMELEC,
would be
not the
COMELEC,
DepEd.
not the DepEd.
All right. Because this is a major concern of my part. In my part, maybe my colleagues here would also agree with me that cheating has no place
Of course.
during elections. That's why we have to have an orderly, peaceful, and clean and honest elections. That is why I am really very worried about the actions of some. I am not generalizing everybody, but some of our teachers who are still performing acts of cheating. And I can send this video to the Department of Education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jinggoy. Mr. President, last but not the least, I move that we recognize our distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So
Our
moved, Mr.
distinguished
President.
minority floor leader, Senator Quirino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor.
Of course, Mr. President.
So, we are discussing the Senate Committee on Finance, the subcommittee, report, Mr. President. Our report increases the budget of the department, of the family, by 3.499 billion. May we know, Mr. President?
3.499, tama ba?
Yes, with the Office of the Secretary getting 3 billion increase under our committee report.
Yes, Mr. President.
May we find out where all of this went and why?
What is the question? Can you find out?
The distribution of the 3.499 billion
okay.
increased by our committee. I think we used as the draft the House GAB,
3 billion.
and then over and above the GAB level, we added 3.499 billion.
So, 3 billion, 369. So, ito lang. Okay. So, Mr. President, the breakdown would be as follows. Support to school and learners program, that's the teaching overload pay, that's 200 million. And this is the distribution. And that 200 million is further distributed as follows: elementary, 40 million; junior high school, 60 million; senior high school, 100 million. And then there is a special hardship allowance. This is 300 million. The school voucher program, 1 billion. And then the educational human resource development program, which is the training of teachers for the Matatag curriculum, that is 1.5 billion. Tuloy ko to. Ito lang yung tinanong niya. Oo. That's for DepEd, and then there is additional 69 million for ECCD, that's the early childhood. Then there's 35.42 million for National Academy of Sports, then 25 million for NBDB, and then 20 million for NCCT, and then 350 million for NM, National Museum.
For the attached agencies. Thank you,
The-
Mr. President.
The latter one were all attached agencies, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, so how does this amount of our committee report, this 718 billion, compare with the NEP level for the DepEd family, Mr. President? From the NEP, is it an increase?
Yes, Mr. President. The NEP was 714.16 billion, and our Senate report came out as 718.08 billion.
So tayo po ang nagtaas, ang Senado ang nagtaas actually. Sa House po ba yes?
Well, I was going to answer, but it appears the follow-up question is, what did the House do?
Sa House po ba ay binawasan nila ng 125, 150 million?
No, Mr. President. So, ang Senate, nagtaas po tayo ng almost 4 billion.
Yes.
Ang House, nagtaas ng 395 million.
Nagdagdag pa pala.
Oo,
Okay.
pero pwede niyo akong tanungin kung saan napunta yun.
Tumaas pa rin sa House ang GAB in spite of their announcement that they cut the confidential fund of the DepEd in the amount of 150. In
Yes,
spite
Mr.
in spite of eliminating that amount, the House bill still increased the budget for the DepEd family. We're talking about the family muna. The family with the attached agencies.
Yes, that's accurate, Mr.
Okay po.
President.
So meaning to say that the confidential fund of the Office of the Secretary in the amount of 150 was not taken out of the DepEd family. Nandun.
Yes, again, we are talking about the House. Yung
Yes,
sa-
the House. And
yung sa House.
yes, I think in the Senate also. I think we are not in the Senate, we did not restore that 150.
Yes.
And yet imbis na bumaba nga ang budget, that higher pa nga by 3.499 eh. So it's a
Yes.
Senate committee which augmented the budget of the entire DepEd family.
Correct.
Yes.
I hesitate to answer, Your Honor, because I don't want to violate executive session because there was some kind of decision made there, Your Honor, no? So, can I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
So we will resume with the interpellation. Let's do this step by step, Mr. President. No? The House budget bill sent to the Senate increased the Department of Education's budget. Let's talk about Office of the Secretary lang po, Department of Education. By, let's round off the figure, 300 million? Is that an accurate statement?
395, Your Honor.
Mataas pa, closer to 400 pala. 300,
Yes.
395 million.
Yes.
And this is despite the fact that they were supposed to have eliminated the 150 million confidential fund.
What they did, Your Honor, what the House did upon examination of the budget, the gap that was submitted to us, is they put it under the government assistance and subsidies, educational service contracting. Ito po yung tinatawag na GASPE.
Okay. Ngayon yung 395, so that we will understand the House bill sent to us, saan po yun na dinagdag po?
It's under the operation of schools, tama? Under operation schools specifically.
Operation of schools, ano ba yan?
No, wait, 395 was here. Hindi, pero ito ba, ano? Nothing to, hindi to. Ito lang. Oh, so wala to, ha? Wala to. Okay.
Tsaka may honey.
Okay, ito na lang daw.
Wag lang yung red, yung mga green, yung mga dagdag, yung mga plus.
What is this? What does that stand for?
MO.
General Manager. Regional Office, MOE Division Office. New construction. Hindi, yung 395 lang.
Sabi
395. Kasi nag-move around to. Dead Valley, nasagot ko na yan. So, 13. Okay. Kasan yung ano? Mr. President, I apologize for the delay. I am reconciling different responses that I'm getting.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, obviously, we received this over the weekend.
Yeah,
no?
na nga, that's
So,
the problem.
our LBRMO, our in-house department assisting us, and the office of the DepEd need to reconcile. I would rather isa lang ang maibigay kong sagot kesa sa, so if His Honor could move on to a different issue, because I didn't know that they had different numbers, Your Honor.
Ito yung danger, Mr. President, na certified bill ang budget eh. After second reading, diretso yung third reading, hindi natin alam talaga ano yung final na forma eh. So, this is an example, given to us over the weekend. Days. Pero imposible makabisado natin, and then the budget is being certified. That's why from the very start, this representation will question a presidential certification for the regular budget. A very predictable legislative activity, Mr. President. We can even predict when it will happen, Mr. President. So, okay, so with that, Mr. President, tayo naman, and the Senate Committee naman, we added 3 billion, as already stated by the
Yes.
by the sponsor, no?
Yes.
To the Office of the Secretary.
Almost 4 years.
But then our committee report also eliminated the 150 million confidential fund given in the NEP for the Office of the Secretary. That's correct. That's a statement of fact, right?
What we have, Your Honor, is upon receipt of the GAB, we retained that amount in the GASPE as I reported earlier.
Yes, because we're talking, what is before us now is the committee report. Right?
Yes.
This, our committee report.
Our
the Senate.
committee
Yes,
report.
yes. Okay. Yan po pinag-usapan natin. Okay, so just like in the budget for the OVP, and sabi ko nga, one of the purposes of this of hearings like this where the agencies are represented is for the agency to make a final appeal should they want some final changes to their budget, augmentation, restoration, addition, realignment, etc. So if we can ask the agency concerned, the Department of Education, if they are making an appeal connected with the elimination. Yeah, well, that's what we did. We actually eliminated it. The elimination of the confidential fund of the Office of the Secretary to the tune of 150 million pesos.
Mr. President, the Office of DepEd, the VP Secretary, has a statement, and I'll read it. We are all parents who want to protect our children. Ang seguridad ng mga bata ay seguridad ng kinabukasan ng ating bayan. Nonetheless, DepEd will no longer pursue confidential funds. We humbly request that the funds be realigned to the National Learning Recovery Program because we do not expect good scores for the 2022 PISA results coming out this December.
So thank you for that, Mr. President, for that manifestation. And once again, I commend our Vice President, who is the Secretary of Education, for that posture, Mr. President, for that position, Mr. President. So may we know about what is that program where the Vice President and the Secretary is requesting us to
Yes.
put the money
Yes.
of
Mr. President, ito yung National Learning Recovery Program. Ito po yung extra effort and initiatives to train or to provide additional training for our teachers on the most basics, yung kanilang reading, comprehension, math, which is really the foundation of learning, Your Honor, Mr. President.
This is a tutorial, Mr. President.
Within the regular school hours. So learning time. So includes for
Anong pangalan? National Recovery Learning. National Learning. So may program, may 5 basic programs siya.
No?
Complicated ng
Mr. President, this is the National Learning, the National Learning Recovery Program includes, it has 5 sub-programs: the National Learning Camp, the National Reading Program, the National Mathematics Program, the National Science and Technology Program, and other similar programs to support learning recovery efforts.
So that program has a sub-program, but per my records, the DepEd has 5 regular programs. Tama po ba yan? Education Policy Development Program, Basic Education Inputs Program, Inclusive Education Program, Support to Schools and Learners Program, and Education Human Resource Development Program. So is that National Learning Recovery Program a sub-program of the 5 programs? Of one of the 5 programs?
No, Mr. President. Itong binabasa ko na National Learning Recovery Program and the sub-items there are all under the basic education curriculum.
Basic. Ano siya dito? Yes, but aren't the programs of aren't the PAPs, the PAPs of the Education Department, anong tawag doon? Aren't they categorized as falling into one of the 5 basic programs?
According to our planning, ma'am, that falls
The basic educational curriculum that I mentioned is under the Education Policy Development Program.
Correct. Okay. So dyan siya. Okay. So that program has a program which has sub-programs.
Yes.
Okay. So good luck to all of us to understanding. So ganun po yan. Okay. I mean, we also want to understand your
Yes, of course.
yes, your budget. Actually maganda nga pagka-presented the five big programs. For example, this basic education inputs program. Ito po yung may malaking capital outlays. So definitely, andito yung ating classroom building, classroom repair. Dito po siya. Tama po?
Si Beth? Yes, Your Honor.
Capital outlay is 34 billion. So, can we give us the basic division of the 34 billion? New classrooms, and then ano pa yung iba?
Capital outlay. What's under capital outlay? Number 6 lang? That's it, Beth?
Yung national learning, under coverage, ulat mo nga sa papel ang pangalan niya. Masyado malaki yung na-budget. Masyado malaki.
What? It's Beth. What else?
Grace.
Computerization program. Is that don't I just have a list? I can. But the biggest is the Beth. Again, sorry Mr. President, hindi the data we have is not presented as CO kasi the COs are tucked into each program. So for example, basic education facilities, may CO component yon. So I have to dissect each one to give His Honor an accurate response kung ano yung CO.
But I'm really after the I think you've mentioned it earlier also the
basic
what's our total budget for new classrooms?
Okay. Sige, yun simple lang po yun,
Alam
Mr.
ko, apa.
President.
But that's the charge against the 34 billion, I think. Ilan yun? Ilan po yun?
24.6, Mr. President.
Okay. That would be good enough for, what is our cost per classroom? Ngayon po ang ating
2.5 million, pero that includes a budget for parang support, no? Like nakakompute po yun na for how many classrooms, may bathrooms, ganun po ang computation on Mr. President. It's okay.
Kasi, Mr. President, last year,
Okay.
siyempre paulit-ulit din naman yung mga tanong natin kasi this is a regular department naman. Ang functions din niya, predictable na. Last year, when we asked about the classroom shortage, ang sagot po last year, 167,000. This year, from the earlier interpellation, ang classroom shortage po natin ay 159,000. Is the claim that is it the claim now of the department we have built 8,000 classrooms?
Ganun ba yun? Build 8,000 or may kasama
Kaya
repairs?
kakalculate tayo.
Solid 8,000 was built. Basta Nasa 8,000 new are made available. Mr. President, yes, that is actually a combination of new classrooms, repairs. In other words, 8,000 plus new classrooms are made available.
Yes, okay. So yun po, to support the point of Senator JV earlier, that's why it's important that we bring back to, anong tawag mo doon? Anong condition yun? To usable condition, those who are in disrepair. So meron din siguro inventory naman ang department yan.
Yes, Mr. President, they actually have a request for repairs. And this is the amount that we discussed with Senator JV earlier, na nabawasan po under the GAB, under the House version, yung budget nila for repairs.
Yun na nga. So in our committee report, dito lang po tayo sa ating committee, how much is the budget for repairs?
Yung repairs, 6.5 billion, Your Honor.
6.5.
So, no, 6.5.
6.5.
Our committee report is 6.5.
Our committee report, the Senate committee report.
Yeah. Kaya 1.5. Hindi, kasi...
Yung mga hiring ng teacher, ano ba matatanong ko doon? Hiring ng teacher. Tapos of course yung curriculum kasi bakit na yung curriculum na wala pang
Mr. President, let me explain. The discussion we had with Senator JV earlier is the difference between the NEP, which is from the DBM, and the GAB. We support the NEP version because we want to have a bigger budget for repairs.
Correct.
So, but officially, what we have in the committee report is the GAB, because in terms of the time constraints we had, then we just adopt the House. But that is not the personal, that is not the recommendation of the chair, and we have a lot of support from our colleagues. If I'm not mistaken, also the chairman of the Committee on Finance.
So the committee report, 1.5B.
Similar to the GAB.
Yes.
But we
No,
take
but
note
we
that-
must own up to our own committee report. That's our committee report. That's our committee report.
That is our committee
Yes,
report,
that's our
Your
committee
Honor.
report. That's the Senate committee's report. Ating gawa na po natin yun. Even if we borrowed it from somewhere else, gawa na natin yung pinirmahan. May pirma tayo ron sa committee report actually, Mr. President. So, 1.5 billion repair of classrooms. And if the House bill retained or even exceeded the level of the NEP, and yet there was a 5 billion reduction in the classroom repair level of the NEP, where did it go? Sa loob ng House bill or...
Yes, Mr. President, as pointed out in the previous interpellation of our colleague Senator J.V. Ejercito, the House put 5 billion into the new construction. So
Okay,
construction pa rin of facilities,
Good.
but they put it there and they have identified, as pointed out by Senator JV, they identified the schools, the areas, and that's why our colleague, Mr. President, was expressing concern that DepEd would be deprived of their ability to determine what are the priority areas, and we put on record what are the guidelines for determining the priority areas.
Correct. We should concede that DepEd has the data, the relevant data on where the classrooms are most needed. But then did our committee report retain the level of the House bill as far as new classrooms are concerned?
Did
For
our
the
committee,
new-
did our committee report retain the level of the House bill
Of
as far
NEP.
as new classrooms are concerned? Building of new classrooms?
Yes, because
Okay, so
we,
yes, okay.
we adopted the version
Yes.
of the GAB, Mr. President. Pero for the record, yung sinubmit natin po is the NEP version. So I believe that there are constraints that occurred precisely because of the timing of the submission, Your Honor. To just put on record that like Senator JV, we support that the budget for the repairs would not be touched as determined, as provided in the NEP, and that the construction is still there, but not at the expense of the repairs that need to be done.
Yes, the recommendation of our sponsor is, as far as construction is concerned, we retain the level of the House
NEP,
bill.
Of the NEP,
Of
Your
the NEP.
Honor.
If that's the NEP, then that would be 5 billion lower than the House bill.
Yes, but that
Level.
5
Yes, I know.
billion
Goes
would
to-
be for
Yes.
the repairs, which we believe is a low-hanging
Yes,
fruit.
okay.
Madali hong magpa-construct, madali hong magpa-repair.
Opo, wala pong dispute doon. I agree po ako doon. So para po maintindihan natin, because tignan mo ako, I got the misimpression that we are 159,000 is the shortage of our classrooms. Meron na palang ibang classrooms but in a state of disrepair. May we know, ano naman sa inventaryo po ng DepEd, how many of these usable classrooms, so supposed to be usable classrooms, so ready-to-use classrooms, which are just in a state of disrepair, that by spending the amounts under the repair of classrooms, we can now bring them back into circulation and use by calendar year 2024.
Mr. President, there are 202,000 classrooms in various states of disrepair.
200.
2,000.
Yes, disrepair, yeah.
That need to be repaired, in other words.
Yes. In effect, the statement is 202,000 existing classrooms are not being used as classrooms because
Hindi
they are not
naman.
fit to be used as classrooms.
No, no. They are different. Yeah. Some are partially used, but some would be not.
Yung totally unused is 20,750.
Out of the 202, or it's a separate number? Is that a separate number? Or that all is here? Okay, Mr. President, 202,000 as reported are in various states of disrepair. Of the 202,000, 20,700 cannot be used at all. So 10% more or less.
Okay, sige.
So ito.
Okay, so sana is there a plan by the DepEd na compute na ba nila to bring this, sabi nyo, low-hanging fruits, we should fast-track their repair, o sige, to fast-track the repair of the 20,700 classrooms. Ano po sa study ng DepEd, magkano po ito?
Mr. President, to give us an idea of the cost of of course, it's not a it's an average because they're different
Yes,
states.
average, yeah.
But the 6.5 billion that was in the NEP would have repaired 10,200 classrooms. So half of itong 20,700 na not usable, half of that will become usable.
If you use the entire 6.5, but the 6.5 billion is under what? The item, that's for new.
No, no.
That's for repair.
Right now, in our committee report, ang naiwan na lang for repair is 1.5.
1.5, yes,
So this committee will propose that the 5 billion put in the new will be returned to the repairs, the line item on repairs and rehabilitation.
So we'll repair
as
how many,
requested.
ma'am? How many, Madam Sponsor, how many? The 6.5 billion.
Will be able to repair 10,200 classrooms.
Okay. So if sana, if the Senate will get its way, after the BICAM, maging 6.5, pwede namin masingil ang DepEd na put into circulation talaga, back in circulation, 10,200
Yes.
classrooms.
Yes.
Okay.
Without hesitation, the answer of DepEd is yes. Opo.
Next question. will I just subtract that from the 159,000 shortage? No. Sige, tama.
Okay. No,
Because
Your Honor.
what? There will be, what, that 159,
Separate kasi po yung inventory of classrooms that need to be repaired sa dun sa new construction.
hindi po, ang sagot nyo sa akin kanina, halo na itong 159,000. Kaya nga medyo magulo eh.
Okay.
Ayan ang sagot sa akin kanina.
So yung 159 new. Okay. Mr. President, when His Honor asked the question, ako na nagkusang nagbato na halo-halo ba yan? No? So sinagot ako ng halo-halo. So ngayon, nililiwanag nila, hindi po. Yung new repair lang talaga. Tapos yung new construction, new construction talaga. Yung repair lang talaga. Walang new repair.
So yung 159,000 classrooms need to be built.
Need to be built.
Okay, but that of course, because given the student population, but if we now reintroduce 10,200 existing classrooms not being used to be used now, dapat mamainusan din yung need natin for classrooms, tama?
In other words, hindi itong 202 mo, let's say lang napondohan yan. Tapos na si 159, hindi pa rin, di ba? Hindi pa rin eh.
Parang
Hindi pa rin eh.
importation.
So,
The 180,000 needs repair, but they're still using it. The 20,000.
So 159 talagang kulang. Oo. Kumbaga ma-improve lang yung status, hindi na nagsisiksikan, gano'n. Oo. Mr. President, itong 22,000 schools identified for repair still need to be repaired kasi we're making do with those classroom. They're not in great form, pero napagtsatsagaan. Siguro nagko-combine sila ng classroom, hindi maganda
Sige
yung
ba?
environment doon. So kailangan pa rin maayos to on top of the 159,000.
Kailangan ayusin naman natin yung yung foundation yan built na, ang walls built na, ang ceiling. Okay. Yes, I agree with the prioritization expressed by our sponsor. And according to Senator JV, low-hanging fruit itong the repair. So you'll have our support, Madam Sponsor, if that is your proposal for the final version of the Senate budget on DepEd. Okay. Ngayon, Mr. President, yung 150 million na dadalhin natin sa National Learning Recovery Program, because I think napag-usapan natin last year yung dismal performance po ng ating mga mag-aaral sa TIMSS, SEA, PLM, PISA surveys. What would be the expected result, Mr. President, if we place that 150 million from confidential fund to the National Learning Recovery Program? What's now the commitment of the department that when we reassess our learners, what will happen to the test results?
Yeah. Well, actually, Mr. President, to be clear, that there are test results that are expected. Is it by December? December, no? That's a date that we do not control because these are tests happening all over the world, no? The results are released. So yung results na yan, that's not the one that we expect to see improvement because these are children who were pandemic educated.
Yes.
So yung 150 na pinag-uusapan natin is enhancing the curriculum basically, which we hope to see results in the years to come. Hindi naman po agad-agad, hindi naman bukas, no? So tama ba si PISA every 4 years? So the next testing will be 2025. Would we see results by then, 2 years? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Me lang, as a daughter of an educator, it takes time. It takes time.
Although the program is named National Learning Recovery, it's really an investment into the curriculum committee. They will use this curriculum? Is this curriculum enhancement? Kaya tinatanong ko kanina, is this tutorial classes, remedial classes, or improving the curriculum?
Okay. So it's both for teachers and for students. Yeah. It's both for teachers and students, Your Honor, because
Sakto.
for the outcome that we want to present itself to us, then it also starts with the teachers, di ba? So may teacher training yan, and then the outcome. So all of these two components are both part of the program.
Sa budget ng DepEd, walang regular item for that? The
Ay,
teacher?
meron.
So we're augmenting
Meron naman.
that particular item?
Yes, sir, yes, that is accurate.
So that
Mr.
National
President.
Learning Recovery Program already has how much in before the 150, if ever? If ever we augment it by 150 million?
4 billion, Mr.
4
President.
billion na po yun. Idadagdag
Yes.
natin.
Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
sige
President.
po. Para
Mr.
klaro po.
President, can I go back to His Honor's question, which I promised pag na-reconcile? So yung, di ba, I mentioned earlier that the GAB is higher by 395 million. And His Honor asked saan nilagay. So my response to that, Your Honor, is it is placed in the general management and supervision, specifically operation of schools. 11 million is in the division of Mandaluyong, 40 million in the division of Marikina, and 300 million in Bicol region.
Is that how the department is organized? You just say Bicol region?
Well,
Ganun ba?
actually, naka-lump sum siya. Hindi ho siya na...
Kasi yung isa, when you say division, klaro yata yun eh. Marikina Division, Mandaluyong Division, at
normally,
least
under the
that's very clear.
division, there's PS, MOOE, and CO. May breakdown yan.
So it's a regional division. The Bicol Region Division? Ganun po ba pag-divide natin sa ano?
Well,
sa
dito po kasi sa cities in Metro Manila, nakalagay division.
Correct.
It's a Department of Education,
Yes.
you know, the way they divide the territories. Pero sa Bicol, it's Region 5, Bicol. May breakdown. So it's broken down into various various divisions. Division of Albay, Division of Camarines Norte,
Ayun,
Division
okay. It's
But
there.
there is
It's there.
no, ano ba? Some have,
there.
o meron na ba? PS and MOE? Hindi, pero PS, MOE, wala, do I say na ano? Wala. Yeah, they are placed in MOE, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Basta klaro po, klaro naman po. We just say 300 billion to Bicol, but sa schools division offices identified na.
Yes, Your
Yes, okay.
Honor.
Thank you,
Yes,
thank you.
Mr. President.
Now, just as we have
Mr. President, it's 300 million.
yes, 300
Yes,
million.
oo.
What did they say? Did they say billion?
Yeah, 300
million.
million.
Yeah, 300 million.
So
Sorry
accounted
for that.
so far yung 355 million.
Yes.
Hinahanap pa ng LBRMO natin yung balance of 40M.
Sige, but thank you for the effort, Madam Chair, Mr. President. So, do we also have a shortage of teachers?
Yes, Mr.
Ilan po
President.
yun?
Our shortage, Your Honor, is 89,506.
Okay. Under what program would fall the funding for the hiring of teachers?
It falls under inputs to basic education.
And how much? Sandali, saan ba yun? Inputs to basic education inputs program. The total funding for that is 66.5 billion. And how much of that amount could be used for the hiring of teachers?
Is for hiring. 21.7 billion is for the hiring of teachers.
And that amount would be good to hire how many teachers?
That will cover 20,000 teachers.
For the budget of 2023, how much did we appropriate under this program for the hiring of teachers? For 2023.
Same.
Tapos ang next question ko siguro is, were we able to achieve the target?
To fill
Yeah?
the target.
To achieve the target or?
Last year. Yes, pero na-fill nyo?
Hindi pa lahat.
What, like how?
Ito PSC yung field nila ng teaching, right? Is this it?
Okay. Mr. President, in the 2023 GAA, the amount was 23.9 billion. And the field teaching...
What was the commitment for this year? You asked for 23.9 billion pesos for the hiring of teachers. How many did you commit during the budget hearing last year?
To hire 9,650 teachers.
9,000?
650 teachers.
Oh, kumusta po?
Is it accurate to say this o hindi yan? Yan ba yun? Hindi.
Pero parang malayo pa. Bakit po I mean, 23.9 billion for 9,650 teachers, and yet for next year, 21.7 billion to hire 20,000 teachers. Parang nagbago ba ang rate ng mga teachers?
Parang ibang nga yung rate. Nakikita mo yung sinasabi mo. Last year, 23. I-hire mo daw 9. Ngayon, 21B. I-hire mo.
Tapos nito teacher, tatanungin ko na lang yung textbook.
Last year.
Iba na yun. Sa ibang, ano yung tatanungin natin. Huwag daw tayo magtanong sa basic feeding kay Grace na daw. Textbook ito times 12. Ano ba yung manla?
We're checking, Your Honor.
Actually, di sa revenues nila, yung miscellaneous. Saan ba yun? Point out mo yung sa non-tax revenues nila. I mean, it's suspension.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the patience. We had to study this to give an accurate response. Mr. President, let me start with 2023, and then I'll go to 2024. No? So for 2023, the amount of 2.725 billion was in the GAA, and this is meant to hire 9,650 new teaching positions. As to the question of His Honor, so as of now, how many have been hired? 3,352 have been hired. And as to why only, I am already anticipating the next
Yes,
question.
yes.
As to why only 3,352 have been hired,
Yes.
this is because the NOSCA, the Notice of Staffing, was only released in July. So they are ongoing as the hiring process is ongoing as we speak, and DepEd assures us that they will be able to fill roughly 96% because that is their average, that is their annual average. Every year, that is their average in filling the unfilled positions, Your Honor. And then, to move forward for 2024, what is in the GAA and the committee report, tama? Is 5.6 billion to fill 20,000 new teaching positions, Your Honor. And I already asked the question, again, are you confident? Because you have not filled 6,000 plus, but they are very confident, Your Honor, especially because they now have a civil service, what do you call it, an order? Or prime bronze, which allows DepEd to basically fast-track the hiring. We can submit that
Yeah, what
because-
is that civil service
Okay,
thing?
Yes.
And then this NOSCA problem will not be repeated next year?
NOSCA problem.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yan ang
maulit ba?
NOSCA is
Like
being
every
used as
year
the
ba?
excuse
Kasi
eh.
parang excuse nga yan daw si NOSCA eh. Earlier. Oo. Yeah. Okay. DepEd says they will make representations earlier. And I also, as we speak, Your Honor, I am also expressing I agree with that you need to coordinate with them earlier because we were told during this deliberations on the budget that many times DBM would tell us, not DepEd specifically, but tell me in general that they do not receive the requests early enough. So that serves as a reminder, Your Honor.
So the facts that we're getting are as follows. As of the moment, November 9, 2023, DepEd has hired 3,352 new teachers out of the committed 9,650 during the budget deliberations last year.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you claim that we will be able to comply with your commitment up to 90%? By December
96%
by December
average.
31, 2023. Is that the claim of DepEd?
By December. By the end of the school year, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. President.
So that would
Yeah.
be, ano na bang school year natin ngayon? What's
June?
the end of our
June?
school year?
July, Your Honor.
July of 23. Okay, so I get it. Okay. I now see where the confidence is based, Mr. President. Okay. So ganun din yung hiring of 20,000 teachers, ganun din yung cycle pala nun. It's July, it would be July 2023 to July 2024. That's our cycle. Okay.
So this December you'll be yeah. So as early as December they are already recruiting for the following year, Your Honor.
Thank you. So will this be a record number of hires if we are able to fulfill it, 20,000? Is that the record number of hires for one school year by the DepEd?
20,000 daw, record ba yan? O?
No, the highest was in 20...
Ba't di natin gawin yun? Yung highest, kaya pala nila eh. Kami, ambition
That's not the record, Your Honor.
What's the record, ma'am?
The record, Your Honor, is when the senior high was implemented. Kasi nga, may mass hiring talaga. May reason pala talaga.
Sige, okay yun.
Yes.
But now that the K to 12 is now stable na, it's in place. Will this be one of the highest number of new teaching hires?
Alin dyan? Around 10. Do you know why bigla kayo nag-20?
Hindi, ang laki ng gap. 6 lang ambisyon nila ngayon, but next to 20,000 times. Okay, we wish them all the best.
Okay. Which is just implemented this year? Oh.
Less na. Less na. Less na. Sila, ma'am.
Mr. President, did you have a pending question? I'm not sure now.
Yes, yung hindi yung during
if magiging normal.
during an abnormal time or
Oo.
you are starting
so,
a program.
So
but now,
they see that the number of 10,000 is about the norm?
Okay.
Yes.
So, and then, kaya nga, in the budget for next year, the commitment of the DepEd is you are going to hire 20,000.
Yes.
Klaro yun, 20,000. Sige, so, we wish you all the best kasi kailangan 80, sabi nyo, 89,500 ng natin, shortage natin. We have to, and ibig sabihin ng shortage, ito mga shortages of classroom and teachers, based on a certain, theory or parameter that what is the ideal. So can we get that ideal? Kasi that affects siguro also the that affects the performance of our students. So what's our what does the DepEd follow? What do they believe in? What is the ideal classroom to student ratio? 1:1:30 is the ideal.
Okay.
Of course, we follow range of class size.
Okay.
For different case stages,
Alam mo, establish na ito sa committee hearing. Check mo kung yung sagot nila tama sa sinasabi nila sa committee hearing.
So, but where are we? Are we following this? I'll give him, the next question is going to be...
35 yung sagot nila kanina.
I'll say each, tell me what the reality is, okay?
Ano yun? So, ano na yung sagot?
Oh.
Ano yung actual?
Okay, okay.
Okay, Mr. President, the response to that depends on the age of the student. So for kindergarten, 25 learners or maximum of 30 learners per session, and one teacher for 2 sessions.
Okay na to, I'll just read it as isa.
And then for the multi-grade classes, maximum of 25 learners consisting of 2 consecutive grades, grade 1 and 2, grade 3 and 4, grade 5 and 6, 1 teacher per class consisting of 2 consecutive grade levels, or 3 teachers for every grade, for every multi-grade school. Grade 1 to 3, 30 learners per class, maximum of 30 learners, 1 teacher per class. Grade 4, 40 learners per class, maximum of 45 learners, 1 teacher per class. Grade 5 to 10, 40 learners per class, maximum of 45, 5 teachers in every 3 class, or 5.3 as specialization factor. Grade 11 to 12, maximum of 40 learners per class, 9 teachers in every 6 classes, or 9.6 as specialization factor. Special needs education, maximum of 15 learners, 1 teacher for 15 learners. Alternative learning system, minimum of 75 learners, 1 teacher for 75 learners.
Okay, so umabot pala sa 1:75 pagdating sa alternative learning. But alternative learning is a non-classroom setting.
Sorry, what's the question?
Alternative learning is not in a classroom setting.
Non-classroom setting,
So
yes.
I will not use that 1:75 kasi it's a class. It's the class, but not the classroom, no?
It's a class, not the
It's a class,
classroom. Correct, correct.
Yes. So, okay, as far as the classroom is concerned, DepEd has the minimum specs for a classroom. Minimum, the minimum specifications for a classroom. Kasi ang smallest natin na ratio is 1:25 eh. Yan ang narinig ko sa explanation po ng ating...
7 by 9 meters would be the specifications for a small classroom.
Yes. Yan na yun. Yan na yun, the smallest that the DepEd can approve as a classroom, to be used as a classroom.
Yes.
Smaller than that, ano na yan,
Reject.
detrimental na to the, it's either to the health and as well as to the, not conducive to the learning of the students and also to the teaching efficiency of the teacher. Tama? Meron lang pong sa lunch break natin, kagagaling lang ng isang teacher sa opisina ko, yun ang reklamo niya actually. Very cramped yung classroom niya. Quezon City ito.
Yeah. Well,
Ginagawa ba natin na yung isang classroom na in accordance with specs ay dinivide po natin in such a way na yung resulting area to be used as classroom, lagay ko ng quotation mark, would be less than our minimum specs?
Because they'll split it.
Yan ang problema nila.
Yeah, sadly, Mr. President, there are what they call coping strategies where, let's say, a bigger classroom would be split, and then that split would be smaller.
The split is below the minimum specification.
Yes.
And in-establish natin kanina, minimum specifications, masama na sa either sa health, hindi na conducive sa learning. So in effect, ang theory doon, the entire time spent in that classroom is wasted, actually.
Maybe not wasted,
Yeah, but let's
not
say the bulk-
not maximized.
The bulk
and
of the time is
possibly
Why did we allow
inefficient.
this?
Well, I guess the alternative is to close it, and where will they study? A lot
And
of
isn't the alternative nga is precisely to bring back into circulation those classrooms in disrepair or build new classrooms? So,
Of course, Your
Diba?
Honor.
kasi baliwala lahat yung mga may
Yes.
minimum specs tayo for
Yes, of course,
learning.
of course, Your
We
Honor.
we augment national learning recovery and yet
But in some areas, Your Honor, the problem is buildable space. So if I may even add my personal advocacy is outdoor space, and hindi na yan talaga makakomply sa mga urban areas.
ang reklamo ng teacher, hindi na daw sila maka-group work. Di ba? May mga ganyan ba? May mga group work ba? Wala na daw. Parang wala nang movement, wala nang elbow room to move. Anyway, I'm just giving you that feedback at,
Yes,
during the lunch break. Ako po yung
They appreciate it, Your
nakausap.
Honor.
So malaki ang problema because even if we have money pala, there is no buildable space. So what is now yung solution ng ating DepEd sa mga ganyang situation?
Yeah. Mr. President, they're introducing mid-rise classroom. Which
Demolish existing. Kasi lack of buildable space lang sa ang ating inaano eh. So we demolish the existing.
If there's buildable space, dun pa lang sa space na yon, multi-storage,
Okay, no problem doon sa
na.
with buildable space kasi nga isabi ko nga.
Well, I
let's
guess eventually they will demolish that, but it's not a priority if it's a good classroom. So
Okay, so hirap talaga. Actually, tama. That's why mahirap po talaga maging Secretary of Education at saka itong Department of Education.
mahirap po, naiiyak na nga sila.
Mahirap po,
They
mahirap.
appreciate your pain, that you share their pain, Your Honor.
Yeah, we are here to help actually, Mr. President. Okay.
Yes, they know that. Thank you.
When we looked at the budget of the DepEd, there is this amount, 146 billion pesos to be released by the central office. Ano po ito?
Ano yan? Sorry, Your Honor, what is the question? What is the 146 billion?
Kasi ganito pa, sa DepEd OSEC, there is a budget of 566 billion which will be released to the field offices. But 146 billion will be left with the central office.
Ano yun?
What is this amount for and how is it to be accessed by the stakeholders or beneficiaries, Mr. President?
146, ito I have.
Tama po ba? Hindi, tama po ba yung figures ko?
Yeah.
Tama ba to?
Mr. President, 146 billion will be utilized through procurement of central management programs, activities, and project. These funds may also be downloaded further to the field operation units for implementation. Ito ba yun? Kasama to?
Okay, that's as to control of the funds, no? Pero what is that 146 billion for?
So, these programs, Your Honor, are government assistance and subsidies, school furniture, computerization program, textbook and learning tools and equipment, school-based feeding, basic education curriculum, general management, and supervision.
It's good that the sponsor mentioned the textbook budget because I noticed that it increased 12-fold,
Yes.
Mr. President. From, round off na lang natin, 1 billion, na for next year it's going to be 12 billion. Historically, what has been the level of the budget for the reproduction of materials like textbook?
Malayo po doon, like His Honor said, mga 10, more than 1 billion. 1 billion lang po yung sa textbook. But just to, during the hearings, it was explained na, upon review, there's really a need to have new textbooks with the revised, enhanced curriculum, so they really have to invest in textbooks.
So the 1
And
billion...
1:1 also, Mr. President, kasi dati, ilan ba yun? 3:1 ba yun? Ngayon, 1:1 na ang target, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So are we reprinting existing textbooks or new textbooks pursuant to the matatag curriculum?
Mr. President, they are procuring new textbooks.
Yes, and then what will happen to the old textbooks, Mr. President? Totally useless na ba yung mga yon?
They can still be used as supplementary material, reading resources, Mr. President.
So the textbooks that we will be printing will now be reflective of the new curriculum?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
What was the process followed in adopting this new curriculum, Mr. President? Ang alam ko yung law, there is a curriculum committee ba? And then, what is it? Then, it reviewed the curriculum, came up with changes, and then?
How did you go about it? Okay. 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 So dinatnan nyo na yan and then more consultations. Okay. Okay. Mr. President, in 2019, a major review of the curriculum was initiated, and this was finished already during the term of the Vice President, Secretary of Education. And what they did is they used these recommendations. They conducted more consultations and reviewed it, and until they came with the final draft papers and curriculum guidelines. So I can present to His Honor the flow chart, but that's it basically in a nutshell.
Okay, and basically, what are the improvements under this new? Is this the curriculum called Matatag curriculum? Ito ba
Yes,
yung
yes, Your
Matatag
Honor.
curriculum? Yes. What would be the? Lagyan na natin sa quotation marks, improvements under the Matatag curriculum.
Yeah, I have it. But what is 11,000 what? Learning items? What do I call this? Competency. So basically, the Matatag curriculum has the following feature. It decongested the curriculum, reducing 11 from 11,738 competencies to 3,664, focus on foundational skills, balanced cognitive demands, clearer articulation of 21st century skills, reduced learning areas, intensified value education, strengthen peace education, and on par with international standards, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So has the Matatag curriculum been implemented, and since when, and as well as the scope? In all schools?
Yes, Mr. President, we are in the piloting
Pilot pa lang.
stage. We have 7 regions participating with 5 schools per region and a total of 35 schools and a total of 385 teachers and a total of 8,294 students.
Yung 12 billion in for textbook printing. Kasi we budget by calendar year pero sila the DepEd has a school year cycle. If that's approved and given to the DepEd and released in January, 12 billion, will you start printing new books pursuant to Matatag? And then distribute them in the middle of the school year or
Mr.
at the start of the new school?
For the new school year.
For the new school year. Okay, pagdating sa new school year 2024-2025, what would be the status of the Matatag curriculum? Pilot pa rin?
Yes. Mr. President, it's a nationwide phase-based implementation. So that means they roll it out by phases, and the first phase is grade 1, grade 4, grade 7, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Last na to. So meaning to say,
So pati yung textbook.
pati yung textbook pala, this is a multi-year
Yes, Mr.
plan.
President.
That sample lang ito, 12 billion, and then the following year, another what, 12 billion again?
More or less, Mr. President, because that 12 billion is for grade 1, 4, and 7, which is the first phase being rolled out.
So we are already, so we have already decided that the rollout, the full rollout, although in phases of the Matatag curriculum will happen in the school year 2024-2025. So
Piloting to just tweak it.
what is why are we pilot testing it kung decided na
Yeah.
pala tayo na pasado
Yeah,
na siya?
Because, Mr. President, it's clear that there has to be a change. It's clear that there has to be improvement. So what the piloting program will do is to give feedback so that it can be improved before it's fully rolled out, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I appreciate the response and I get the point, Mr. President.
Okay.
So, ano pa tanong mo? In the reporting, ito lang po, just a suggestion. In the reporting of the non-tax revenues of DepEd, I've noticed na the bulk of your income fall under miscellaneous income, 225 million, and all of the others, inspection fees, rent, registration. There must be a way now to disaggregate yung miscellaneous income kasi miscellaneous na si number 1. Paano naging... That's on the reporting side. Kaya kami na nag-aaral ng inyong mga reports, parang it lacks information. I mean, it does not reveal the information. Imagine.
Yes. Noted, Mr. President. We'll see if they can give us a more detailed within this budget season. But if not, definitely for the next budget, it's better breakdown. Thank you, Mr. President.
And then, of course, yung reminder na lang po sa ating procurement, because sayang yung record nung ating past education secretary na dali pa ng isang laptop. Will the DepEd still allow that a construction company will provide laptops for DepEd?
No, Mr. President.
We should learn from the past bitter, painful experiences. Did heads roll in the Department of Education because of that 2.4 billion peso laptop deal?
agreement kayo na they all left. But I mean, the cases are pending. Mr. President, the persons accused of involvement are no longer with DepEd and the cases are pending now.
Alam ko naman ang reputation ng ating secretary. Ini-interview ko sila, Senator Bato eh. Strict ang ating secretary, and I'm sure pagdating sa laptop provision, no business na siguro ang construction company dyan, Mr. President. Ang layo na sa primary purpose of the business. I mean, that should have actually raised a red flag immediately, Mr. President. So, on that point, medyo na-disappoint po tayo sa DepEd, but you're under new leadership now, so the reputation of your leader is no nonsense, and she's very strict as far as money matters are concerned. So I wish you all the best. I wish the DepEd. This is just the department, Mr. President. I will yield to Senator Grace po for her questions for DepEd, but for the attached agencies, I still have some questions for them. So this is just for the OSEC, Mr. President.
Maybe you can continue.
You won't ask it now?
You can continue.
Senator Grace po wants to ask about the DepEd. Just a few questions, I think. So I will yield up for a few minutes, Mr. President.
Yes, with permission of the sponsor. Yes, Senator Grace Po is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the sponsor yield to a few questions? Because I know I was only given like 5 minutes.
By the majority leader?
By the majority leader. Otherwise, there are penalties involved, even if he's curtailing my parliamentary rights. Mr. President, to our sponsor, I would like to thank our colleagues for maintaining the feeding program budget to about 11 billion this year. That's really important, but I would like to know from the sponsor, what percentage of the program's dairy needs in 2023 is supplied by our farmers?
Idea ba tayo? Well, as DepEd is getting the data, I'll put on record that this is something we've discussed in the previous budgets, no? I believe Her Honor, Senator Grace Po, Senator Lauren, Senator Nancy, and we all support the use of local resources. So let's see if they have the data to show that. This is for milk procurement alone. In 2023, 12% is procured. Ano ba to? Historical record of. Sorry, I don't understand this. So, in 2023, 12.59% are procured from 12.59% are commercially procured, which means
About
87.4% are procured from local sources, the
That's
farmers.
good news. That's good news. Thank you for that. I hope that will increase, if possible, 100%, so that they don't even have to worry about finding a source where they can sell their milk. Pero nagkaroon ng insidente ng contaminated milk, di ba, sa Negros Oriental. Have you been able to determine, Madam Sponsor, what caused it and how to prevent that from happening in the future? Kasi milk can be highly, what do you call this? Can easily get spoiled if not handled properly.
The spoilage rate is high. So, Mr. President, the immediate response is they shift to commercial, but in the meantime, they can be doing coordinations with DA for better training and if there's a need for equipment.
Okay,
to
so
improve.
Madam Sponsor, what you mean by switch to commercial is the handling, not the production. Kasi we're talking about also sourcing it from local farmers.
Yeah. Mr. President, they have to check the basis for the spoilage.
So if it's just a handling issue, a one-time handling issue, then that can just be replaced. But if it's really a recurring problem, then they have to temporarily switch to commercial while they assess and then perhaps retrain the farmers who are handling the local production.
Pero so far, no other incidents reported.
They have isolated incidents, Your Honor.
Isolated, yes. Pag-ingatan lang natin kasi madaling mapanis yung gatas. Although it can really fill up the stomachs of our children. In fact, if they are being given milk, hindi na masyadong maraming kailangan pang ibang supplements, di ba? So, my other question would be, have you decided, kunyari, there is actually a proposal to devolve from the DepEd the school-based feeding program and give it to the LGUs. Well, with the support also of the DepEd. Have you already decided on a specific plan for this? Because we know it works in certain LGUs, but not in all.
But you don't intend to just, it's not part of, okay. Anong loko? Okay. Mr. President, under the law Her Honor sponsored, it is really DepEd's responsibility. So the most that they would do is work with a LGU, for cooperation and partnership, but they do not, it is not part of the devolution.
Okay, may I ask who is the actual person in charge in the department to oversee the entire feeding program? I would like to have a name.
ASEC, Dr. Dexter Galvan.
Dr. Dexter. Okay.
Best friends na kayo ni Senator Poe.
At least matatandaan ko para pag may question, kayo na. To my staff, maybe you can project a picture that I have on one of the beneficiaries of the feeding program, Wood Milk. Anyway, while we're waiting for that, gusto ko lang ikwento, di ba, yung mga sinasama lang natin, yung mga undernourished, o kaya yung mga severely wasted. So itong isang batang ito, actually nakalagay sa bote niya DSWD, but I know it's in partnership naman with DepEd. Itong milk na to, sobrang saya niya na meron siyang ganito. Sa Bicol ito eh. Ang kwento doon, yung kapatid niya, nag-graduate na sa feeding program. Kasi naging mas nag-gain na ng weight. Kinaiinggitan ngayon yung kapatid. Kasi yung mga ibang kaklase na hindi kasama sa feeding program, na dating kasama, na masaya sila dun sa nakukuha nila. So, may impact talaga yung ginagawa ninyo. Wag natin mamaliitin. Dahil yung mga bata, pag napupunta sa kanila, yan ay perang ambag natin sa kinabukasan. That's an investment for the future. So, sana gawin nating organized palagi. One last question na lang, kasi alam ko may time limit ako. Doon sa Wi-Fi ng mga eskwelahan, lahat na ba ng mga public schools ngayon meron ng access sa Wi-Fi or ilang % lang ang mga meron?
Hindi pa lahat, that's for sure, Mr. President. Have access? Yeah. 69% currently have access at varying degrees.
Ilan? 69%?
69%, but that's still varying degrees.
Okay. So, who is the one in charge of that for connectivity? You, sir? You know, I think there could be partnerships with the DepEd and also telco companies. Ako rin kasi nagde-defend ng budget ng DICT. Baka naman pwedeng sabihin in partnership with, alam mo, laki naman ng mga kinikita ng mga telcos eh. Ano ba naman yung bigyan nila ng connectivity ang ibang school? So, please submit to us the areas that are in need pa rin of Wi-Fi connection. So, that's all, and I would like to, again, ask for the 100% commitment of the DepEd to really roll out the feeding program efficiently for this coming year. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Grace.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Excuse me. Mahaba po ba? Kasi magsisiyar ako.
Mr. President, the
Malaman.
gentleman from Taguig, Pateros, no other than Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, would like to seek the floor, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized to...
I think the good sponsor would like a 1-minute break to use the toilet.
I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Recognize the next interpellator, the gentleman from the great city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, to interpellate the sponsor. You're recognized, sir.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Majority Leader, Honorable Vice President and Secretary of DepEd family, and my dear Chairperson, Ate, may I have this opportunity to ask some clarificatory questions?
Of course, please proceed.
Two parts. In the first part, of course, your opinion as well as the official view of the DepEd is most welcome. And the second part, if I may ask just for factual answers from the DepEd. Let me start with a biblical principle. No? Hosea 4:6 says, "My people are destroyed from lack of knowledge." Although meron tong spiritual context, di ba, na how can you live or how can you have eternal life or exist if you don't know God? It is also a realism in this world that pag walang knowledge, you die. Di ba? Hindi mo alam na may scholarship, pwedeng mamatay na yung opportunity mo mag-aral. Hindi mo alam na may medical assistance program at walang gamot, pwede kang mamatay sa sakit, no? So I always take solace from the preamble of the 1987 Constitution, if you permit me to read it again. "We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God, in order to build a just and humane society and establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves our posterity the blessing of independence and democracy under the rule of law and a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace, do ordain and promulgate this Constitution." So it gives me solace na may hope at meron tayong aspiration. But of course, ang tanong ng taong bayan parati is how? Paano natin maabot yon? And I think the sponsor and I and all the senators and the Vice President agree that education is key. Education is the great equalizer, no, which is often quoted. So, may I ask if the sponsor agrees that may I ask how the sponsor or the DepEd characterizes the present situation of Philippine education?
How do you characterize the present situation of Philippine education? Swimming, drowning, surviving? One word na lang. Languishing. Hopeful. Hopeful, Mr. President.
Hopeful. But what's our status? Are we doing well, doing bad? Are we in the top tier? Are we, paano nating ma-characterize? Would you agree with some of the statements that Philippine education is in crisis?
Well, actually, Mr. President, in earlier discussions with the Vice President, Secretary, she already indicated that they're concerned about the PISA results, no? So that is recognized international standard for assessing where the students are, and she's already expressed concern.
Well, for the record, I'm taking the long view. I'm not taking this last year or the term of President Marcos or the term of Vice President Duterte alone. No? I'm talking the long view from the 60s na number 2 tayo sa buong mundo, na napakalaking part ng budget natin ay sa education, pero hindi libre ang high school. And then 1986 came, the EDSA revolution, naging libre ang high school, so it became accessible, but the quality suffered, and after a few years, they were mass promoting students, and first-year high school students weren't able to read well. Fast forward, 2013, nearing our goals of the teacher, pupil, learner, classroom ratio, we decided na para maging world-class, mag-K to 12, then we're back to where we are today. No? So some people say that the educational system of the Philippines is in crisis. Will the sponsor or the DepEd agree with that or no?
Yes.
Yeah. And it is good to have an agreement where we are, di ba? Kasi hindi masosolve ang problema na hindi natin alam na may ganung problema. No, so I for one do appreciate that answer, because when we're in crisis, we come together and try to help each other and try to get out of that crisis. Allow me lang to pay a little bit of homage to PhilippinDailyInquirer.net and their editorial. Maikli lang to, but eto sinabi niya, ask a typical 10-year-old school student in the Philippines to read and understand a simple, age-appropriate paragraph, and there is a good chance that as many as 9 out of 10 will not be able to. This dismal level of reading comprehension among pupils puts the Philippines firmly among the poorest in the learnings in the region, according to the latest World Bank report on the quality of education in East Asia and the Pacific, with an alarming 91% learning poverty rate, even with the return of the face-to-face classes across the country. The Philippines has therefore failed to improve the same dismal ranking in 2022 study of 22 middle-income countries in the region by the Washington-based lender, and was done after a 2 years of remote or distance learning forced by the COVID-19 pandemic. In stark contrast, learning, defined by the World Bank as being unable to read and understand short age-appropriate text by the age of 11 or between grade 4 and 5 under the country's K-12 system, is high in high-income Japan, South Korea, and Singapore, is a minuscule 3 to 4%. In Vietnam, it is just 18%, the lowest among the Southeast Asian countries in the survey. So I don't have the statistics for Thailand, but looking at, with the permission of our colleagues, all throughout the budget hearing, I'll be referring to Vietnam and Thailand in Southeast Asia, maybe sometimes Singapore, kasi magandang may comparison tayo because children from Davao, from Taguig, from Makati, from Isabela are not only competing with each other, they're competing with children from Japan, South Korea, Myanmar, from all the countries around the world. So the next question I have is, what is the one thing? I know that there are many, many things. I know that the Secretary is working hard. Our Chairman, Win Gatchalian, and Senator P are working hard sa EDCOM. But if there is one thing that has to be fixed to put us back on the right track, what is that one thing? Of course, the other EDCOM member, Joel Villanueva.
Commissioner naman din po si Senator Sani Angara, Your Honor, just to put on record.
Yes. Sorry, I violated the rule ng mga politiko not to mention kung hindi mo kayang i-mention lahat. But you know my heart, brother. I admire all of you and the hard work you're doing. I just wanted, in a very short interpolation, to see if may consensus ang administration, ang Senate, ang taong bayan, kung ano ang priority or what's the... So this is a common theme I asked my staff. Of course, it's from the book, The One Thing. This is something I'll ask all departments, di ba? So kung traffic, what's the one thing to solve traffic? Kung mataas ang presyo, what's the one thing to solve it, no? I do understand, I've heard the discussions earlier. You had a long discussion during the budget hearings where the Vice President answered the questions directly, no? But in essence, what do you think the one thing is that we can do? And it doesn't have to be strict naman one thing, but you know more or less what... I usually talk long, so pinapaikli ko para one thing na lang instead of the several things.
Well, I will not respond in the parameters that you gave one thing, so I will give you 5 things. Because it is a complicated questions. So,
So what are those
I
five
won't, I
things?
won't go into details, but quality of education is one, which is basically the development of a holistic curriculum, which requires training of teachers, setting a national standard, increasing STEM. That's the one, quality education. The second is accessibility and inclusivity, ensuring that, those in the remote schools would have access to education, promoting inclusive education, which is a law that we just passed, improving access through scholarships to deserving and underprivileged students, and distance learning. Third, technology integration. I think that's quite easy to understand. Fourth, health and safety. Integrate health and nutrition program in schools, establish guidelines, physical and mental health, so on and so forth. And five, cultural and values education. I think it speaks for itself. That includes, recognizing, understanding our Philippine heritage. Six is partnership and collaboration, engaging with the local communities and the private sector and the international education organizations, and of course also the parents. Seventh is research and development, promote research in education technology, pedagogy, policy making, establishing a national database, and encouraging innovation.
Well, thank you for that answer, and definitely, yan ang mga mechanics o yan yung susi. No? But the discipline of having one thing is the belief that, like a series of dominoes, that if you push the first one and have a real focus, susunod-sunod yung iba. May I just venture a idea, just something to think about, because I've been thinking about our beloved city of Taguig. Since 1992, I've been advocating quality education there when people did not see the value of education. And looking back, parang pareho pa rin eh. It's returning to the quality time or having classes from 7 to 3 or 8 to 4. No, so I'll go to that later. But for me, if I was governor of Metro Manila or mayor of Taguig, or if I had to make a plan with EDCOM, yes, it won't be that simple. It's very complicated. Lahat ng sinabi mo tama. But what's the one thing that will return us to the right path? I think it's having enough time for the learners to actually learn. Kasama na lahat doon, syempre. Kasama na yung training ng teachers. Kahit 8 hours yung pasok mo, kung hindi trained yung teachers, of course, if you don't have the technology, of course, if they're not safe, no? But as I said, as a discipline, kailangan may isang target and then bullseye talaga siya, and then we really focus on it, no? The reason I say that question is because I do want to propose amendments sa budget. If you propose that 8 items, all of us will just keep saying dagdagan natin, pero hindi naman madadagdagan. But if we all say that it's really the classroom, or really more teachers, or really more, then we can have a little bit of a focus. But I'm not saying I'm correct. I just wanted to venture that. And in going to that, let me go to K to 12. I had the privilege of being, I don't know if it's a privilege or the problem of being only one of 2 senators who opposed K to 12 back in 2013. Baliktanaw lang po. 2013, the claim was halos wala na tayong shortage. So para maging world-class, sumunod na daw tayo mag K to 12. And I opposed that, saying mas gusto kong naka-Volkswagen tayo na yung Volkswagen ay hindi nasisiraan, naka-aircon, maganda. Kaso sa naka-Mercedes-Benz tayo na sira-sira, na wala naman tayong pangbiling spare parts. That early, Senator Ralph Recto said that if we pass the K to 12, we will need 250 billion more in the budget and 250 billion from the pockets of parents for an extra 2 years. No? CHED also promised that they will take out 1 year from college at ililipat sa senior high school, which they did not do right away. In the middle of the Duterte administration, in the cabinet, I asked that question, and 6 months lang ang tinanggal nila. No? So, again, I don't want to complicate the issue. May I ask, in the view of DepEd, what were the 1, 2, or 3, or 4 goals of K to 12? And isusunod ko na yung next question ko. Because the next question is, I would like to ask if they're of the opinion that we should continue the K to 12 or to go back to the K to 10. or have some kind of mix like a K to 11.
So you're sticking with the K to 12? Okay. Yeah. Mr. President, they are currently reviewing different models for K to 12, and that actually includes a model which would be like K to 10 plus 2. They have asked ADB to study this, and they are about to review the recommendations of
Okay.
ADB.
Let's go back to 2013. Noong 2013, sabi nila less than 5 countries na lang ang hindi nag-K to 12. But dun sa less than 5 countries na yon, 2 of them had very good educational systems, including Cuba. So it was not proven that K to 12 is better. The argument of then Senator Angara, and to his credit, no, he meant well. He's done so much for the Philippine education. Sa unang EDCOM, talagang on point yung kanyang mga recommendation. No? But ang point ni Brother Armin at ni Senator Angara noon is that there are certain jobs in Europe, especially engineering jobs, na kung kulang tayo ng plus 2, hindi nila makukuha. Kinumpute ko yun less than 1% of Philippine population So bakit yung 99% ipla-plus 2 years natin, tapos yung for the 1%. He said, because that is only one of the reasons. But the main reasons for K-12 is one, better prepared for higher education. And then kung hindi mag-higher education, employable na. And then develop na ang skills nila. And then may entrepreneurship. And then may middle level skills development. So what I did during that time is to compare the K-12 curriculum with the curriculum of Philippine Science High School. And the only difference was free time. Philippine Science High School was already on the initial K-12, following a K-10. The only difference is that we were spending 3, 4, 5 times more per student in Philippine Science. Of course, may exam din sila. So competitive din. Then DepEd. No? So to be fair to DepEd, it's not, you have brilliant students. I love Philippine high school, but we're also spending so much more per student, per teacher sa Philippine high school. So in the first 2-3 years of K-12, Philippine Science High School just added free time. Ganong kakalokohan yung sa K-12 nung umpisa. So sabi, because we needed time para sa mga tracks. So let me go to that. How good are our tracks nowadays?
Yung sa senior high? Okay. According to DepEd, Your Honor, in 2018, those who took the TVL track, and Senator Joel can respond to this, they were able to get their MC certifications.
How many took the test?
Well, then the second part of my response is, but most, as His Honor pointed out, still went on to college.
Yes.
So how many took the test? I don't have the number. Do you have
The point is, and I'm not blaming DepEd here because you can only do what the government gives you money for, no? But meron ba tayong parang Don Bosco na pag tinignan mo at sinabi mong electrical electronics, pag-graduate doon, halos hindi na kailangan mag-college, sa galing niya sa electronics at electrical.
With the indulgence of my two colleagues, my ate and kuya, may I just interject and spread into the records as well the challenges facing K to 12, which is the lack of tech voc assessors, for instance. Not even talking about teachers here, but assessors, in order for you to be assessed. And because at the end of the day, you wanted to make sure that you get the national certification that you need, which has been or has become a passport for employment. But if you don't have enough assessors for the tech voc track, you don't have enough teachers, trainers for the tech voc track, you don't have enough facilities. For example, if you're in one particular area wherein you can only offer very limited courses, only because that's the only courses you can offer, even if it is not in demand, Your Honors, then still, K to 12 will continue to fail if we don't have all these inputs that should be in place, Your Honors.
Thank you for that, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Majority Leader. In fact, yung sasabihin ko nga is pabor nga sa DepEd na ito yung pre-namis ng K to 12 pero hindi binigay sa inyo yung resources para nga ma-implement nyo. That's why when you are answering kamusta yung tracks, you're giving the best that you can, but your best is not good enough because the country did not also give you the best that it can. So for example, no, how do Filipinos learn how to drive? Sa Amerika, it's in high school. May driving school. With K to 12, dapat meron tayong ganon. Sa Germany, accountants and accounting assistants, they don't have to go to college. Pag-graduate ng high school, sa atin ba may kumpanya na as a general rule, as an exception, yung sobrang galing kukunin nila, 'di ba? So naging overgrown na practical arts at saka home economics yung atin tracks. Yung sports high schools natin, meron ba silang Meron ba silang oval? Meron ba silang football field? Meron ba silang high performance gym? Wala. Ang usapan dun sa tracks, yun ang promise nung K to 12 no? So para tong isang lalaki na nagpropose sa babae na pag pinakasalan mo ako, langit at lupa ibibigay ko sa iyo, pero nung pinakasalan na, sinabi na tapos na eleksyon. 'Di ba? So the point I want to make here is that we're facing a crossroad and we have to make a choice. If we really want K to 12, we have to pay for it. And DepEd has to come out with an amount and we have to all work together how to come out with that amount. Ang pinaka-basic dyan is yung bumalik nga tayo to 7 to 3 or 8 to 4. May I ask that question, Madam Chair? Ilan na ang schools ngayon, let's say in Metro Manila, ang shifting? Or ilan ang schools na hindi shifting, kahit percentage? We can get all the statistics later on, but just for the purpose of discussion, no? Just to bring out the points. So how many are on a single, what's the right terminology? Walang shift, meaning whole day.
Not just Metro
How many are half day? How many are two shifts?
So, Mr. President, the number of schools implementing a double shift, 2,280. Number of schools implementing a triple shift, 32. Number of schools implementing quadruple shift, 3. Number of schools implementing a combination of 2 or more shifts, 499. So a total of 2,814 schools have more than one
Yeah,
shift.
can I clarify? 2 shifts means morning and afternoon.
Yes.
1 shift means whole day ka. Tama ba?
6 hours.
6
6 hours
hours.
is the norm.
Ngayon. Pero nung tayo high school, it was 7 to 3 or 8 to 4.
Nung bago ba mag K to 12 or what, 10, 15 years ago, was it always 6? Sino bang old-timer? 6
No,
ba?
I was already in high school during President Cory's time. It was 7 to 3. The only exceptions was like LaSalle Green Hills na half day sila.
6 sa public school. Public school has always been 6. That's the response I'm getting.
I don't think so because if that was the case, meron ba sa DepEd na inabot pa si Nilo Rojas? Wala na. Rosas? Wala na eh. Mga bata na lahat so yung institutional memory. Anyway, I'll make my point, no? So ilan yung 6 hours?
And all the other schools, Your Honor, ilan total schools natin? We have about 44,000.
So this is ano na, nationwide. So out of the...
Out of 47,000 schools, there's around 2,814.
Who are on
There
the two
is
shifts.
2,815 that have double or more
Okay,
shifts.
but the statistics I seen in Metro Manila, it's about, what, 1/3 of Metro Manila is on a two
Well, I
shifts.
would assume the bulk of this is Metro Manila, no?
Yeah.
And Calabar Zone. Your
Yes.
Honor.
So ito ang point. So before, you only had grade 1 to 6, walang K, and you had 4 years of high school, pero you had 6 to 8 hours of school. Diba? And then 40 lang kayo sa classroom. Now you're 45, you're 50, and you have 4, 5, 6 hours and an additional 2 years. So it doesn't make sense. Diba? And then ngayon, less homework then. You know, all these international studies, I won't argue, we have to look at it, but we have to also look what works for the Filipino. Diba? So bakit tayo nagdagdag? I'm not, this is addressed to us kasi kami nagpasa nito noong 2013. Diba? Why would we add 2 years? Dagdag bawas eh. We add the 2 years, put the burden there, and then did not put the resources, so less hours nandun. So I want just to throw this question nga, di ba? Whether you call it K to 10 plus 2, K11, etc. The point is, more hours, let me go through it, no? The optimal number of hours in school, whether it's 6 hours, 7 or 8, including lunch break and including extracurricular, including PE, including chess club, debate club, and everything in school. 40, maximum 50 in a classroom, all facilities, etc., etc. I know it's going to the ideal. I'm just saying you can't have it both ways. Eh. Hindi ka pwedeng mag K to 12 and then sasabihin mo ayusin lahat yon. Hindi ko na ma-compute in my mind. I was asking Senator Coco yung, sabi niyong kulang na classroom, 150,000 times 2.5 million. So I don't know the math. So how much is that? Is it 300B or 3 trillion? Sinong magaling sa math?
420 billion. Around 400 billion.
Okay. So if it's 400 billion, it's doable. 1 trillion ang DPWH budget. If we get 10% of DPWH budget every year and put 100 billion in classrooms for the next 4 years, we'll make it. If it's 75 billion in the next 6 years, we'll make it. I know I'm preaching to the choir. Alam kong gusto ng DepEd more classrooms. Alam kong kailangan din ng teachers, etc. But ang point ko, either we're determined to fix Philippine education and kung anong meron sa pinakamagandang private school ay maibibigay din natin sa public school or we're not committed. But the way we're doing the budgeting now and just saying we're doing the best we can will not solve the problem. We had an opportunity in 2016 to pause the K to 12. I do understand why President Duterte in the recommendation of then Secretary Ling said no, kasi hindi naman niya alam na magkaka-pandemic. Kasi kung alam natin na magkaka-pandemic at maghihirap yung private school magsasara and maglilipat sa mga public school yung mga estudyante, baka kinonsider ni President Duterte noon yung suspension ng K to 12 because he was actually thinking about it. Eh. He was looking at the numbers already because one thing he was doing is looking also towards granting the free college, which he eventually did. Kasi remember, may second part yan. So I'll go to my last point. No? So the theory was, we will make K to 12 so good na walang magda-drop out that when you graduate, pwede ka nang hindi mag-college at employable ka na. It was so good na dapat magiging irrelevant ang TESDA. Because ang TESDA pang out-of-school youth. So, ang magiging twist ng TESDA, they will come up with a better technical education program na parang pang-college na. But when Senator Joel and I were, together with Senator Angara, questioning nga yung TESDA, so far they have no role in the accreditation ng programs ng DepEd schools, no? So I'd like to throw to the chairperson and the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education another question. 25 years ago, sineparate natin yung Department of Education, Culture, and Sports because ang keyword was trifocalization. And I believe in focusing. That's why I pushed for the Department of Migrant Workers. I believed, even if I spent a lot of time as DFA Secretary sa OFWs, I believe dapat may nakatutok. But right now, I really wonder if the people in DepEd wants a say in all three. Or people in CHED want a say sa DepEd, or people in TESDA want a say sa tracks ninyo. So there's nothing to stop the three from speaking and talking. But ako, I do not see the logic that we will have certain tracks that TESDA dapat ang authority, pero hindi TESDA ang nag-accredit sa ating mga schools, no? So let me ask this last question. If you have the numbers, if not, I will get it from you later. What is the per capita spending per student right before K-12, and what is the per capita spending now or proposed for 2024? We can go back to that later. The only reason I ask that is for a guide for all of us. Kasi if we were spending it much more before K-12 and we're spending much less now, and I'm talking about in real terms, not in nominal terms. No?
Mr. President, we have figures for 2023 and 2024, but offhand, I don't have the figures in the past. No?
May I just give that to the EDCOM to take a look at, diba?
Yeah.
If you look at the per capita spending ng Philippine Science and ng DepEd before K-12 and now, it might be a guide for us to see if we're, if we're going on the right direction. Okay. So just to shift to the local.
Just for the record, I have a chart that shows. When I saw these figures, I asked for the comparison for other countries, and we're at the bottom of the bottom of the bottom in terms of spending per student and learning outcomes. It's a chart on PISA, so yeah, sobrang layo natin.
Well, let me leave you with, some encouragement that in many localities, there are innovations, incentives, because the cities and provinces now have some money. And I'd like to ask, I don't need it right now, but on hand, have there been some changes or some innovations in what the school board and the SEF can pay for? Because 20 years ago, when ang problema was classroom, medyo, and Secretary Jokno was part of this, medyo very strict na 1, 2, 3 lang ang pwedeng paggamitan ng school board. But when technology came in, people were expecting meron move no na magluwag. So I don't really know, but I do know that there are many local government officials and superintendents na napakagagaling, that if you give them a freer hand of innovation in the school board level, they'll be able to use the SEF better. At this point, I don't even know whether it's legislation or just a joint memorandum between DepEd and DBM. So is it still as restrictive as it was before, or medyo niluwagan nyo na?
Lumuwag, di ba? Lumuwag na, di ba? Tama ba? Oh, yeah, it's expanded. It's been expanded.
Okay. So, so let me sum it up na kung tuloy ang K-12, how much do we need? And will we have a 5-year plan? Will the DBM and the administration commit to that money? No, whether classroom teachers. If hindi tuloy ang K-12, what is the alternative? And how can we make sure that kung ano man criticism ng ibang bansa na we have less 2 years but better quality? So I guess the question we should ask ourselves is that, do we want to have the form na K to 12 tayo, pero ganyang kababa ang quality, or do we have criticism na hindi tayo K to 12, pero mataas yung quality? If you ask me, I'd rather have K to 12 and high quality. But again, can we afford it, and how much will it actually cost? I think even for an exercise, kahit sabihin mong DepEd needs another trillion, it might be, wow, where will we get that? But it's better knowing, in the same manner that I admire you for admitting that we are in crisis sa Philippine education, I don't think there's anything wrong that we tell people, if we really want to fix education, this is how much we need. I mean, ang DPWH, baha, 250 billion. Di ba? So, I used to ask students sa Taguig, ano mas gusto nyo? May putik sa paa nyo, pero pwede nyo hugasan pag uwi, pero nakapag-aral kayo? Or, wala kayong putik sa paa kasi nagawa yung pathway, nagawa yung anti-flood, pero hindi ka nakapag-aral. Kasi you have to make a choice. Anong gusto mo unahin? Classrooms or flood control, for example, di ba? It's a choice, no matter what we say. No? Having said that, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I feel quite awkward, but I'll be remiss if I don't ask some questions about my home city, given the state of the issue there. And the answers I know will come from the Transition Committee. For the record, I have not talked to my sister the last few days, so she doesn't know the the questions that I'm going to ask. But just as a preliminary, may I ask who read the Supreme Court decision regarding Taguig and Makati vis-a-vis for the Transition Committee?
Sino daw yun? Nagbasa ng Supreme Court. Sinong in charge?
Is it your legal department? Sinong USEC ang nagbasa nung... no,
Pero tinatanong niya kung nagbasa, binasa niyo doon.
so do you confirm that you read the Supreme Court decision?
The dispositive portion of the Supreme Court decision.
Well, that's one reason you're taking so long in the Transition Committee, because you're advising the Vice President, you're leading the whole Transition Committee, but you have not read the whole decision. So do I have a commitment that you will read the whole decision?
Yes, the answer is
So
yes, Your Honor.
how do you characterize the dispute between Makati and Taguig vis-a-vis the schools nowadays? Is it a political dispute? Is it a legal dispute? Is it a financial dispute?
Hindi ko nasasagot ko. Sabihin na sa akin. Yeah. Mr. President, it's already a settled case, therefore it's for implementation, and that is the function of the Transition Committee.
So
in
I
DepEd.
think I heard the Vice President, and I thank her for that. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Because I want you to watch a video, and it appears that some of your people don't have the same opinion. Can we show the video of, is it Assistant Secretary Brigas?
Bringas.
The party, but the side of the learners. So whether you are originally from Makati and now from Taguig, what is important is you put the best interest of the learners as your priorities. Okay, so you will be providing the balance for the confusion that is happening. So when you meet your teachers, tell them na same message. Your side is the learner's side. Okay. So you guard and spare the learners from all these controversies because they need to focus on their studies. And that's why you are here. Okay? So yun lang naman yung advice ko sa inyo. So that when the time comes that there's going to be transition, alam nyo na you did not take sides, you focus on the side of the learners. So whatever is for the benefit of the learners, that should be your priority. If they have 2 uniforms, so be it. That's for their benefit. No? And besides, uniform in the public schools is optional. So when they have two uniforms of different colors, they can wear it in different days of the week. Yeah, if they have two pairs of shoes, so much the better.
Yeah.
Diba?
Even
And
like
they
it.
have doubled the number of learners kits, then so much the better. Basta we should not let them be in the middle of any controversy, but make them focus with their studies. Okay. So we are counting so much on the teachers as the balancers of these issues and do not engage in any partisan activity. Just make sure that you're doing your mandates as teachers and doing your responsibilities to all your learners. So if you do that, hindi naman kayo magkakaroon.
So first and foremost, I'd like to thank the Vice President that when the letter was written to her, that meron final and executory decision, DepEd acted upon it. So ma'am, I appreciate that. Having said that, I thank the Assistant Secretary for saying importante at priority in learners. But I take offense dun sa tawanan about the uniforms and about being neutral, politics, etc. You know, the mayor of Taguig and Makati are elected officials. Hindi ito mga bata na nag-aaway. You're trying to make light and funny of a situation that is very crucial to these children. So let me start with a specific question. What is the policy of DepEd regarding uniforms?
Okay, uniforms are not mandatory.
And is it correct? The reason is not the science behind it, because the science behind it is solid. Uniforms are very advantageous to students. The reason is because our people are poor at wala silang pambili ng uniform. Kaya tayo hindi mandatory. But for cities who can afford, they can provide uniform.
Is that correct? Correct? So they can provide, Your Honor, but according to DepEd, it's still not mandatory.
Well, if that's the statement, I have a problem with that. Because all of the science proves that uniforms are beneficial to students. And I was the impression of, kaya hindi mandatory kasi hindi makabili yung parents. Pero kung ipro-provide na ng local government, bakit hindi sila pag-uniform? Uniforms are anti-bullying. Uniforms are make a sense of community. I mean, all the science is there. You can Google it if you want. All the big universities have that, no? Anyway, I'll pause there so that the DepEd can think about it. Kasi yun ang impression ko, that you are just making consideration to those who cannot afford. Pero kung provided na, bakit hindi pag-uniforme? May nakita na ba kayong private school na hindi nag-uniform? Okay. So, why is it called a uniform? Di ba kasi isa lang? So, can I ask, maybe the Assistant Secretary should join the group in front para masagot yung questions. Kasi ikaw nag-make ng statement eh. Can you tell me, Assistant Secretary,
So
through the
can, just for
chairperson?
the record, for our uso pa ba stenographer, recording na lang ng ano sa YouTube. Who is it you're calling? Is this Francis Cesar Bringas? No?
Yes.
Okay, can you stay here?
May I know from the sponsor if the Assistant Secretary knows any school in the world that has two uniforms at the same time?
You heard the question. Yeah. To let them to accept all uniforms. Okay. So, Mr. President, Vice President, Secretary said she was the one who told ASEC to accept any uniform.
Yes, accepting the uniforms and telling the teachers and students that in a way that's making it katatawanan, na you can wear one on Monday and one on Friday, is not the same as accepting uniforms.
Yes.
I can give you a book today, but to tell you, use my book on Monday, use PF's book on Tuesday and Wednesday, the concept of the uniform is uni. Hindi multi. Ibig sabihin, isa lang. Di ba? Kung hindi, multiform yan. Okay. I'll go to my second point. Ayaw niyong malito yung estudyante. Sabi niyo, alisin sila dun sa issue. Tapos, yung isa nilang notebook, Taguig. Yung isa nilang notebook, Makati. Yung katabi nila, ang notebook, Taguig. Ang katabi, Makati. You will make that a policy? Yung ang lahat ng mga nakakabit sa classroom, pinatanggal nyo para nga walang, walang distraction. Tapos, pag-aawayin mo yung parents kung sinong gusto sa Taguig, sino papayagan nyo yon? That is the implication of your policy. You said it's for the students. You said they can accept it, but in your meeting, you said they can use all of them. So tamang policy yun?
So, Mr. President, the VP Secretary is saying that she was the one who instructed the ASEC. But if I may just add my own commentary on all this, ASEC, it's in your delivery. When you laugh about it in a way and say na, di Monday, mag-uniform kayo ng Taguig, Tuesday, mag-uniform kayo na ano, kahit ako, and you will all attest to it, napariyak ako while listening. I wasn't saying anything, I was just listening, but I reacted because it is not consistent with the Supreme Court. It is not consistent with the Supreme Court decision. Diba? Oh. Statement mo ba to?
It's not
Mr. President, ASEC bring us apologizes for making light of the situation.
Accept the apology. For me, no? For Taguig and the mayors, nasa kanila yon. I know you're working hard. I know you love the students. But we have to think of the consequences of our action. So kung ang China magbigay ng notebook sa Pag-asa Island, sasabihin natin pwedeng gamitin ng Pilipino yung China at saka yung The Supreme Court has already said that these barangays are Taguig and Makati is prohibited from exercising any jurisdiction. Giving them notebooks from their public funds is exercising jurisdiction. Giving them, accepting, okay, but telling them you need to use it, allowing them to use both, ma'am, is it that stepping on the autonomy of Taguig? DepEd doesn't have full authority under the DepEd schools in any city in the country. It's a joint responsibility with local autonomy. In fact, if you look at the basic education law, it is the principal who has that authority, not the secretary. Isn't it correct?
The answer, so I can... DepEd respects the opinion of...
No, it's not an opinion, it's in the law. We're lawyers here, so ito. Basic Education Act, Republic Act 9155, consistent with national education policies, plans, standards, school heads shall have the authority, accountability, responsibility for the following. Number 7, administering and managing all personnel, physical, fiscal resources of the school, etc., etc. Then there's 1 to 8. The Assistant Secretary and the Secretary says this is all for the benefit of the learners. In the memorandum reshuffling the superintendent of Taguig, what law did you violate or disregard? I was a secretary once, so I know these are prepared by the legal. So I'm not blaming the secretary, but kayo nag-prepare niyan.
Can we ask His Honor, Mr. President, for the date of the reshuffling, just to be sure they're aligned with the same
Yeah.
incident
One
that His
time
Honor
lang
is
naman kayo
thinking of.
nag-reshuffle, di ba? In the middle of everything,
Okay.
na wala namang gulo, na may nagsasabing ng gugulo, tinanggal nyo yung superintendent ng Taguig, di ba? Oh, what law did you violate? Or did you disregard?
Or did you think you were following?
Did you consult the mayor of Taguig before you removed the superintendent? Did you consult the mayor of Taguig before you replaced with another superintendent?
No, she was not
Oh.
consulted, Your
Are you
Honor.
allowed to do that?
Are you allowed?
You're not aware of Section 99 of the Local Government Code on the local school board? The Department of Education, Culture, and Sport shall consult the local school board on the appointment of division superintendents, district supervisors, schools principals, and other officials. I've been in Congress since 1998. I've always insisted in the proper consultation. So, sabi nyo may gulo sa 10 barangay, may 28 barangays ang Taguig. Naka-ilan libong meeting ang superintendent sa opening ng classes. Lahat ng programa, inattendan niya yung meetings. Every single step of the way of the transition, she was in contact with the NCR director and with Yusek POA. But then, nung may nanggulo, na wala namang gulo, tinanggal nyo na walang consultation sa local government. So how can you say that you care about the learners in Taguig? Did you care about the 28 barangays and all the other schools making preparations for opening classes? We were in the middle of hope. This is a recollection every weekend kasama yung mga estudyante. The superintendent played a key role there. Pero ano sinabi niyo? Pack up, umalis ka na, lumipat ka na ng Marikina. So, how can you tell us that you're saying learners ang importante dito? Pagka kayo nagdesisyon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, sasabihin para sa learners eh. Pero hindi man lang inisip kung ano ang epekto.
I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, what was your last question?
Sa haba, nakalimutan
Kaya
ko
nga
na
ako
yun.
rin eh.
Madam Chair, let me phrase it in a better way. No, let me phrase it. Ang tanong ko po, bakit tinanggal yung superintendent?
Okay. So, Mr. President, according to the Secretary, Vice President, the two superintendents were already clashing.
Okay.
And
So,
thus
so let me
the
answer that. So,
response.
because the Vice President might not have gotten the right information during that time, with all due respect. First of all, the superintendent, Dr. Ailes, was taking every single order from Yusek POA and from the NCR director. Pinapakita niya sa akin yung text mismo. Every single action niya. In fact, tinataguan pa niya minsan yung mayor to meet with the principals away from the two mayors. It was the superintendent of Makati who was emailing the teachers and principals in Embo na wag papasukin ang mga taga-Taguig. Okay? And Yusek POA was there when Mayor Abby threatened that kung hindi magbabayad ang Taguig to rent, isasara na lang niya yung schools. Di ba? So from the very start, alam mo na kung sinong reasonable at hindi. So it goes back to yung sinabi po ni Asek Bringas, no? Asek, ang problema kasi sinabi mo, yung neutral, yung wag magpaipit, this is a question of tama at mali eh. Sino ba may jurisdiction? Taguig or Makati? Makati superintendent should have nothing to do with the 10 barangays. The principals, when they met with Dr. Ailes and with the NCR director, were given a choice. Lumipat sila sa District 1 ng Makati or to remain. They chose to remain. Almost all of them. Dahil mas gusto daw nila sa Taguig. So you were assuring the teachers kanina, gawin nyo lang yung tama, okay kayo. Eh, hindi yung ginawa kay kay Dr. Ailes eh. Ginawa niya yung tama, tinamaan nyo eh. Tinanggal nyo eh. Why? Because of the PR effort of Mayor Abby na saying may gulo doon. I have the videos now if you want to see it. They barricaded the schools. There are no people barricading the schools, which goes to the next point. Who is guarding the schools right now? Kaninong security guard? Sa DepEd ba?
The answer is no.
Yeah, kaninong
Not
security
DepEd.
guards?
Alam nyo? Makati? Contracted by Makati,
Oh.
Mr. President.
And why are you protecting them? They were ordered by the PNP to leave. And Taguig already said na papalit sila. And the principals already said, one of them hindi pinayagan ng security guard sa loob ng sarili niyang school. The security guards there are taking orders from Makati, not from DepEd. In front of the DepEd and NCR, sinabi ng Taguig, when our security comes in, they will not be following the mayor of Taguig, they will be following the principals. In your meeting, there were certain agreements. Hindi naman sinusunod ng Makati dahil yung security guard sa Makati eh. Ito, dalawang sulat sa iyo sa PNP, they're here. Pinatawag ko yung mismong SOSA. Sumulat sa inyo, hindi nyo man lang sinagot eh. So how can you say you're not protecting? Yusek POA, ito, may sulat sa inyo.
Nakita mo na yung letter?
Mr. President, Madam Chair, for the record, Makati has no authority anymore over the areas. So they have no business having security guards in schools there, taking orders from the Makati mayor. And you have not allowed Taguig security guards to enter. There are several letters pending since August, hindi nyo rin sinasagot. So how can you say you're not protecting and favoring yung Makati security guards? Pag may nangyari sa school na yan, is it the responsibility of the Taguig mayor or the Makati mayor?
According to the Vice President, Secretary, it's the DepEd
No,
responsibility.
I take exception. It's both. If something happens to Davao High School, it's both the mayor of Davao and the DepEd. Kasi constituents eh. DepEd doesn't live alone. Hindi isolated ang DepEd, hindi all-powerful ang DepEd. DepEd tagig yan. Look at the basic governance law. Look at the local government code. Meron kayong DepEd tagig. There's no such thing as DepEd Office of the Secretary. So kung may mangyari dyan, yung parents magko-complain sa city ng Taguig. Hindi lang sa DepEd. Kung may mangyari sa health center sa Comembo, Embo, Rembo, they will complain to DOH and Taguig. Hindi pwedeng sabihin ng DOH lang. Di ba? Yet, you're not allowing Taguig to put security guards there. Di ba, Yusek Powa, with the permission of the Chair and Madam Chair, ang usapan, joint inventory. Nag-inventory ang Makati mag-isa with the help of their guards. Nawala ang Taguig, di ba? Kinumplain sa inyo yon. Hindi nyo pa rin pinayagan yung guard. Anong klaseng transition team yon? Isa lang kausap nyo sa transition.
Mr. President, is the senator waiting for a reply regarding the letter? Because you had a question earlier, so I'm not sure if
No,
there is a response.
I'd like to
that is
find out,
being-
para umikli,
Yes,
because I
yes.
made my point. Are they going to allow security guards from Taguig to make sure na safe yung teachers, students, and no there or not?
Yes, no? Sabi mo yes, di ba? Yes. Oo. Security, yeah. Mr. President, pending the transition plan, yes, security forces or security guards from Taguig will be allowed there.
Okay. I thank you for that, Madam Vice President.
Actually, in
because-
fairness, she was telling that to me earlier already when you first mentioned the
Yeah,
question.
but the transition committee has not answered.
Yeah, I was saying
And
nga
may
that-
rules ang PNP, kaya nga nalilito na sila eh. Di ba? Because usually, it's the principal who decides. Okay? So, which goes to my point on ownership. Is there an issue sa ownership ng schools?
So to file the proper, okay. With respect to the ownership, the Vice President Secretary says they've asked the parties to refer that to the court,
Yeah.
back to the Supreme Court.
Madam Vice President, I admire you answering and standing up for the committee, but I know it is the committee who's meeting people. Okay? First and foremost, any school you go to in the Philippines na DepEd, at makita mo na DepEd school, anong assumption nun? Sino may-ari nun?
DepEd, I will
DepEd.
reply.
Okay?
DepEd.
So if Alan Cayetano says that's mine, will you believe me?
Without proof, no.
Yes. And you're already my sister.
That's
But
true.
still, you will not
As far
believe
as
me.
I know.
Di ba? Okay. So this is my point. And that's why I made reference na kilala niyo pa ba si Nilo Rosas, no? Because if you go back in history, very strict ang DepEd para magkaroon ng DepEd school. There's no such thing as a LGU school. Meron yon sa SUC. So sila Win Gatchalian, pioneered, meron silang university sa Valenzuela. Meron university ang Taguig, TCU. Iba yon sa PUP, TUP, etc. CHED yon. Iba yon sa private. Sa DepEd, these are all DepEd schools, meaning funded by DepEd, pati teachers, etc. But nung nagkulang na yung lupa sa Metro Manila, pumayag na yung DepEd na magkaroon in the past, a few years, 10 years, 15 years ago, pumayag na magkaroon ng MOA na pwedeng gamitin. Pero DepEd school pa rin yun. Okay? So, when Mayor Abby Binay said, isasara ko na lang to, bakit hindi nag-respond sila Yusek Powa at saka yung ano na, you cannot do that. So let me ask you, all of these schools, 14 schools, is it patrimonial property or public use?
Public use,
Oh.
Your Honor.
If it's
Mr.
public
President.
use, is it the municipal corporation that has jurisdiction or is it Congress? These are Supreme Court decisions. So para dun sa mga nakikinig, halimbawa Makati bumili ng lupa, nagtayo sila ng Jollibee doon, patrimonial yon. Sa kanila yon, sila may-ari. Pero halimbawa may lupa doon, bigay ng gobyerno nila para sa ospital, para sa police station, para sa ano, public use yon. Hindi nila pwedeng angkinin yun. Okay. So has the Transition Committee written the DNR or the Bureau of Land or the Land Management Bureau?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Mr. President.
So I'm confused now. In ABS-CBN, sinabi ni Yusek Powa, hindi issue yung lupa dito. Pero ang sinasabi, kaya Office of the Secretary muna, kasi sabi ng Makati sa kanila, kaya kailangan namin alamin. Ang boss nyo, Vice President Isang sulat nyo lang, bibigyan kayo ng sagot May I call the page? Pakibigay ito kay... This is a certification na there's no special patent to Makati. In fact, there are 3 schools. Basahin ko lang. Sorry. But in terms of Comembo Elementary School, Sembo Elementary School, South Sembo Elementary School, these lots were proclaimed in the name of the Republic of the Philippines Department of Education. So sa inyo to. So kung sa inyo to, sino dapat maglagay ng security guard? Di ba? Dalawa lang? Either Taguig lang or DepEd lang. Makati, Parañaque, Muntinlupa has no authority to put security guards in a school outside their jurisdiction. Pakiabot na lang. So, I'd like to thank the Vice President for her patience in listening to this because we have thousands of students and as we discussed, malaki ang problema natin sa education. Hindi nyo nare-realize yung oras na ginugugol dito para lang maayos tong lahat no? So, we've talked about ownership. Does that satisfy you with the ownership? Unless Makati can show you beyond reasonable doubt or with a preponderance of evidence na may titulo sila.
Mr. President, according to the Vice President Secretary, Makati has made it clear that they are questioning the ownership, claiming the ownership of the property.
And
that's
Madam
why
Chair,
they have
anyone
asked-
can
they
say.
have-
We have people in Rizal who say they own the whole Metro Manila. There are crazy people everywhere. So where's their evidence? Where's their title? This is Fort Bonifacio, proclaimed land yan Prinoclaim yan sa gobyerno So pag sinabi ng Makati sa kanila to, nasaan ang kanilang puweba? So maniniwala tayo? This is not land that a municipal corporation bought in the sense na patrimonial or this is not commercial land. This is land that was proclaimed from the public domain for a specific purpose, which is for schools. So Makati can make all its claims. So papakinggan natin ang Makati. So pag sinabi ng Maynila, sila na may-ari, sila. Madam President, Mr. President, Madam President, Madam Chair, the reason I make this, because before the transition team got jurisdiction, ayos na to sa NCR Director at saka sa Taguig Very clear na lahat Malinaw na sa Makati. If you have claims sa ownership, habulin nyo yung claims. And if they can prove, we will pay. Okay. But now may I ask, because it is public land, dun sa nabagsa ng decision, sabi nyo, nabasa nyo po yung dispository. Ano po sinabi about the preliminary mandatory prohibition? Ano pong sinabi sa batas na? To abbreviate, Madam Chair, may I read it na lang? It here, The writ of preliminary injunction dated August 2, 1994, issued by RTC of Pasig, explicitly referring to Parcel 3 and 4, PSU 2013, comprising Fort Bonifacio, be made permanent insofar as it enjoined the municipality, now City of Makati, from exercising jurisdiction over and making improvement or otherwise treating as part of their territory Parcel 3 and 4, PSU 2031, comprising Fort Bonifacio. So, I assume abogado yung head ng legal nyo. If you have a injunction prohibiting them from introducing improvements, and they introduce improvements, are they a builder in good faith or bad faith?
Builder in bad faith, according to DepEd, Your Honor, Mr. President.
And does the accessory follow the principal or the principal follow the accessory?
The accessory follows the principal, Your Honor, Mr.
So,
President.
so Madam Chair, napakasimple. Public land, sinabi na ng DNR, walang proclamation sa pangalan ng Makati. Kung ginastusan man ng Makati, they violated the injunction. Klaro ang civil code, builder and bad faith. But even assuming may doubt, it's still public use. So all DepEd has to say to Makati, kung naghahabol kayo dahil siya, you file a case at maningil kayo sa Taguig. Di ba? Oh, so ano yung issue? Wala namang issue ng transition, okay na eh. So, let me go to my next point. They're asking for jurisdiction for 4 schools. Is there any legal basis for that? Is there any precedent in the whole country that one city will ask for jurisdiction of schools in another city?
Mr. President, the Vice President says they told them to take it to the courts and Congress.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. So I take it that DepEd will deny their request because there's no legal basis for the 4
Yes, Mr. President, yes.
schools. No? So, Mr. President, you know, there's no doubt this is an emotional issue for everyone. Kami nandito, hindi lang para sa Old Taguig, para din dun sa 10 barangay. We're also here for the parents, for the students, etc. And, you know, amazingly, and Madam Vice President, you know, maybe we can, the principals themselves can invite you there. I know madali po kayong imbitahan basta't para sa education. Every single time that we went there, at talagang sinabi ng asawa ko, wag ka na sumama, ako na lang ang pupunta. But every single time, there's a warm welcome. There's some confusion, there's some emotions, pero wala naman pong gulo eh. The gulo comes in when there is something premeditated na may gagawin, ibabarikada nila, sasabihin nila ayaw tanggapin yung ganito and everything, no? So, this is my main point, Madam Vice President. Ang request lang ng Taguig simple lang, yung normalcy lang. Dumating na sa normalcy. Because the City of Makati and Mayor Abby Binay keep saying na kami tanggap na namin na Taguig na yan. But she keeps doing the opposite. Di ba? So, that's where she's very, very different kay Nancy. Si Nancy, Senator Nancy, yes is yes, no is no. Kay Mayor Abby Binay, she will say yes, then no, yes, then no. So, I saw the Secretary of Health there. They met with the Secretary of Health. Si Mayor Binay mismo nagsabi, on this date, transition na, kunin nyo na yung health center. A few weeks later, nag-abroad, tapos ayaw nang ibigay yung health center. So, we will never be able to finish our transition pagka ganyan. And we will not be able to give the services that EMBOS deserve if our superintendent will have to say, iba trato ko sa 28 barangays, iba trato ko sa 10 barangays. That's why yung normalcy nung 38 barangays na yan, that's why I'll go back. I mean, I've accepted the apology and I do understand, no? But yung point ko, ma'am, sir, ma'am Vice President and to everyone, no? Hindi po pwedeng ang attitude natin, politika to, issue to, neutral. Ang attitude natin, as the Vice President said kanina, may decision, eto decision, we stick to the decision. So, can Taguig, without the permission of the Superintendent of Parañaque, do any activities in the schools of Parañaque?
No. Mr.
Diba?
Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, or the gentleman from Taguig, can I just read the statement handed to me by the Vice President Secretary? At the time, there was a lack of clear agreement on the turnover, which caused confusion and fear among the personnel. The reason why the transition plan was required for a peaceful turnover.
Ma'am, I respect that and I will take it at face value. If you can also take my statement at face value. I was there na turnover na eh. Nung bumalik yung Makati. Na turnover na, it was with Taguig na eh. The principals were there, the superintendent was there, nagbrigada na. Tapos na. Pero moro-moro sila ng gulo and sasabi nilang magulo para nga ibalik. And then, I don't know why they still insist on spending. That will be an issue with COA. Because the Supreme Court's decision is very clear, they cannot spend anymore outside, unless they have an ordinance na sister city or whatever. But I will leave it at that, with the commitment, may I ask for the commitment of the DepEd on two things, no? Number one, for a smooth transition to normalcy, and number two, that kung sasabihin naman na sa mayor na, we have to remove the superintendent, but ganito mangyayari, or how can we make it less ganyan, then you fulfill the consultation. So it's important for me. I mean, Madam Vice President, naman, I was a faithful cabinet secretary of President Duterte. But when the DILG and PNP started taking out PNP officials without consultation sa LGU, nagsalita din ako, kahit sa kabinete. Sinabi ko rin sa DILG Secretary, at saka nandito, si Chief PNP Bato, sinabi ko rin, kahit na drugs, kahit na di ba? Kasi, syempre, takot yung marami, Vice President yung Secretary nyo eh. Di ba? But, ang test is that kahit gaano ka powerful, sinusunod pa rin yung batas. So kung nakalagay sa local government code that you cannot remove or put a new superintendent without consultation, yun lang naman request ko sa humble senator, di ba? That we follow that. I don't believe, Madam Vice President, that Lani has ever said no to you in her whole life. No, you've never asked her for anything naman. But what I meant is if one of your person ask her na palitan natin kasi magulo, ganyan, etc. Di ba? But at least hindi nagkagulatan. So, grabe ang epekto sa amin mga principals at estudyante, pati dito sa side na to. So just as a last question, the DBM issued a circular na for all the EMBO barangays, ililipat na yung budget under the Taguig. May I be assured, because I haven't seen the sa GAB, ano siya?
It's there.
Yeah.
The budget has been, the budget has already been, the budget already reflects that, Mr. President, and according to ASEC, they're already preparing also the implementation, basically, transferring the plantilla.
So would my sister want me to end my interpellation now?
I want you to be able to have satisfaction with the concerns that you have for Taguig City.
So, Madam Vice President, I'll just put on the record. Dalawa lang naman po weakness ko eh. Asawa ko at ate ko. So, I ask for your indulgence if I'm emotional about this issue, because aside from our heart is with our students, you know how it is to struggle. And you know how it is kung ano yung tama at mali, di ba? And it's difficult pagka ganito na spin-spin eh. So, ASEC, I hear you and I think your apologies is sincere. But let's just make it a lesson. Pag may social media, may kumukuhang ganon, di ba? And it becomes a laughing matter. Hindi biro yun eh. Marami pong principal ang hindi nakatulog. Just for the record, let me end this way. Yung uniform in-insist na binigay, pero yung mga sasakyan kinuha lahat at yung mga benefits ng teachers ayaw nang ibigay. So it's a political move. That's why I said, we just have to follow the law and the Supreme Court decision. So tama si ASEC wag tayo makihalo sa partisan, pero hindi partisan yung sabihin sa kanila, you are now under Taguig. We're not stopping them from loving Makati. If they love Mayor in Taguig, we love Mayor Lani, but we love Mayor President Duterte. Many in Taguig love the mayors of our neighbors, Mayor Rufy, Mayor Vico. Di ba? Hindi kami seloso sa ganon. But to make it to the point na safety na. Yusik po, pasensya ka na kung ganun din. Kasi nga, it's not only the safe. Alam mo ba yung chief of police namin, pinagtulak-tulakan nung barangay election? No. Because of the but sinabi na lang ng police, maximum tolerance na lang, wag ka nang manghuli and everything. Because nga of that security guard issue doon. So with that, I end this interpellation, and thank you, Madam Vice President, for this opportunity to air these issues. And thank you, Senator Pia.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to put on record that I have known our colleague, Senator Alan Cayetano, for quite a long time, more than 20 years now, Mr. President. And I've seen his works and his passion, and we understand where he's coming from. And we feel that it is important that these issues be raised, because I think there are some issues here that are no longer questionable, because the courts have spoken, and I hope that we'll be able to find ways and means to ensure that order and correct measures will be undertaken, especially by the Department of Education, which is a very important department in our government. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate, but may I just seek for the recognition of our dear colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, and at the same time, the chairperson, co-chairperson of the Education Commission 2, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening to the good sponsor. My greetings to the Vice President. Will not ask questions, but instead manifest a few items. And just to take off where Senator Alan left off, he was asking earlier the per capita spending of DepEd to our students. It's about 28,000 per student. So just to do the simple math, the budget divided by the number of students, about 24 million in our public schools, about 28,000. And the reason why we computed that is we were weighing the pros and cons on whether to expand the voucher system and the ESC. Is it cheaper to expand that and take up the excess capacities of our public schools, or continue to increase the budget for school buildings? Because we all know that we need approximately about 400 billion to just complete all the school buildings. So we were studying that possibility, and would like to encourage DepEd to also look at that possibility of expanding the voucher system and the ESC. The ESC and the voucher system is cheaper compared to that 28,000. On the average, the ESC and the voucher system more or less is about 15,000, so it's cheaper than the 28,000. So we don't have a specific recommendation on that angle. However, it will be good for DepEd to look at that option to increase the voucher system and the ESC to take up the slack or excess capacity of our private schools. So I'll go to my manifestation. First of all, I'd like to thank the good sponsor for accepting 7 out of our 14 recommendation. 50% batting average is not so bad, but thank you very much.
Dati yata mga 90%. Di ko alam kung ba't
It fluctuates
50% na
every
lang.
year. Minsan tumataas 90, minsan 50%, minsan. But thank you to the good sponsor. And one of the most important recommendation that was accepted was the teacher training for the Matatag curriculum. We recommended an increase of 1.7 billion to train our teachers in the rollout of the Matatag curriculum, which is being piloted this coming school year. And
full rollout in 2024, school year 2024-2025. I would like to thank the good sponsor for adding 1.5 billion to train our school teachers. That's approximately about 200,000 more or less to school teachers in Key Stage 1 and other grade levels. So I'd like to thank the good sponsor for that. And I have some appeals. No? And some of the items that were not accepted or not included, I would like to make an appeal, although I know that budgetary constraints is real and looking for funds is quite tricky. Nevertheless, I just want to make an appeal and put on record some of the items that we made recommendations. Number one is we recommended to include 160 million for mental health. And this is an offshoot of the hearing that we conducted on mental health. And we were quite shocked that in the last 5 years, from school year 2017 to present, to date, there are about 7,000 students who attempted suicide. And there are about 1,600 learners who actually committed suicide in the last 5 years. So this is a very concerning phenomenon in our school system. And I would like to recommend to increase the budgetary allocation for mental health programs to address all of these mental health concerns. The other one is connected to Senator Alan's comment earlier on the TechVoc track. And I really believe that the TechVoc track is the low-hanging fruit in terms of improving our K-12 system. And we recommended 144 million pesos to train our senior high school teachers to be certified in TechVoc. So that means when they are certified by TESDA as trainers, the whole TechVoc program can be accredited by TESDA. And once the program is accredited, our students can improve their passing rate in taking the NC1, NC2. Senator Alan asked earlier how many students took the TechVoc track. About 400 students, 1,000 students took the TechVoc track, of which only 7% took the national certification, and 93% did not take the certification. So in other words, this is a low-hanging fruit. If we can encourage the whole 400,000 to take the national certification, and looking at the data, the passing rate for those who took the national certification is as high as 98%. So
They all passed.
they all,
But
almost
the
all
question
passed.
is, how come 93, how the BOC did not
Yes,
take the
93% did not
certificate?
take.
Did not take it.
Yeah, because one of the reasons during the hearing is cost. To take the examination will cost about 1,000, 2,000 pesos per student. And in the budget of TESDA, we also recommended to include the national certification for senior high school students, and that was accepted by the proponent, the sponsor. But in order to level up and to improve the TechVoc track, we need two things. Number one is to train our senior high school teachers to become trainers and accredit them by TESDA. And then number two, the whole TechVoc track of DepEd should be accredited by TESDA. And those are the two things in order to make sure that our TechVoc track is accredited by TESDA. So that's why we recommended 144 million to train our teachers to become trainers, TechVoc trainers. And the last appeal and recommendation that we made is to create non-teaching positions in the Department of Education. We recommended an allocation of 1.9 billion pesos. I know it's a substantial amount, to hire 5,000 administrative officers and 3,000 project development officers to help our teachers unload their administrative responsibilities. And this has been a perennial, I'm sure the good sponsor have heard this many, many times, and this is actually one of the low-hanging fruits as well that we can improve in terms of teaching efficiency in our classrooms. And we recommend to hire as many administrative officers and project development officers so that our teachers can be unloaded with their administrative responsibilities. So again, those are the three appeals and recommendations that we are setting forth, and we also have some recommendations on where the budget will come from, and I will just submit to the good sponsor on some of the funding sources that we can tap into in order to fulfill those three recommendations that I mentioned. So that's it, Mr. President, and to our good sponsor.
Sir President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader.
Before I make the final motion on this particular budget deliberation on this particular agency, Mr. President, may I just quickly react and make a short manifestation as I was listening attentively to the statements made by the honorable gentleman from Taguig, Patero, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. He talked about the importance of implementing K-12. And I thought, Mr. President, it is important to note that a lot of stakeholders worked doubly hard to pass this law. The law was passed in 2023, RA 10533, with a vision, and I quote, to establish, maintain, and support a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education, and to ensure that every graduate of basic education shall be an empowered individual. Mr. President, the K-12 model is good, as validated by the experience of various countries, but the problem is the capacity of our, and this has been crystal clear during the discussions made in the Education Commission, chaired by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, members of which are all here right now, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Sani Angara.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. President. And the problem again, Mr. President, is the capacity of our educational system. Like TESDA, for instance, as made mention by Senator Gatchalian, it has no sufficient number of trainers and assessors. And that's why even if we continue to push for higher budget for this particular agency, but they don't have the capacity to produce. I mean, and I would love to see the figures that will be given to us by the agency, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. For example, if you're just saying lack of funds, if we buy equipment, if we put up facilities, who will teach there, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues? And so this is very important, and I think in this particular case, we are deliberating on the budget of DepEd. We maintain, Mr. President, that the K-12 program is a landmark educational reform and needs constant updating. And I will emphasize on that. It needs constant updating to keep up with the emerging issues. We need to keep moving forward, Mr. President, and not revert to old ways of doing things. And that's the main reason why there is Educational Commission. And right now, we are tasked of reviewing our educational system and ensure that we'll be able to give the best possible educational program to our country and people. Mr. President, let me also put into the record this representation's full support in the budget of the Department of Education. Naniniwala po ako, Ginoong Pangulo, na ang edukasyon po ang susi sa bawat pinto ng oportunidad para sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa ating mga kabataan. At tayo po ay nagagalak na maging katuwang ng ating butihing Vice President Sara Duterte, upang mapabuti po yung learning outcomes para sa ating mga mag-aaral. Would also like to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank the Vice President for her leadership in the PQF-NCC, yung Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council and for holding regular meetings of the council. Kasi Madam Vice President, for the past so many years, every time we tackle the budget of DepEd, TESDA, and CHED, we would always ask this representation together with Senator Pia, Senator Win, Senator Angara, we would always ask, how many times do you meet? In fact, in the last 4 years, bago ho kayo dumating, last 4 years, 4 times lang nag-meeting. Doon pong umupo si Vice President Sara, in a span of a year and a half, naka 4 meetings na po kaagad sila. So, Mr. President, I think this is important. Kailangan mag-meet talaga yung mga education agencies natin. So, we'd like to manifest that we are in full support, again, in the creation of Permanent Secretariat of the PQF-NCC. This was mentioned during the budget deliberation of DepEd. And during the break, this representation, together with this representation's office, coordinated with DepEd officials and worked with us in ensuring that the work of the council continues in 2024. We have also put some funds, for example, the additional 12 million for the purpose of in the budget of TESDA as the Secretariat of the Council. So, yan po yung ating ginagawa, and as author and sponsor of RA 10968 or the PQF law, we are confident, Mr. President, that this will bring wider mobility and opportunities to every Filipino through increased recognition of the value and comparability of their qualifications. So, muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat, and thank you po sa lahat ng tulong ng ating distinguished sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader would also like to make a short manifestation. I move that she be recognized.
Yes, our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Just a brief manifestation that this representation joins with a very important evaluation of the Majority Leader, that the K-12 was a landmark and game-changing education reform. And in fact, even before the pandemic struck our country, sinasabi na rin po ng iba pa nating mga education reform advocates, kasunod ng K-12, dapat mayroon pa ngang mga kasunod pang education reforms on teacher training, on making sure that the numbers of school buildings, classrooms, etc. are sufficient, and many, many others. I'm glad that the Majority Leader said that this matter of the K-12, or for that matter, yung mother language education, are some of the important agenda being taken up by the Education Commission too. And since that came up also, just for the record, again, Mr. President, I need to manifest for the minority that it is regrettable that we are not participants in the EDCOM too. So we will just have to engage the important agenda being taken up by the EDCOM too, and certainly the important findings and recommendations of the Commission when the matter is brought to plenary. So just those two things, Mr. President, an affirmation of the K-12, and then the matter of the EDCOM too. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Office of the Department of Education, Office of the Secretary, Early Childhood Care and Development Council, National Book Development Board, National Council for Children's Television, National Museum of the Philippines, Philippine High School for the Arts, and National Academy for Sports to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. These aforementioned offices under the Department of Education is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations. I ask for a minute suspension.
Thank you, Mr. President. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, namely the Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Local Government Academy, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, National Police Commission, National Youth Commission, Philippine Commission on Women, Philippine National Police, Philippine Public Safety College, Mr. President, and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Secretary Benhar Abalos and our Chief PNP, General Benjamin Acorda Jr. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion is approved. All the budgets of all the aforementioned agencies are to be taken up. And we'd like to, should we recognize the sponsor, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm about to move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, and first to interpolate is the former PNP chief, the pride of the Senate, Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Our distinguished colleague from Aurora, the sponsor of the Department of Interior Local Government, the chairman of the Committee on Finance, is recognized together with our distinguished colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is also as well recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. We'll gladly accept questions from the committee vice chair and the chair of the Committee on Public Order of the Senate, Your Honor.
And before we do that, Your Honors, I'd just like to recognize that we're here with a dear friend of mine, Secretary Benhar Abalos is with us, and of course, General Acorda. Once again, welcome to your Senate, Gen. It's good to see you.
And for the record, Mr. President, the budget of the DILG and the attached agencies, as mentioned by the Majority Leader, is 262,300,000,000, Mr. President, just for the record.
Please proceed, Senator De La Rosa. You may ask your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. Chairman. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako sa ating chairman for his pagdating sa military and uniform personnel. Napakabait po nitong ating chairman. Madaling kausapin. Kaya salamat, Mr. Chairman. At nag-volunteer ako na pinakaunang mag-interpellate sa iyo dahil nga nakikita ko medyo condition ka pa. Kaya baka mamaya one-liner na lang yung sagot mo, one word or two words na lang sagot mo pag pagod ka na. But anyway, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My question is about the special provision on the fire code revenues, Mr. President. During the budget deliberation of the BFP at the committee level, I raised the issue on the cap recommended by DBM on the use of fire code revenues. I am thankful that in our committee report, the original 1 billion cap was increased and now at 3 billion. Despite this increase, Mr. President, I would like to know from the good sponsor, what will be the effect if we remove the cap on the use of the fire code revenues, similar to what we did in the special provision on collections of drug rehabilitation activities under the Dangerous Drugs Board?
First of all, let me thank the gentleman from Davao del Sur for his kind words and acknowledge also his role. Sila ni Senator Bongo yung laging nakikipaglaban dito para sa BFP at malift, kaya dinagdagan din po natin yung cap dito from 1 billion to 3 billion sa ilalim po ng committee report, kasama nila Majority Leader, SP. According to the BFP, with the lifting of the cap on the use of fire code fees, they can easily meet the deficiencies with respect to fire stations, fire trucks to be refleeted. It will take a shorter time to meet these deficiencies, Your Honor. Yun po ang magiging epekto sa kanilang budget at paninilbihan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. So, per DILG Secretary Abalos, currently there are about 100 LGUs without a functional fire station and are without fire trucks. BFP is set to procure the following next year. Under the regular budget, ang kaya lang i-procure is 18 units of fire trucks and 16 units of ambulance. Pero with the fire code revenues na binigyan natin ng cap na 1 billion, ang kaya lang ma-produce is 30 units of fire trucks and construction of 55 fire stations. Ito yung ginaw from 1 billion, yung 1 billion na ibigay natin na good sponsor. Pero kung i-lift natin yung cap, it means to say that yung kanilang as of June 30, 2023 na revenue amounts to 4.58 billion. So, siguro, baka kung palagi nating every GAA, i-lift natin yung cap na yan, baka within 2 years or 3 years, kumpleto na yung fire station natin na Mr. Chairman.
5 years ang sabi po ng BFP. 5 years.
5 years.
Opo,
Okay,
opo.
so mas maganda po. So I hope na you are agreeable to this, Mr. Chairman.
Ako walang problema ho. Malamang DBM po ang mag-object dito dahil sila po yung naglagay ng cap. And we asked them their opinion. Kaya daw nila nilalagay ito for predictability of revenues. Pero kung ako tatanungin, why not? Di ba? Para sooner, medyo minsanan rin yung chance na masabi natin we've met the ideal rate in terms of budgetary metrics. So ako'y nakikisa sa inyo at kinikilala ko din po yung inyong pagtulak nitong advokasya. At for the record, because since kayo nasa Senado, as far as I can remember, ini-increase po natin ang budget ng BFP. Hindi lamang yung nabibigay nila mula sa kanilang budget, dumadami yung na kanilang nabibigay dahil dinadagdagan natin dito sa Senado upon your initiative, upon the initiative of our colleagues, yung kanilang budget for fire trucks and other resources, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Good Sponsor, thank you for that response. And I have talked to LBRMO kanina, and she told me that she talked to DBM already, and DBM is cool about the idea of lifting the cap. And I hope they will be consistent in their opinion. Kasi Mr. Chairman, good sponsor, nakikita kasi ng Bureau of Fire yung seeming inequity compared to the PNP. Kasi ang PNP talaga, lahat ng kanilang revenues ay sila ang gumagamit. Pero yung Bureau of Fire, walang cap yun sa PNP ha, kaya ang PNP nakakabili ng kung anong gusto lang bilhin. Pero yung Bureau of Fire, sabi na, sir, baka pwede mo kami matulungan na wala ng cap para mas marami kaming mabuild na fire station at saka mabiling fire trucks.
Kung ganun talaga yung totoo ng sinabi na DBM is not objecting to this, then by all means, I will be happy to work with you in the period of amendments, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the proper time, Mr. President, I will formally propose to delete the cap on the fire code revenues so that the BFP can maximize the use of their income and help them in implementing the BFP modernization program as mandated by Republic Act number 11589 na alam mo naman na I shepherded that at
Yes, Your Honor.
grabing heartaches na
Pinaghirapan niyo
dinaanan
yun.
ko noon, Mr. Chairman. So,
Nag-double
salamat.
bycam pa kayo noon, di ba?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next question, Mr. Chairman, sabi ko kana isa lang, pero dalawa pala, nakalimutan ko. Yung isang question ko po is, this is to the PNP. I hope, Mr. Chairman, if the Chief PNP can categorically, for the record, state to us whether or not they have monitored yung sinasabi, palagi sinasabi ng media na reported destabilization plot by retired generals, kung may na-monitor sila talaga, if this is these rumors are accurate or not. So we want to get the official stand of the PNP. Because I am also a retired general, baka mamaya sabihin nilang kasama ako dyan sa plot. Kaya maniguro tayo, Mr. Chairman, siguruhin lang natin from the PNP o kung sana, kung makapagsabi sila kung if indeed may monitor sila na ganitong ganitong planong pag-aaklas
Against the government, Your Honor.
against the government.
Against the government.
Yeah. Marites.
According to the Chief PNP, they have not monitored any plot within the police, and there's no reason to rise up against the government, Your Honor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that answer. And I hope the Filipino people can sleep soundly tonight and every night, the succeeding nights, na wala talagang planong wala tuloy ako. Medyo,
Nawala yung momentum.
Nawala pala talagang planong pag-aaklas na namonitor
Yes,
ang
Your Honor.
ating
Thank you
Philippine
for
National
asking that
Police.
question.
With the
and,
permission of my two colleagues also,
Yes, Mr.
if
President.
there's no truth to it and there's no seriousness on this issue, on the destabilization plots, if it's just a mere haka-haka, I would like to remind these agencies to just play it down. Because we had just come from several countries promoting the country as an investment opportunity, an investment hub in Spain, in London, in Hungary, in Japan, and the President will be leaving again for the United States. Kung walang katotohanan nito, mas magandang hindi na pag-usapan kasi of course, pipikapin yan ng media na mag-viral din yan sa social media. It will scare potential investors. So tama lang yung tinanong and na-confirm ni Senator Bato de la Rosa that there's no such thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor. That would
Thank
be
you.
all for me.
Thank you very much,
Salamat.
Your Honor, to the former Chief of PNP and one of the foremost advocates of the PNP family. Salamat po sa
And
inyong
before
mga
I
tulong.
leave,
Yeah.
I would like to manifest my expected support for the passage of the budget of the ILG family.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated.
Majority Leader?
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
President, next to interpolates the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, no other than our dear colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Cavite, Senator Tolentino, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. No questions insofar as the Philippine National Police is concerned. I'm very supportive of the PNP's budget, more specifically now that there is a need really to enhance the budget of the PNP Maritime Command, which I foresee would be playing a bigger and greater role insofar as supporting the efforts of the Philippine Navy and the Philippine Coast Guard and all our efforts towards protecting the West Philippine Sea area, the coastal areas near Aurora, the home province of our sponsor, Kasiguran, the Philippine Rice area, Mr. President. So I fully support the budget of the Philippine National Police. I have just two lingering questions coming from after signing several certificates, oaths of office of the soon-to-be inducted, newly elected barangay officials and SK Kagawads, chairman, etc., etc. Mr. President, may I know from the good sponsor the exact budget of the local government academy for 2024?
It is 296.7 million, Your Honor.
296 million. May we determine the exact budgetary allocation for the post-election trainings of the newly elected as well as the re-elected barangay officials to be conducted, spearheaded by the local government academy?
Well, while we're retrieving that number, if there is one, Your Honor, I just want to state for the record that that number you asked for of 296.7 million for the Senate committee report for next year's budget is much higher than this year's budget, which is 213.7 million, just for the record, Your Honor.
And Mr. President, a good sponsor, would that be sufficient enough to cover the appropriate training for the, how many? 42,000 barangay chairmen and the newly elected kagawads, the same number perhaps of the newly elected. Of course, there is no re-elected SK chairman, as well as the SK kagawads, as well as the other barangay officials, barangay heads of the barangay tanod contingent, the lupong tigapamayapa, lahat na po siguro yon. Magkakasya ba ho yung 290 million plus nationwide? Mr. President,
Thank you for the
sponsor.
question, Mr. President. Regarding your question on the budget for the post-election training of the barangays, there is an item of 71.535 million, Your Honor, set aside. So it's quite a substantial number.
71?
0.535 million. 71,535,000, whereas the figure for 2023 was only 8.3 million. So there is an increase of about 63 million.
So that would be sufficient for the training.
Yeah. There is a counterpart also coming from the municipalities, so it's even a higher figure, Your Honor.
So there would be a counterpart counterpart resources coming from the various LGUs. What about, Mr. President, counterpart funds coming from, for instance, other agencies such as the UP local, is there a UP local government institute, the Development Academy of the Philippines, para po matulungan natin itong LGA?
I'm not aware, Your Honor, if there are any, but maybe when they are here for their budget, we can ask them those, if there are any allotments for that.
Or perhaps the CHED, the favorite agency of the majority leader, can they also support the training program for our newly elected barangay officials?
Well, it would be good, Your Honor, if as long as the modules are very relevant and perhaps not overly long or to the point, Your Honor.
I raise that point, Mr. President, because I see the post-election training modules to be given to our newly elected barangay officials as mission critical. Mission critical in the sense that they are the ones supposed to implement laws concerning issues Senator De La Rosa and our committees have tackled so far. Anti-hazing. Dapat po, nagbabantay yung mga barangay officials under the law, ka-register sa kanila. The laws concerning the kasambahays, dapat po, sila rin yun. Yung mga batas po natin sa pagpapatupad ng karapatan ng mga katutubo at mangingisda, dapat alam din po nila yan. So, I really support the proposition that the LGA should be well-funded and be converted into a very professional academic institution similar to the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Singapore or the Local Government Academy of the Netherlands. Pag nagawa po natin yon, siguro yung mga taga-ibang bansa dito na magte-training sa atin sa DILG. And I'm sure with a very competent DILG secretary, this dream of mine will be realized in the near future, given the proper resources, Mr. President. Just a short manifestation. My governor, my majority leader is staring at me. I would have to yield the floor now to...
You can continue, Your Honor.
I thought the minority leader is about
If
to...
it is the pleasure of the gentleman from Cavite to continue, Mr. President, I have no right to
Yeah, just
stop
one
him.
manifestation.
But I just wanted to remind him of his promise and commitment that he's just asking one question, Mr. President. It's okay, Mr.
It's called a
President.
compound question.
Yeah.
Incremental line of
It was
questioning.
euro, Mr. President, so times 60.
That's a Euro move, Mr. President. Just one manifestation, Mr. President. Given that this would just be a 2-year term for our thousands of newly elected barangay officials, would that what was that again? 71 million appropriation be sufficient enough to include reorientation for this? O one time lang po ba yung orientation nila? Isang bagsakan na lang?
Maybe there's I would assume there's also a fund for that next year, Your Honor. I just don't know. I cannot anticipate the action of the DBM, how much they will put in the National Expenditure Program. But given that there was a fund last year, there's a fund this year, I assume there will be a fund next year.
I have no further questions, Mr. President. I yield my time to the minority.
Oh, thank you very much. We have just...
Thank you very much to our
just have
Vice Chair
the-
and the
yes,
Chairman
thank
of the Blue Ribbon Committee, Your Honor. Thank
The
you, Senator
minority leader
Tolentino.
just walked in, so perfect timing. Thank you. If the minority leader is ready, we
Mr.
could
President, move that
start.
we recognize the minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
The minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
Thank you. Magandang gabi po sa lahat, sa ating DILG family, which was once upon a time headed by my father. No? Nung MILG pa po yan, MLG. Then it became MILG. So we have here our secretary. Secretary, I've been reading a lot about your pronouncements, and I think you are a reformer. So meron ka pang panawagan na yun, mag-file ng resignation yung colonel and up, no, sa PNP. If you could explain the reforms that you have in mind, Mr. Secretary, and especially that particular order. What was it all about? Kasi actually I disagreed with your order, yung filing of that courtesy resignation. Parang we wanted to swat a fly, and yet parang I think we are harming the entire elephant, Mr. Secretary. So, can you please tell us ano po yung ating maasahang pagbabago sa DILG, especially na sa ilalim po ninyo ang PNP, which concerns our law and order situation, na kada parating nasa headline ang ating law and order situation. Plus, andyan din sa inyo yung jail system natin na I don't know how congested that is, but I'm sure that's very congested. Yun na muna, Mr. Secretary. Yes, yun na muna, sir.
Thank you, distinguished minority leader. Marami po silang accomplishments, and if you'll give me time, I'll read some of them. But regarding that order, that was, I think, really just to cleanse the ranks of the PNP, Your Honor. Maybe wipe the slate clean, so to speak. Regarding the accomplishments, in terms of local governance, of course, they've continued that program of the Seal of Good Local Governance. And there were 18 provinces, 60 cities, and 274 municipalities which were awarded the SGLG. And they assisted and monitored LGU projects under the Local Government Support Fund. They completed 4,150 subsidized projects as of June of this year. With respect to the accomplishments of the DILG in terms of food security, they have allotted 8.8 million square meters for community gardens in 19,188 barangays under their Hapag sa Barangay project. They have activated 1,068 local price coordinating councils to ensure unabated access to affordable food supplies. They also ensured 1,715 LGUs are in compliance with the prohibition on the imposition of pass-through fees. These are the fees imposed on
Maganda yan.
trucks or transport and vehicles which are only passing through LGUs but sometimes are being stopped and exacted fees, which should not be the case, Your Honor. So that's a very business-friendly move on the part of the DILG and their attached agencies. In terms of advancing the interests of women, youth, and Muslim Filipinos, the DILG ranked the second best, or the Philippines ranked the second best in the East Asia and Pacific region, and 16th out of 146 countries in the 2023 Global Gender Gap Index, which will be music to the ears of our colleague and the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Women, Senator Risa, also our Vice Chair and the Senate Deputy Minority Leader. And 1,344 municipalities and 103 component cities were aided in crafting their local youth development plans. There were 221 beneficiaries of the Muslim SMEs Development and Skills Training. There are 136 beneficiaries of the Relief and Settlement Assistance Program. There have been 62,820 beneficiaries of various social protection, socio-cultural, and economic programs of the DILG. With respect to accomplishments of the Department against illegal drugs, they have the BIDA, or the Buhay Ingatan Drogay Ayawan project, participated in by over 126,000 individuals in BIDA fund runs in 14 regions, and in partnership with some private companies and actors, they have been promoting healthy and drug-free workplaces. And there are 27,465 drug-cleared barangays, and they've also arrested, in the period July 2022 to June 2023, they've arrested 65,431 persons in the campaign against illegal drugs. They've arrested 5,179 high-value targets, and they've confiscated 16.9 billion worth of illegal drugs during the same period, Your Honor. And with respect to the peace efforts against criminality, peace and order, they have integrated 887 former rebels, militia ng bayan, and violent extremists, and provided financial assistance amounting to 66.9 million to the same. And there is a 3.42% decrease in the national crime situation, from 198,069 crimes in the period from July 2021 to May 2022. It has decreased to 191,291 crimes in the subsequent 12-month period, Your Honor. And in terms of crime solution efficiency, from 86.88% during that same period, it has increased to 87.57% for the succeeding period. And there is a Tier 1 ranking for the department for 8 consecutive years in the drive against trafficking of persons, according to the report of the U.S. State Department Trafficking in Persons Report for 2023, Your Honor. With respect to improving safekeeping of persons deprived of liberty, or PDLs, there is a 9% improvement in the decongestion rate, with 43,274 PDLs released within 24 hours upon receipt of the release order. There is the eDalaw program, which has benefited 83% of the PDLs. there is a 17% increase of PDLs benefited from educational services with 8,298 PDL graduates of elementary and junior and senior high school, Your Honor. And 41% of PDLs benefited from livelihood programs from TESDA and non-TESDA training in 2022. With respect to disaster preparedness, they've assisted in evacuating 5,488 individuals during Typhoon Betty, and during Typhoon Egay, the BFP rescued 158 persons, and they've distributed 85,553,000 worth of food and non-food items to affected individuals during the Mayon volcano eruption, Your Honor. And with respect to digitalization, they've launched the ELGU and e-report systems as part of their DICT's e-government app. They've launched the BJMP single carpeta system and PNP's next generation investigation solutions. And 1,103 LGUs are seen to be compliant with the business permit and licensing system standards. And then they have this Paleng QR PH digital payment program developed along with the BSP, Banco Central. And 8,244 permits for telecommunications towers were approved by 667 cities and municipalities. That is with respect to digitalization, Your Honor. And with respect to cleaning the ranks of the PNP, there is a case resolution efficiency of administrative cases handled by the PNP IAS, or Internal Affairs Service, from 100% in 2022. And there are 953 police officials who have, as you mentioned earlier, who filed their courtesy resignations, Your Honor. And there are also achievements on recruitment and human resource development, such as the hiring of 2,000 jail officers, recruitment of 1,000 patrolmen and women, and 2,000 fire officers, and 56.44 of our uniformed personnel completed mandatory courses at the Philippine Public Safety College, or PPSC, while 4,050 are undergoing or taking up these mandatory courses, and there are 290 enrollees in masteral degree programs of the Public Safety College. And the Civil Service Commission has recognized the DILG as one of the agencies with the highest CES, or Career Executive Service occupancy rate, and one of the outstanding human resource partners in the bureaucracy. And with respect to equipment and facilities, 79% of capability enhancement programs have been implemented in terms of procurement of motor vehicles, firearms, and ongoing construction of 11 police stations. The BJMP has procured 1,200 short firearms, 625 sets of anti-riot equipment, 500 non-lethal pepper ball launchers, 15 vehicles. And the BFP, I think this was mentioned by our colleague Senator Bato earlier, ongoing construction of 60 fire stations, 41 fire trucks for delivery, implemented the BFP modernization program with 11 units of rescue and disaster trucks, 458 units of self-contained breathing apparatus, 526 air purifying respirators, and 1 unit of multi-role firefighting vessel, Your Honor. So apologies for that rather lengthy
Yes,
list, Your Honor, but that was what was given to me. And it shows at least that the department and the attached bureaus and agencies have been quite busy, Your Honor.
That's what we need, Mr. President. Every budget season, separate it's an accomplishment report. Thank you for that comprehensive report from our sponsor. And that's for the DILG and for the attached agencies. And
Yes,
I heard also the year 2022, so it's a multi-year achievement report, Mr. President. So congratulations for all of your achievements, Secretary. So ito nga tanong ko, for the year 2023, all of those achievements you achieve with how much funding, Mr. President? The entire family, the entire ALG family.
That was 253 billion 404,200,000, Your Honor.
Then for next year, how much is the entire DILG family
Under the
asking
committee
for?
report, Your Honor, distinguished minority leader, is 262 billion 300 million, Your Honor.
So
There's a slight increase.
we will be granting them an additional 9B, but is the amount for programs, MOE, or because of parang increase in salaries? Itong 9B po, itong more or less additional 9B for the family, for the entire family.
Well, there is always additional hiring, I believe, in it's a yearly thing for the police in order to meet the gaps. Not gap versus last year. Versus GAA 2023.
Baka yung RLIP din, Mr. Sponsor, baka billions din yan?
Yes, that's usual. That's
Yes,
also
baka-
a yearly,
okay, sige.
a yearly thing.
So basically, we're just maintaining the budget levels of their programs.
What's the 9 billion difference?
Saan yung gumalaw? May gagalaw bang malaking galaw?
Yabit, Fatima. Yabit.
Wala, no? Wala. So, Napolcom lang.
PS is a big increase, 2.7 billion. This is the filling up and hiring of uniformed personnel and the pay and allowances adjustment of department personnel. There's a 1.2 billion increase in the operational requirements of the PNP and the training requirements. As mentioned earlier, there was an increase in the LGA budget for the newly elected officials. There's also similar increases in the National Youth Commission and the Philippine Public Safety College. There's a 2.5 billion increase in the Information System Strategic Plan or ISSP projects of the department, with 842 million of this going to MOE and 1.6 billion going to capital outlay, Your Honor. And there are various building construction which the department will undertake, and procurement of equipment to the tune of 400 million, Your Honor. Those are the items accounting for the increase.
So there's an ICT project, 2 billion, Mr. President. What do we hope to achieve after, let us say we are able to implement the program? What changes will we feel, Mr. President? Because of this ICT, 2 billion peso worth ICT project. Ano yun? Ano yun ICT?
Oh, yes. Sabi ko niya, pero ano yung tanong niya?
After this, DFA na lang daw. Tapos na. DFA. After this, DFA daw. Ready kayo? Masyado ka lang narito. Ito alam. Ito na ba? Masyado.
Sinong head? Nakakalis. Yeah, pero what is the... Anong mga... Medyo ano yan eh. Hindi pa pwedeng i-simplify. Ano bang... Ito yung total na. This is what capital outlay. What are these? What's FG?
Ano naman yan? Di ba ba sila gumagastos sa ICT noon? Ilan ito? Never ending ba yung ICT na gastos noon?
Discuss it while talking already. Discuss nyo sa mga may alam. Anong ma-achieve natin sa chip? Oh, pero yung maintindihan natin. Your Honor, there's a breakdown here. I'll be happy to.
Yeah, sige
I'll be happy to furnish it to you. There are things like establishment of a unified forensic data management system, enhancement of a national police clearance system, integrated investigation and detective management portal using the next generation investigation solution, the establishment of a Camp General Rafael Crame safe camp security system, a firearm simulator system, a information management system for the Highway Patrol Group, the enhancement of fishing vessel clearance system, and there is a capability enhancement project for the PNP. There is a regional IT center for the NCR, and there are regional IT centers for regional offices in Region 5, 7, 10, 1, 8, and 9. there is an e-complaints referral and monitoring information system, and there is a PNP drug-related data integration system. So those programs in total amount to around 1.068 billion, and that's just for the PNP. And then the rest of the amounts are scattered in the different units and attached agencies, Your Honor.
Thank you for the reply, Mr. President. At least we get an idea saan pupunta, and may effect, mayroon dapat maramdaman ang
Yes, Your Honor.
taong bayan dealing with these agencies. Highway patrol,
Yes, Your
siguro,
Honor.
ano yan?
Kasi for increased
when
efficiency, I
when you
assume.
sell
Opo.
your vehicle, siguro, yung clearance, mga ganun, okay. So sana maramdaman po natin yan kasi tulad kanina, meron tayong ahensyang natanong, sabi na ating chairman, nabisita niya yung opisina, napaka-high-tech.
Yung MMDA
Pero
ho.
baliwala high-tech pag hindi naramdaman ng taong bayan na sa secretary.
That's a very good point, Your Honor. That's a very
So, parang high-tech, so what, Mr. Pe? Pero at least, tignan po natin, we will give this, so from the listing kasi, that means these are existing systems siguro. It's either you're upgrading a system, you're adding a feature siguro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, mukhang ganun. I cannot believe that wala pa rin silang computerized system for those activities. They should have, Mr. President. So thank you for that, Mr. President. And let me congratulate the Secretary for this, for discouraging yata. You're just discouraging this pass-through fees, di ba? I mean, you really cannot eliminate them at your level, Mr. Secretary. What did we issue? Is it a DILG circular advising the local government units?
Well, they monitored if there were any issuances, or even without issuances, if there was news on the ground that there were LGUs imposing fees. Minonitor po nila at pinagsabihan nila na it's the law of your father actually, which
Actually,
prohibits it,
marami actually.
It's
Naunahan niyo ako, Secretary, kasi ngayon lang tayo nag-budget hearing pero tama yung ginawa niyo, napakaganda. And I think the order came from the President. Well, let's give credit where credit is due.
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi that's one of the benefits of the President working closely with the private sector
Tama.
and being hands-on. We have a hands-on President and DILG Secretary who act very swiftly, Your Honor, pagka ang daming reklamo nga ho. So talagang tinutukan po nila.
Parang sa Amerika, Mr. President, meron sila, nasa Constitution yata nila yun eh. You cannot do anything which will hamper
Interstate
commerce.
Yes,
Ayan,
that's correct. No?
Dito
That's
sa
correct, Your Honor.
dito sa Pilipinas, interbarangay. May interbarangay commerce, may mga ano ba tawag mo doon, checkpoint or whatever for fees, Mr. Secretary. I mean, it's really a timely and relevant idea or order. Pero paano Secretary compliance nun? How do we...
Well, compliance is desistance from charging the fees, Your Honor. That's the compliance.
Yes, are they complying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good, that's very good. So I hope yung reklamo rin na umabot sa opisina ko ay hindi na po maulit. Okay. There's one notorious province, for example, sabay tayong magsalita, Secretary, kung tugma itong ating province. Misamis Occidental. Tama, Mr. Secretary? I mean, yan ang mga reklamong dumarating po sa akin sa opisina. So, congratulations for that, no, Secretary. Then how about yung order nyo, Mr. for the wholesale resignation or courtesy resignation, di ko masyadong klaro, of police colonels and above, Mr. President. What was that for and how successful was that program, Mr. Secretary?
Of the 900 plus resignations, Your Honor, the President accepted 18 of the resignations.
18.
Yes, Your Honor.
And yung balanse, yung courtesy resignations na yon, ano na po, declared, declared withdrawn.
They were not acted upon, Your Honor.
Okay, wala na.
Yes.
I mean, of no validity na yung kasi parang Damocles sword sa ulo nila yun eh. Wala na, there was a public declaration, erase na yon. Klaro na yon. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's good. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Well, makikita natin from the achievement report read by our sponsor na napakalawak actually ng jurisdiction ng DILG, from pass-through fees to price, pati prices yata, monitoring of the prices, to jail, fire, etc., all the way to law and order, Mr. President. But I also heard you claim some achievements in the war against drugs. So, what is how is the war against yung narcotics trade conducted? Ano role ba talaga ng PDEA? PDEA is not under the DILG. Tama? It's not, di ba?
No, Your Honor. It's
So,
not under that. Yeah.
what's the situation now, Mr. President? Ano ba yan? Does the PNP defer to PDEA? Is PDEA a redundancy, Mr. President?
So they both have a role to play and they're actively coordinating with each other, Your Honor.
And they trust each other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's good. Maganda yan. Maganda yan. Dapat ipakita natin yung professionalism natin. We trust each other. So, if that is the feedback, Mr. President, if that's the answer, is PDEA a redundancy? Kasi kaya ng PNP to do it eh.
Well, perhaps they have their own role to play also, Your Honor, because they're a specialized agency. 24/7 is focused on combating the drug menace, whereas the PNP is across the board. They have to deal with a lot of other concerns and crimes. The fight against criminality is much broader than just legal drugs, Your Honor.
But if I ask the PDEA now for their list of achievements when their time comes, I hope there will be no overlap. They will all not repeat what the DILG also claimed as achievements, Mr. President. Posible ba yan? Did we claim in our report some PDEA achievements?
Well, I think some of the hindi maiwasan baka i-claim rin nung PDEA yung you have a drug cleared barangay, Your Honor. Siguro may effort din doon ng PDEA, may effort din po doon yung PNP. So that, and you can not fault them if they each claim some credit for but not all the credit for the cleared barangays, Your Honor. Kasi joint operations yun eh. So
Okay, so thank you. So joint operation ng PDEA and the PNP. Okay. Ano po ba? That's it?
yes, sir.
PNP?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, well then, of course, the PNP is such a large organization. Ilan po ang personnel natin na chief sa PNP?
228,000, Your Honor, approximately.
Malaki po. Akala ko, in my mind, akala ko mga 100 something lang, 228,000.
Yes, Your
Malaki. So, it's like a municipality or probably
Like a
city.
province, Your Honor.
City pa. Or city or province, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
So talagang meron po magkakaroon tayo ng mga bad eggs din dyan sa organization na yan. But with discipline sana, it will be lesser than the normal randomly selected 228,000 personalities, Mr. President, because of discipline. Pero lately, Chief, marami tayong nababasa na sangkot pa rin ang members ng ating kapulisan sa krimen. And plus the fact na itong mga violent crimes, we should be able to solve them, Mr. Secretary and Chief PNP, for the deterrent effect, and of course to give justice to the victims and the victims' families, Mr. President. So meron, ang dami.
With the permission of the Minority Floor Leader, I was asking the Chief PNP and the head of the DILG, Secretary Brenner, earlier about the case in Misamis Occidental on the killing of the radio man, or radio announcer. Apparently, they already filed a case. Meron na silang nahanap na nila yung gunman. So that's we have to thank them if that's the case. We have to congratulate them for their speedy action on this particular issue, because it's a big black eye to us. Next week, we will be hosting the APPF, and we will have 300 parliamentarians from all over the Asia Pacific. Yan yung APEC ng parliamentarians. So I'm sure baka tanungin nila yun, bigla tanungin tayo about it. I'm sure the Canadians and the Australians will ask us about it. So we have something to inform them with by saying that this case is already almost solved. No? All they have to do is capture the gunman. So we
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for mentioning that. I think the PNP appreciates your mentioning that the quick apprehension of the suspect. And I'd like to add also, during the FIBA World Cup, we were all at the games, Your Honor. Talagang wala hong untoward incident because I think there was a very visible police presence along with other agencies. So the executive really stepped up and the police really stepped up. The DILG really stepped up to make this was one of the biggest events hosted by the Philippines in a while. So I think we must credit them for their good performance also. With your permission, Minority Leader.
Yes, yes. But yun na, mahirap talagang buhay police, Mr. President, talagang, kasi yung record, the long-term record na tinitignan natin, it's the overall feeling of security of our people. Sa Pisano, hindi naman yun na-solve yun. But for example, yung missing sabongeros natin, Chief, the E-Sabongeros, missing E-Sabongeros, 8 or 9 incidents yun eh. Kung hindi natin ma-solve yun, it's an admission that 8 or 9 perfect crimes were committed, Mr. President. I mean, mahirap yata yun.
I think there were more, Your Honor. I think there's more.
The victims, but incidents.
Yep, but the victims, I think, are over 40.
35, I think 35.
Ang nawawala. Oh.
Can the Chief enlighten us? I mean, yung mga ganon po, Mr. President, yun, mahirap mag-execute ng perfect crime. So, but if you claim in the Philippines, they did it 8 times, I mean, medyo may reputational damage po tayo dyan.
The Chief PNP is telling me, Your Honor, that they've caught some of the security guards involved in the incidents. I'm just getting the details, Your Honor, and we'll be happy to furnish you the numbers.
Okay, so they caught security guards who are the suspects in how many of the 8 to 9 incidents?
In 5 cases, Your Honor.
Oh, in 5 cases. So, meron pa tayong 3 to 4 open cases. Ilan pong victims dito po sa missing E-Sabongeros sa 8 to 9 incidents?
At least 34, Your Honor.
At least 34. So among our suspects, so at least ang claim natin, ang claim ng police ano sabi niya? 5 ba? In the 5 cases, they already have a theory of the case or what happened. They have already apprehended the suspects. Wala pong police na involved, Chief, dun sa 5 cases, sa theory of the case natin.
Wala pong police involved, Your Honor, and secondly, they have identified 13 individuals in the 5 cases, Your Honor.
Okay, 13 identified and then
Suspects.
arrested, how many?
6, Your Honor.
6, but all are security guards, Chief, licensed or registered with an office within the PNP rin? So dapat yung vetting din, kasi pinaarmas mo rin yun. How many victims in the 5 cases that we are about to solve, Mr. President? Meron ba itong confidential fund? Yan, i-note mo ako, confidential fund. Tanungin ko.
Your Honor, just a correction. They've given me a correction on the earlier information given. Because in one of the cases, there are 3 policemen involved. They've informed me, Your Honor.
Arrested already, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. They're in...
Okay, so in the 5 cases where we already have a theory of what happened, because we have started arresting people, so meron na tayong theory. How many were the victims in the 5 cases, Mr. President?
So yun sa 5, ilan? Hindi pwede 30.
Department of... Si Presidente, si Secretary. Secretary, JLG. Wala.
Can they just provide you the information, Your Honor?
Sige, sige, okay. Let's assume, siyempre, more than 1 yan, ano? So, siguro not less than 5, okay? And since we have a theory, security guards will conspire with each other to abduct not less than 5 people because, for what purpose? So, actually, tanong ko, is the theory that it is only at the level of the security guards?
Well, what is common, it seems, in all the cases is a certain degree of game fixing, is what the Chief PNP is saying, Your Honor. It seems the persons killed were involved in some kind of game fixing, Your Honor.
And security guards will talk among each other, decide to abduct people because they were involved in game fixing, which were conducted in the areas that they secured. Meaning to say they were employed by the areas where the game fixing happened. Is that the theory, Mr. President?
Hindi, pero ang tanong niya, specifically tanong ko,
You will make more than 5 people disappear because I'm an employee in this place. Ganun lang. Ganun lang. Ganun ka ka-hurt. Ganun ka ka-hurt. Soldado ka na tao. Theory nila.
Your Honor, the police, I think, is a little uncomfortable with making their theory public because there are still concerns, given that there is evidence gathering going on, among others. But they're happy to sit down with you to tell you. They're happy to sit down with you and tell you, maybe not in front of everyone because it might, it may.
In executive session, yes.
Yeah, they'll be happy to tell.
I understand the caution observed by our PNP chief. So and thank him for that. But yung mga ganun sana, chief, mga ganun, I mean, well, they may have, of course, they may have perpetrated the crime, or some people may have perpetrated the crime. Ang tanong is, is it larger than this group of people? Anyway, so Mr. President, you also mentioned that part of the, it's a regular part of the budget of the PNP, the hiring of personnel. Pero ito pong ano natin, what is our plan? What is our plan? What is our yearly hiring plan for the PNP? Kasi kanina, for example, Chief, meron kami shortage of teachers. Si DepEd, meron siyang target for next year. Ganon din po ba tayo mag-isip sa PNP? Do we have a shortage of PNP personnel? And do we target the hiring of a certain number of personnel every year? And for next year, what is that? What is that target?
They're going to hire 7,000 new police for next year. For next year. For 2023. How about 2024? So they're going to hire 7,500 for this year, Your Honor, and they're getting the exact number and needs for next year, Your Honor. And
Okay, so do we have a desired number of PNP personnel? Meron ba tayo, are we also following a ratio of one police personnel is to X number of inhabitants, Mr. President?
yes, Your Honor. Dito po sa police to population ratio, their desired number is one policeman to 503 members of the public. Yun po ang ideal ratio.
Ideal, yes.
Opo.
Where are we now, Mr. President?
We're at 1:496, if I'm not mistaken.
Mas maganda yun. Huh? No, we are better than the ideal?
Bakit nga nag-i-increase to? Di ba dapat mas nag-decrease siya? Bakit nag-i-increase? Kung nag-hire tayo marami, dapat nag-decrease yung may mga
Kasi kung better na face hiring na. Face hiring nga. Wala na nga. Pero tama na. Tatanungin ko ngayon yung one, is it an officer of a certain rank or just one sa number of personnel niya na 200? Sabi. Namutan ko. Sabi ko, tika mo na follow up sila ng follow up. Nagpaalam na lang ako, ibalik na lang ako. Balik na lang. Pero kumusta? Pero wala akong na-miss. Wala akong na-miss. After the dito na. Wala akong except yung mga attached sana. Na-cross sabi ko sana yung mga attached na DepEd.
Dapat nakauwi sila except PNP. Kaya kami nakausap lang sa board.
Pero nakabutan ko eh. Kaya mo na. Sorry.
Valid pa rin yung tanong. Bakit nakaset aside one policeman to a lesser number of population? Bakit pag-define? Parang ang dating is walang
maganda rin pare, yung intervention natin, yung quality ng intervention natin.
Your Honor, I apologize for that lull. The figures I gave earlier, because they've given us two sets of figures. The earlier figures I've given were the authorized strength, meaning that's what the authorized positions are. But the actual strength based on actual hiring is as of October of 2023, the ratio is 1:535, one policeman to 535 individuals. And at the start of the year, it was 1:528. And the reason for, rather than an improving police to population ratio, is for the last 4 years, from 2016 to 2020, they were hiring 10,000 a year. Whereas for the last 2 years, they've only hired 1,000 a year, Your Honor. So so the ratios are...
What explains the big drop, Mr. President?
Well, yun ang program po that yun ang nilalagay po sa budget for them, for hiring.
Oh, so we were not able to convince the DBM that... kasi, okay muna, what's the ideal ba? What's the ideal ratio? Let's say, international... sino bang model natin na police agency sa ibang bansa, if ever meron man? And then what is that ideal population to police office?
1:500 is the ideal ratio, Your Honor. Doon naman sa we're waiting an answer on sino po yung ideal na
Pwede na po yun. Basta the ideal ratio, if you look at international best practices, and we also want to achieve this, is 1:500. Okay. By law, this is what I get. By law, we have authorized, if we fill up all the positions in the PNP, we have authorized actually 1:503. So on paper, we are following the ideal, except that in reality it's still 1:535. And how is this computed, Chief? The 1 is what? It must be a police officer with a rank? Is to 535 or just one?
regardless of rank, Your Honor, regardless of rank.
So pwede ito yung sinasama nyo na yung nasa opisina na PNP?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. So thank you for that, Mr. President. So it's a matter of convincing the DBM of the urgency of hiring. So our plan for next year, hindi pa natin alam.
Well, for this year, it's 7,500. That's the figure I gave earlier.
For 2024.
2024, they're still validating, Your Honor.
But we have already in the NEP an amount. Under what line can we find the amount set aside for hiring? What line, what program in the budget of the DALG? Anong line, anong program? Parang actually sa DepEd maganda yung program 5. Ito ano ba program?
Di ba klaro yung sagot?
Saan dyan yung...
Simple lang yung tanong.
Maganda yung sa DepEd, mas madali ko naintindihan eh.
So ilan na nga i-hire? Ilan ang i-hire for 2024? Just give a figure. Ang i-hire?
Sinong wala?
1,000 police. According to the resource person here, Your Honor, it's 1,000. And I'm awaiting the line item, the answer to the line item.
So bumaba din kasi the target we budgeted for this year during last year's budget process 7,500 pala yung target, pumasa. Na-appropriate natin 'yon. How much was appropriated to hire 7,500? Ano yan? Facts na yan. This existing budget na yan, 2023. How much did we set aside for that?
I ask for a suspension, Your Honor, so the
Session
PNP
suspended for a minute.
can get its figures together, Your Honor. Alalayan mo na para mabilis. Mr. President, in response to the question of the distinguished minority leader regarding the hiring of the 1,000 personnel, the item in the budget for 2024 is the creation of new positions, line item for 324,792,000, Your Honor.
324. That's for the next year, no, Mr. President?
That's for 2024, Your Honor.
Okay. So, how much for 2023, Mr. President?
For 2023, there is 322.535 million, Your Honor.
Oh, that's why I asked for that, Mr. President, kasi 322 million, planned hiring is 7,500 for this year. Tama? Mali, mali. Yun ang sagot sa akin kanina. 7,500. Magkano itong pasok nito? Yun na nga, hindi mawawak na sa taas. Dapat sagot na nila kasi fax na lang ito eh. Hindi naman to ano na eh. Fax na yan, yung na-print na nalo, alam na dapat nila yun. Ano yung creation of new position? Oh, creation of new, kita natin, okay. Yan, sa last year, ano laman yan? Yun na yung tanong ko eh. Sa last year. 324 last year? 324 yan nandyan. Kasi 2024 yan. Bira kayo. Hindi nyo naman kami tinutulungan dito. While they're working on it, Mr. President, can I just ask another agency?
Your
now?
Honor, if you have some requests for data, may we, if you would be so kind as to give us an advance notice, because it seems the former resource person who used to be very quick in furnishing numbers is no longer here for this year's budget. So maybe they're a little slower in providing information. If it's possible, Your Honor, if it's possible.
Anyway, that's siguro ang other figure na tatanungin ko would be the confidential or intelligence fund, Mr. President. Yun na lang? Yun na lang.
Opo, sige
Yun na
po.
lang. So, yung creation for new positions po, that same line where you found your 324, ilan tanong ko, in this year's GAA, anong number ang nandun?
Yes, that's what I'm asking them for, Your Honor.
Yes.
Because they fed me the answer of 7,500.
Correct, yeah.
And they're feeding me another number of 1,000.
Oh.
And with the number of 322 million.
Tama.
So, I'm also confused because they're giving me different numbers. So sabi ko, bigyan nyo na lang ako ng isang numero. Ilan yung i-hire nyo at kung merong iba-ibang figures for the 1,000 and for the 6,500, please add up the two figures so we can give it to the minority leader. Yun lang ang puntos natin, pero medyo, kaya nga kung may request kayo for data.
Hindi, wala na po.
Opo.
Wala na po.
For the confidential funds, Your Honor, there is 100 million in the DILG, 100 million in the OSEC, and for the intelligence funds, there's 800 million. Iba to? Magkaiba to? Magkaiba to? Magkaiba to? Same figure. Nasaan yan? Parehong meron. So the whole is 900. 100 na kay DIL. Your Honor, the total of both CF and IF is 906.6 million, Your Honor. And 100.6 million is lodged with the OSEC of the DILG, and 806 million is with the PNP, Your Honor.
And the amount lodged in the OSEC is CF, confidential fund, and the one with the PNP is IF.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Intelligence fund, yes.
That's correct.
Yeah, pursuant to what we read earlier na ganun po yun. Armed and uniformed agency, intelligence fund, civilian, 100. So, sige, balik po tayo ulit dun sa topic nga kasi, okay. Apparently, from the figures that you have given us,
Your Honor, if with
yes,
your permission, Your Honor, the total budget for hiring, and the figure is 7,500, but divided up into 1,000 new positions and filling up of 6,500 positions. So the budget for the 1,000 new positions is 322 million.
Okay.
The budget for the filling up of the 6,500 positions is 643 million, for a total of 965 million, Your Honor.
Okay, there is no similar entry in the 2024 budget for filling up. Ganun na tayo. Kino-compare lang po natin yung 2023 sa 2024. Sa new, meron na tayong two figures. Okay, sa filling up.
What is the comparable figure for filling up? Nag-aaral man lang tayo.
Eh, bakit? Hindi, sobrang malaki nung sa'yo. 643 million na yung filling up nila for this year. Palito. Sobra. Ha?
Ilan? At saka magkano?
Lump sum for filling.
Yung index card. That's 2023. So ano nga yung 2024?
Something million na yung
Nakalagay
sa akin.
So, 2023. Okay. Asa na yung similar? Ang dali pala nung sagot. Pareho lang. Oh my God. 965 yan.
Sure ka?
643. It's the same figure for the filling up, Your Honor, for 2024. 643 million, Your Honor. So, as an amendment to my earlier answer, there are also 1,000 new positions and 6,500 filling up positions.
Okay, Mr. President, there's an entry here in our NEP ba to? Okay. NEP, because I have not seen the GAB actually, Mr. President. NEP, anong volume to? Volume 2, page 439, Mr. President. Lump sum for filling of positions. Military/uniform personnel MUP, but this is under the ano to? Kanino to? PNP? The DILG PNP. 4.9 billion ba ito? Yes, in thousand pesos. So 4.9 billion for 2023 and 3.2 billion for 2024. Yan po yung sa line, ha? Lump sum for filling of positions. Kasi 6,000, Mr. President, eh. Yeah, if you fill up 6,000 positions, hindi naman siguro 600 million lang po ito. Kasi, tama, 6,000. I-basic mo ng sweldo yun. Anong sweldo nun? Kung 10,000, 100,000, ano na eh? O, ilan na yun? LDG ka sa mathematics, ano?
Over 7,000.
Ha? Hindi, yung i-divide mo yung 640 million ng ilang 6,500. Ilan lang? Magkano yan?
640 million.
Pulis lang pala.
Ilan? So, ilan yun? Halos 1.
Yun ba yung sagot natin kanina?
Oh, yun yung target nila eh. Ilan yun?
98,400.
Ito yung 1,000.
I-divided by 12 mo yan. Yan ang sweldo nila sa isang taon. May kaya eh. May mali eh. Mali. Kaya nga. Something. So, tama itong ano mo. May mali. Ito na muna. Hawakan mo. Pakita ko sa kanila kaya. Pakita ko sa kanila. A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, the minority leader is seeking the floor. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
As
I
Mrs.
distinguished minority
Mrs.
floor
Sponsor.
leader is recognized.
We have reached an impasse, Mr. President. So, siguro I move that we defer the consideration of the budget for the PNP and just give them time to familiarize themselves with their budget, study it well, and then come back. Siguro at a certain date, we will tell them when, Mr. President.
Yes, how about the budgets of the DILG? May we send them home?
We will continue, Mr. President. In fact,
Okay.
that is just the motion of the minority leader, and we have no objection to the motion of the minority leader. Sorry.
There being no objection, then
To defer.
the budget of the PNP is deferred.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of the Office of the Secretary
Of the DILG.
Department of Interior and Local Government.
Before we do that, I'd just like to, if I can see Secretary Benher lang. Your Honor, 2 weeks from now, we will be having the APPF, the Asia Pacific Parliamentary Forum. It's the APEC of parliamentarians, as I mentioned earlier, Secretary. Kailangan namin ng tulong ng office ninyo because we must protect, together with the Chief PNP, we must protect the safety of these 300 or so legislators and their delegations. Kasi kung may mangyari na baka ma-black eye tayo, baka maisahan tayo, may ma-hold up, may masaktan, may untoward incidents may happen to these people. We must protect them if possible for the next week while they're here visiting the Philippines. We'll be having delegations from 20 countries, including Canada, Australia, Japan, China, Russia, the Pacific Island nations. So we need your support, full support. Maybe before the week starts, we'll ask for a briefing from the different agencies that are coordinating with the Senate. Kami kasi yung host niyan, Secretary. So we want to make sure that all of it will be flawless. As what you did in FIBA, baka you can do that also with this group. We'll also have about 4 heads of senates and congresses. May mga speaker na dadating, tsaka Senate presidents. So siguro maganda po tayo ng PSPG para sa kanila. Maybe, we'll have to ask the PNP for their PSPG to secure these individuals. So yun lamang po. Maybe we'll have a command conference soon and we'll invite the Chief PNP together with the DILG Secretary. Yun lamang po, Chairman, thank you. Sorry, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr.
There was a motion to
I
approve
move
the
for
budget.
the previous question, Mr. President, to close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government, Office of the Secretary, to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There
So
being no
moved, Mr. President.
objection, the budget of the Office of the Secretary is deemed submitted.
Yes. Mr. President, the parliamentary status right now is that we are considering the budget of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Local Government Academy, National Commission of Muslim Filipinos, National Police Commission, National Youth Commission, Philippine Commission on Women, and Philippine Public Safety College. And with that, I move that we recognize again the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara, and our minority
Before we
leader.
recognize the Senator, the good sponsor, I'd like to ask a very important question. Are the heads of agencies here with us today, of all those aforementioned agencies? Because it is a tradition in the Senate that all the agency heads have to be here, and in the House, I believe also. And if they're not here, then the budget cannot be tackled.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me specify. Of course, the Secretary, we all know, is here. Chief PNP has been here answering our questions. NAPOLCOM Chief or NAPOLCOM Head, Attorney Alberto Bernardo. NYC Chairperson and CEO, Ronald Cardema. PCW Executive Director.
PCW.
ED, ED Christine Rosary Yuson Chavez of the Philippine Commission on Women is here. Police Brigadier General Ferdinando Sevilla of the Philippine Public Safety College is here. Jail Director Ruel Rivera of the BJMP is here. Fire Director Louis Puracan of the Bureau of Fire Protection or BFP is here. The only one who was here earlier, but I was informed that he left, is Secretary Giling Mamondyong of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, the friend of Majority Leader Villanueva. Yes.
Me? Oh, so he's not here today? He left?
He's coming back apparently. Maybe baka nagutom, Mr. President.
Sige. If he is able to come back on time, let's entertain the agency's budget.
Yes, Your
but if
Honor.
not, then we have to defer
Yes,
it.
yes, Your Honor. I understand, Your Honor.
Yes, I agree with the
Sige
minority
po.
floor leader.
Yes, Mr. President, yes.
Please proceed.
I just
thank
want
you.
to put on record, Mr. President.
I was
that,
not informed, Your Honor. He just left, actually.
Yeah, he is my friend because he used to be the head of TESDA.
Yes, Your
If
Honor.
that
Yes,
is-
Your Honor.
If that's the
He-
same Mamunjong.
He's the one
Secretary
advised on fashion by Senator JV.
The fashion advisor of
Yes.
Senator JV.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Move for the previous question, Mr. President.
Sige, okay. So,
Yes, please proceed.
yes. So siguro, let's give the secretary and this office
Yes,
of the secretary staff a minute to already go home, Mr. President, and leave us.
But before the
Excuse na
secretary
sila.
leaves, the secretary and the
yeah.
PNP, because I know they're excused already, the PNP.
The PNP also.
When they come back,
Yes, yun na. The timing.
during our trip to Spain, do you recall, dear sponsor,
Yes, yes.
the Spanish king, the king of Spain himself, mentioned that particular case of the Spanish citizen who was killed in Siargao. And nagulat po kami kasi hindi ko alam may kasong ganon. Apparently, it's taken up to the highest levels. Please give us the data when you return and explain to us the situation, because this was a request of the King of Spain himself with our delegation, that hopefully it will be resolved.
I raised that last year, Mr. President.
Yes, so imagine the King
During
raised
the
it to
budget
us.
hearing. And they gave me a report, the PNP gave me a report. So just
Updates,
yes,
Your
yes,
Honor.
update
Updates
the
on the
report and
report.
give to the
They're
Senate
willing
President.
to submit updates, Your Honor. The PNP will submit updates to this body, Your Honor.
Because that was also raised in your visit to the
To the EU, to Belgium, yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Because one of the EU parliamentarians came from that region where region of Spain where the victim, I think it's Andalusia, Your Honor, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. President. So
Thank you.
we can
So we will excuse
minute,
the Secretary Abalos, and his undersecretaries, as well as the PNP, Your Honor.
and Mr. President, a suggestion ko, pagbalik ng Chief PNP sa next hearing niya, you can hold the command conference now kasi patapos na yung budget natin, ipapasok na si
Papasok
EPPF.
na si EPPF. Yes. We can do that.
Ganun na lang po para
Para hindi sayang yung panahon nila.
we want to get to know better the Chief PNP, Mr. President.
And I see
we want him to be
Secretary,
here.
I see Secretary Mamonjong there also of the
Ayan na si
NCMF.
Jean. Jean.
Yes, he's our
I know
kababayan.
Jean is here. Sige. So, Mr. President, we
Yes.
allow them to vacate already, Mr. President? That
Yes,
the-
you are excused.
Maybe
Session
1 minute
suspended.
suspension, Your
suspension.
Honor, to allow.
Mr. President, I move that for the previous question to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara, and to continue his interpellation with other departments under the DILG. May we move to recognize our distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move.
Thank you,
Next,
thank you.
Minority floor leaders
With the
recognized
permission
to
of our
continue
sponsor,
interpolating.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Just some questions directed to the PCW, the Philippine Commission on Women. Who is the head is here? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. The head of the PCW is Executive Director Christine Rosary Yuson Chavez. She's here, Your Honor.
Yes. Ma'am, I raised in one of the budget hearings our observation that parang violation of the GAD law, specifically that requirement to set aside 5% of your budget for ano bang tawag mo, gender plans, GAD plans and budgets ang tawag doon. Is that law, particular law, being administered by the PCW?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we get some ideas on how we can either, number one, get agencies to easily comply with the requirements of the law, or some ideas that do you suggest that we amend the law, lower that percentage, or number three, amend the law in such a way to make it easier to comply with it, rather than getting a lot of agencies in trouble with some COA observation, or forcing them to spend, lagay na lang natin sa quotation marks, recklessly, just in order to comply and avoid comply on paper, and then avoid the COA observation or finding. So may we get the ideas of the head of the PCW? Anong total yung appropriations natin? Tapos i-times mo sa 5%. Ano yun? So ganun yung nangyayari. You mentioned ko muna yung sa total 5 something, 5 trillion something.
Your Honor, according to the director of the PCW, it's not really a complicated matter, the setting aside of the 5%. But although the law requires the setting aside of 5% for gender and development programs, there is what they observe is that in agencies there is a fast turnover of the the person in charge of that, because the law does not specify that there be unlike maybe in the local government code, which your father authored, there is a listing of the specific officers, kung development PPDO or environment officer, among others, general services, etc. There is no requirement in the law to have that gender officer. So, kumbaga, they notice that every time there is always a new person in charge of the program. So, parang they have to learn again what programs to have in order to comply with the law, Your Honor. So, yun ang information relayed to us by the PCW, Your Honor.
Yeah, but if it's easy to comply with, siguro even a newcomer should be able to guide his or her agency on how to comply. Kasi ma'am, kami, siyempre we look at the COA reports and we see a pattern paulit-ulit na parang, so it's either there is something wrong with the law, it's so difficult to comply with, or
This is the number of agencies.
it's being disregarded. Pero you will not disregard it because the COA will include it in its findings. You want to avoid that, actually. The agency wants to avoid that.
My attention has been called, Your Honor, to over the years that the number of agencies submitting their GAD accomplishment reports to PCW has been increasing. So there has been an increasing compliance over the last few years, Your Honor.
Pero yung that amount, that percentage of 5% was fixed how many years ago? Now that the budgets have increased, does the head of the PCW recommend revisit of the said percentage, Mr. President? Kasi, Mr. President, ito rough estimate ng aking office. Ang department agencies budget natin is 3.2 trillion. Kasi close to 6 trillion na yung budget natin. 3.2. So if that's where you're going to base the 5%, ilan po ito? Malaki-laki. Oh.
It's a large amount, Your Honor.
Yes.
But the opinion of the director is that 5% is not an unreasonable amount, Your Honor, because she feels it's quite a minimal amount, in her opinion, Your Honor.
So thank you for the inputs from our executive director. That was really what I just wanted to take advantage of the budget hearing to get your opinion. So anyway, it's our kami naman, we made the law, we crafted the law. I just wanted your inputs. So okay. So we'll find a way. We'll find a way to make it easier to comply with the requirement, and then siguro yung serious infractions lang talaga ang aabot dapat sa COA findings, Mr. President. Sige po, it's our responsibility. I knew that from the start. It's legislative responsibility. So thank you for that, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So can we now go to the NYC?
Yes, Your Honor.
The head is here, Mr. President. Okay, siguro just like kasi I came from this agency, Mr. President. Like NYC rin ako, a commissioner. Pero that was during the birth of the agency. So may mga birth pains kami ron. Pero alam mo, Chairman, yung time I was under Chairman Amina Rasule, she really wanted to make the NYC visible, involved in the life of the young people. You can read about it. Lately, I haven't been reading anything about the NYC. I don't know what has been happening with the NYC. What's your flagship program? So, can you give us the parang achievement report of the NYC, Mr. President? Okay, pinanindigan ni Chief na Chairwoman compliance. Kailangan i-review na lang natin. Silipin nyo na muna sa COA, ano ba yung infraction? Hindi, ano ba yung infraction? For this year. Sa GAD. Marapis lang sa GAD. Ano nga? What is it? Yung ginastos for GAD, hindi 5%.
Your Honor, if I may read what's been handed to me, the NYC has accomplished the Philippine Youth Development Plan for 2023 to 2028. This was approved by the National Advisory Council. This is the highest interagency body on youth concerns last February 2023.
February lang.
And this was presented to 4,000 youth organizations during the Arrancada 2023 National Leaders Summit last September 29, 2023. Next, there was an increase in LGUs with local youth development plans. So as of September 2023, 84 out of 146 LGUs have their respective local youth development plans. And this indicates a 57.53% increase in the number of LGUs with LYDPs or local youth plans. This accomplishment exceeded the NYC target of 50% increase in LGUs with the LYDPs or plans, Your Honor. Another is the partnership with agencies under the Philippine Youth Development Plan, the establishment of a memorandum of cooperation between the NYC and the NCIP or the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples approved in September 2023. And the purpose of this memorandum is to strengthen the NCIP's capacity building, institutionalization, and mobilization of IP youth organizations through the institutionalization of an effective, efficient, functional, and culturally sensitive IP youth program in all NYC offices. And the objectives are to establish and institutionalize IP desks with reference to the IPRA law in the NYC Central Office, to facilitate the creation of IP youth organizations and encourage registration and participation, to develop a culture-sensitive module that will be used by both NYC and NCIP and other partner agencies, among others, Your Honor, just to heighten awareness, I think, and participation of our indigenous peoples and our youth, Your Honor. And there was also an MOU, or a Memorandum of Understanding, between the NYC and the BJMP to forge a partnership in support of holistic and inclusive development programs for the of our PDLs and our youth persons deprived of liberty, or youth PDLs, including those incarcerated for terrorism-related cases in the country, covering the program's framework, scope, terms, and conditions and responsibilities of the participating parties in dealing with the youth of PDL and youth PDL, including those incarcerated for terrorism-related cases. Same to. There is they made a call for a just transition framework in addressing youth and climate issues in coordination or collaboration with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung Philippines and the Youth for Just Transition Network, Y4JT. They commenced a series of just transition community rollouts starting in the municipality of Nagcarlan, province of Laguna, on June 24, 2023. And the NYC also has been issuing positions on certain programs and policies, like the passage of the Young Farmers and Fisher Folk Challenge Program bill that's pending, I think, here. So they appeared here to support that, Your Honor. They issued policy advisories on the SK elections, encouraging the youth to register and participate in the recent SK elections. They facilitated the conduct of 3 National Advisory Council meetings presided by the DepEd, knowledge management system capacity building for NYC personnel, and preparation for an audit and preparation and for audit, Your Honor. And on the policy side, Your Honor, they have accomplished a number of things through the following policy advisories. Number 1, a resolution approving the NYC's official position to the proposed act to include in the curricula of all public and private high schools and colleges a course on necessary life skills. Secondly, a resolution approving the NYC's official position to the proposed Magna Carta for out-of-school youth. I think this was heard by the Committee on Youth here at the Senate, Your Honor. We had one hearing on that. A resolution approving the Philippine Youth Development Plan, that was mentioned earlier also. A resolution approving the NYC's official position relative to proposed House Bills 0079, House Bills 0079, 2062, and 5559. These are bills on the Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Act, Your Honor. Fifth is a resolution approving the NYC's position relative to House Bill 2524-3211. This is the act creating comprehensive policy enabling youth participation in adolescent pregnancy prevention. And resolutions on relative to 21st century school boards and school governing councils in LGUs. Resolution creating the Fraternity, Sororities, and Youth Organizations Monitoring Office within the NYC. Resolution encouraging youth to adopt youth-led climate actions for a sustainable future in celebration of Earth Day. Resolution approving the DILG, CWC, and NYC Joint Memorandum Circular on the development of activities for children and youth in street situation. A resolution approving NYC's official comments and recommendations to House Bill 1948, entitled Expanded Government Internship Program. Resolutions approving the IRR for RA 11913, known as National Youth Day. Also resolutions supporting the passage of legislation for the Young Farmers and Fisher Folk Challenge. Resolutions calling for the adoption of a just transition framework in addressing youth and climate issues and securing meaningful youth participation in the transition process. They've also provided technical assistance to SK officials and local youth development officers. 20,865 SK officials, and they exceeded their target of helping 120 local youth development officers, and actually assisted 264 local youth development officers, Your Honor. In terms of youth mobilization, the NYC mobilized 824 youth organizations for various advocacies, and has also gathered 190 advocacy plans from various youth organizations. And there is the government internship program, where the NYC celebrated the graduation of the first batch of 2023 GIP trainees from the commission. This was last May. There was a second batch of 5 trainees last August, and a third batch of same number 5 trainees are now undertaking the internship program until November 22, 2023, Your Honor. There's also the National Youth Parliament in Calibo, Aklan, where 10 policy resolutions were presented and adopted by 10 committees led by their committee chairpersons. Each resolution was meant to address recurring issues, challenges, and concerns of the youth in their respective communities. And these were turned over to the NYC through Commissioner-at-Large Lawrence Anthony Diestro of the Commission, and to Governor Jose Enrique Miraflores of Aklan, the province of Aklan. And the NYC also conducted an assembly in Cebu City for Region 7 in partnership with the city government of Cebu, and an NYP assembly for Region 1 was also conducted in Ilocos Norte last September 2023. And they've also conducted a webinar of SK Game Ka Na Ba for all aspiring Sangguniang Kabataan in partnership with PH Lead last July and August, online seminar po to. And this one tackled policies and guidelines governing the SK, as well as programs and projects led by SKs, Your Honor. And they also have youth statistics for 2022, and these are accessible and downloadable at NYC, https nyc.gov.ph, 2022 Youth Statistics Update. And they have a mental health youth hub for women in public service at Women in Public Health. This was last March 25. They also had a Kamustahan Mental Health Youth Camp conducted last May 19, 2023 at the Ateneo de Naga University. This aimed to equip young people with essential knowledge about mental health, empower them with the sharing of best practices, and enhance their skills and tools for conducting mental health campaign. Medyo maganda ito, Mr. President, dahil as mentioned by our colleague Senator Win, talagang on the up ho kasi yung mental health cases and issues among our youth. So very timely ho itong ginawa nila sa Region 5, Your Honor. And then 100 youth campers from 18 senior high schools of Valenzuela City completed the Kamustahan Mental Health Youth Camp and submitted 16 project proposals addressing mental health concerns. There is also Kumustahan in the province of Aurora, my province, Your Honor, funded by the provincial government of Aurora. And there is a NYC and DDB joint youth camp in Paete, Laguna, tackling also, again, the topic of mental health, Your Honor, and as well as teaching the youth to resist the allure of drugs. And similar youth camps were also conducted in Quezon City and other places, Your Honor, as well as the Ilaya Barangka Integrated School. Saan yan? Anong province yan? And then 4 delegates were in Jakarta last April 2023 to represent the Philippines at the ASEAN Youth Dialogue in Jakarta with the digital development theme, digital development for sustainable goals theme regarding digital innovation and how it can contribute to the SDGs being met, Your Honor. And then 22 Filipino youth were also assisted in discussions at the Genesis Free and Open Indo-Pacific Exchange in Tokyo, Japan last March 2023. And then there's the program of the SAYAP. That's a recurring program, I think, for the youth, where they meet with their counterparts from other Asian countries, Your Honor. And there was a Global Youth Summit in Seoul, South Korea, where we sent 3 Filipino youth delegates. There is, for communications, there is a communications plan, and there were 17 media activities, as well as 177 press releases regarding their policy advisories, which were mentioned earlier, the resolutions adopted. And of course, on social media, Your Honor, they've been also communicating their programs on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. And they've registered youth organizations in the totaling 4,683, and youth volunteer programs numbering 823. Also, Linggo ng Kabataan, among others. And they've also had activities with the Bangsamoro Youth Commission, discussions regarding potential areas of collaboration, and the collaboration with Australia. OKY period tracker app launched on May 26, highlighting the importance of menstrual health information for Filipino adolescents in preparation for Global Menstrual Hygiene Day, observed every 28th of May. Also in partnership with the DepEd, the DOH, the POPCOM, the NYC, and with support from UNICEF and the Australian government and Plan International, Your Honor. So these are some of those achievements, and it seems they've been quite busy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
With the
And,
indulgence of the minority
yes.
leader, I'd just like to ask the chair, Mr.
Yes,
SK.
certainly, Mr. President.
It's very impressive, though, the programs of the NYC as enumerated. But as the author of the SK reform law, I did not hear any program on leadership training for the SKs, because by law, Mr. Chair, that's one of the main duties of the NYC, to provide leadership training for the Sangguniang Kabataan. That's why we reformed the said law to make sure that the SK this time will move in the right direction, Your Honor. I'm sure the minority leader would appreciate this, though, coming from the NYC and also the JCI, which is a leadership development organization. So we would want to know so that we can put the necessary budget for the training of the Sangguniang Kabataan to make sure that they will be developed and mature as good leaders, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's a good point, Your Honor, and we acknowledge that. I remember you worked with some of our colleagues to pass that reform, and we passed an amendment to that a few years ago. It's a very good law. It seeks to modernize the SK. You championed that. I've been informed, Your Honor, that there is a national youth convention in December where all the SK Federation presidents will be present, or invited rather. There's about 1,800 of them, and there will be leadership training programs there pursuant to the law you authored, Your Honor.
Well, that's good to hear, and I would like to request of our chair, NYC chair, who has been there for quite some time. I know that this would be a priority. I hope you prioritize the leadership development program of the Sangguniang Kabataan to make sure that the law will live up to its purpose.
I think they should invite the author of the law, Your Honor, to speak at the
the chairman always invites me, and
convention.
every time when we're available, we go, because we support the NYC.
Yes,
because
Your Honor. And you're very knowledgeable about this, being a former president of the JCI, like our colleague, who's also a very renowned and proud, the pride of the JC's movement, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Thank
Not
you.
only JCI, he's also a former NYC.
Yeah.
That's right, that's right. Correct.
Former General Legal Counsel of the JC, Mr. President. And it's timely because you have a newly elected batch.
Yes, exactly, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Sakto lang, very timely.
You're correct.
So we thank our Chairman Ronald Cardema, for coming prepared. Tinanong ng accomplishment report, ilang index cards yun, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sponsor? 10? 12?
Nawala ako sa bilang, Your Honor. Natuyo yung laway ko sa kakabasa ho, Your Honor.
Sige po. So, you're prepared. And then your budget for next year is 165 million. But so how much of that amount is for your PAPs? Yung binanggit ninyong achievement ninyo, you were able to achieve those with the funding of just how much?
Well, their MOE is 78.
78.
For this year, it's 71 million, Your Honor.
Yes,
For next year, it will be 78 million.
So 78.
Their personal services component is 80 million for this year and 77 for next year. For CO, or capital outlay, it's
Yes.
4.9 million and then 9.2 million next year, Your Honor.
Yes, so for around 70 million pesos, yan ang report sa atin ng chairman na they were able to accomplish all of those things. Do you receive funds from some other source outside of the GA? Wala, nothing? Yun
No,
lang
but
talaga.
they're welcome to receive, Your Honor.
But tahimik si chairman, eh? I mean, he has not been requesting for anything, so I think he's happy with his budget, I think. So, but chairman,
They're asking for, requesting for 6 million, Your Honor.
6 million.
For the summit, Your Honor. So maybe we can, but that's for this year
For
already.
this year yun eh.
Maybe we
So,
should talk to the DBM.
Yes,
to,
we're talking about the 2024
Yeah.
budget. So,
Baka that is good for the contingent fund, Your Honor.
Yes,
Baka
prepare-
pwedeng
just prepare.
marilisan sila dun sa contingent fund.
is that a yearly event? Then let's anticipate. Lagyan na natin yung 2024
Yes,
mo.
yes, yes.
Ganon dapat ang
Ayun,
planning natin.
yeah, we'll convey that. I think tama yung point ni Minority Leader. For next year, this is the right time to request for any additional budget. Kasi medyo wala nang power yung Congress for this year's budget. It will have to be executive action. Tama ho ba, Minority
We
Leader?
just finished the SK elections. Any report from the NYC? Was it a successful one? Were there many vacancies? Marami bang hindi natakbuhan kasi because of the anti-dynasty provision introduced by our chair? Kumusta siya? Can we call it a success? Even the interest?
Yeah,
the
the chairman believes it was a success, Your
The
Honor.
number of people who ran, who filed their certificates of candidacies?
Yeah,
Young
there
people?
were 92,774 certificates of candidacy filed for SK chairperson. There were over 493,000 COCs filed for SK members, Your Honor. It was quite
Siguro bigyan na lang tayo ng report ng NYC through its chairman kung especially if there are vacancies because of the law, the legal requirement that no relatives can run. Mga
yes,
ganun.
Your
So that we get feedback. Ito na kasi yung
Yes.
application ng batas po.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you just give us
That's why it's such a good law because that's the first law to
Correct.
actually implement the anti-dynasty
Correct.
provision in our Constitution, Your Honor.
So this is this is now the life of the law, the
Yes, sir.
experience in applying the law. So
Yes,
feedback,
Your
please, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Ngayon,
Your
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned in your achievements, you want necessary life skills to be taught in our schools. Did you succeed in getting this into the new matatag curriculum of the DepEd? Nabanggit mo sa necessary life skills sa accomplishment report.
Pero yung ginawa nyo, nabigay nyo ba sa DepEd yan? They made the submission, Your Honor, to the DepEd.
Do we know if
Matatag
DepEd
curriculum.
entertained us? Kasi they reduced the number of competencies na tinuturo from
Yes, Your
11,000 to 3,000. So
That's right. There was a
maganda ito,
streamlining.
necessary life skills. Galing ang idea sa report ninyo. So I just want to know kung if you're able to push it. Pwede pa, nasa pilot, nasa pilot stage pa lang po yung matatag curriculum.
The chairman is not sure, but he'll get back to
Yes,
you, Your
please,
Honor,
sir.
on that.
Please,
Kung
Chairman.
na-adapt talaga.
Yeah, napakalaking achievement po ninyo yun because more than just passing resolutions, etc. So it seems, Mr. President, that me being unaware of the activities of the NYC is not the fault of the NYC, but is proof that I am no longer part of the youth. Mahirap pa kasi i-convince ang sarili ko, Mr. Chairman. Akala ko youth pa rin.
Wala na yata
Hindi
sa
na.
wala na yata sa senador ng
Ano
youth,
bang
Your
bang
Honor.
definition natin, Mr. Chairman? Ano youth? Anong age range doon?
It's 35 under the UN.
Hindi, under our law. Did we follow the UN sa law
30
natin?
30 ho tayo dito sa
Iba yung law natin,
sa
30.
bansa. 30.
Ngayon ko lang na-realize, ang tagal na palang wala na ako sa youth sector. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Is the Bureau of Fire here?
Yes,
My
sir.
good friend.
Director Puracan is
yes,
here.
my good friend, Director Puracan.
Yes, opo.
Ito lang po, sir. What is this issue raised in the House of Representatives that there was a lone bidder for fire trucks? Ano po to? If you can give us some more information, or has this been settled or clarified?
I think I was told that the House wanted to investigate why there were always three winning bidders, Your Honor, in the biddings conducted. So they apparently they conducted an investigation, but there were no findings that there were any irregularities in the biddings, Your Honor.
The fire trucks that we turned over to the beneficiaries, were this part of the biddings being questioned by the House?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ayusin nyo, Chief, basta sunod na tayo sa batas para wala po tayong issue. So, cleared na po yan? Clarified na with the House of Representatives?
They're wrapping up, Your Honor.
I think from the briefer I got, the allegation is a contract of 1.2 billion pesos, malaki-laki din yun, which went to one bidder, one contractor siguro, one supplier. So can you furnish us a copy rin of that report? Kasi we don't want to be a party
Yes.
to any...
They will update you once the House releases any report.
I hope there were really no shenanigans there, Mr. President, because we don't want to be a party to any
Yes, certainly.
shenanigans, Mr. President.
You're correct, Your Honor, and we'll make
Habol
sure.
lang natin is just to turn over the
Opo,
fire
opo.
trucks that
Yes,
are,
Mr. Chairman. Yes,
that are
Mr.
requested by our constituents, Mr. President.
Yes, Minority Leader, Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Chief. And then, Chief, meron pa pala isang issue about this, meron pa ba kayo nakaparking na pera sa PITC? 905 million? More than 5 years na po, nandyan?
I see. Your Honor, out of the 98 fire stations which were supposed to be procured through the PITC, only 9 have actually been completed and delivered after 5 years, while 52 fire stations are 75 to 99% complete. The BFP is currently in coordination with the PITC to cancel or drop all fire station contracts which are below complete or below 75% complete. And thereafter, the BFP will take over to complete the projects before your time. These contracts were before the time of...
They will take over now the contracts?
Or rebid. They will rebid the contracts, Your Honor.
The PITC, the amounts will be returned by the PITC to the BFP?
Yes, to the BTR, Your Honor.
To the BTR?
Opo.
So do we need to do anything to allow you to access the amount? Forfeited na ba yun?
They're waiting for the cancellation of the contracts with PITC, Your Honor.
Oo nga, if it will be canceled, sabi nyo, balik ang pera sa BTR, is that still deemed lodged within your bureau? And you can implement the program or the plan? 5 years ago na po, more than 5 years ago na.
They will have to request the money again,
Precisely.
Your Honor. Yeah.
Precisely. Sige. Okay, so siguro when that condition happens, Chief, you just make the request. And don't make the same mistake. Di ba? Parang mistake yung na pinasa sa kabila.
Yeah. Hindi po sa kanila, hindi po panahon ni Director Purakan ho ito eh. So I think under his watch, hindi na PITC ang nagbibid ho nung mga
Thank you for the
fire stations,
reforms,
Your Honor.
Director. Thank you for that. And congratulations. Ang daming, pero actually, ang dami palang humihingi ng fire trucks. Ano ba situation natin, Director? What's the ideal? 1 fire truck per town, per municipality? Is that the ideal?
At least 1 fire truck in every municipality is the ideal, Your Honor.
Okay, so anong status po natin ngayon?
With the indulgence again of the minority leader, siguro the correct question, out of the more than 1,500 LGUs, ilan pa yung walang fire trucks and fire station? I think what we would want to know.
Municipality.
Pero, Mr. President, sometimes yung iba na meron ng fire truck, ang sasabihin nila masyado ng dilapidated.
No, but there are still LGUs that do not have a
Meron
single
po.
fire
Ito
truck.
po.
Yes, not a
I'm
single.
about to read it, Your Honor. It's 121 municipalities without fire station. Fire truck. Fire station po yun, fire station.
I hope lang that we would...
That's automatic. If you don't have a fire station, you don't have a fire truck. That's automatic, okay?
Pero mas marami po yung walang fire truck, 202 municipalities, Your Honor.
Siguro just also, with the indulgence of the minority leader, just a reminder again to the BFP chief to prioritize again those do not have fire trucks and fire stations. Wag nang, sabi nga namin, ulitin ko, but nakikita ko may mga cities, first class municipalities, nakakakuha pa eh. Kayang bumili ng cities and first class municipalities. No? I hope that you'll prioritize those LGUs that do not have a single fire truck, 200 of them, and fire stations.
That's a good point, very good point, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yeah.
Yes, wag naman maka-second round yung iba na
Unahin yung mga wala talaga.
Hindi pa naka-first round yung iba. So anyway, 202 should be prioritized for fire trucks, 121 should be prioritized for fire station. Magkano to, Chief, if you estimate him? Siyempre, meron siguro tayong cost per station and cost per fire truck. Kung pagsuma total po natin ito.
For the 121 fire stations, assuming a cost of around 10 million, it will be 1.21 billion, Your Honor. For 164 fire trucks, at a cost of 15 million, that's around 2.46 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. And we are funding some of these amounts in the 2024? To the tune of, if yes, to what amounts?
It does not itemize, Fatima. Hindi itemized naman dyan. There is a budget for 55 fire stations, Your Honor, in 2024, totaling 550 million. And 48 1,000-gallon fire trucks, totaling 720,000, Your Honor. Million, sorry. 720 million.
Okay, so at least dinadahan-dahan na po natin. Meron po tayong fire code revenues. And am I correct? As of middle of this year, the balance is around 4.8 billion pesos.
Yes, Your Honor. Yun yung tinatanong kanina ni Senator Bato.
Saan
Kasi may cap na 1 billion lang ang binibigay dun sa fire code.
Magamit doon.
That's the only amount, that's the ceiling for that they're authorized to use. So they're interceding na, although the committee report raised it to 3 billion, they're interceding that they be allowed to use the entire amount so that sa mas madaling panahon, mamimit na po nila yung requirements or yung shortfall, Your Honor.
And our committee report authorizes the use of 3 billion.
3 billion, Your Honor.
For what, Mr. President?
For whatever they need to buy, Your Honor. Whether it's fire trucks or fire stations, Your Honor.
We did not limit the discretion, Mr. President, in our committee report. Is it to be treated as a general fund of the BFP?
Anong form? No.
Or
the provision is, if I may read, Your Honor, with your permission.
Yes.
The amended paragraph will now read as follows. Fire code revenues, in addition to the amounts appropriated herein, 3 billion pesos shall be used for the modernization of Bureau of Fire Protection, including the acquisition and improvement of facilities, purchase of fire trucks, firefighting, and personal protective equipment, emergency and rescue equipment sourced from 80% of the taxes, fees, and fines collected in accordance with Section 13 of RA 9514 as amended, Your Honor. So it authorizes the acquisition of the said aforementioned properties, Your Honor, real or personal.
Is the language clear enough for to build a fire station?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank
Acquisition and improvement of
Yes.
facilities, purchase of
Facilities,
fire
I see.
trucks,
Thank you.
firefighting, personal protective equipment, emergency and rescue equipment, Your Honor.
So the pending request is to
Is
allow the use of that
to remove any cap and to allow them to use the entire amount, Your Honor.
That 1.8.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige. So that's our policy issue for us, remaining policy issue for us, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So can I now can I just make that it's due to the lateness of the hour, siguro just a manifestation na lang sa NCMF. My good friend Jean Mamunjong is here to just submit to me a report because I have received complaints about the Hajj.
Yes, the committee actually asked for that during the committee, Your Honor. So we'll just furnish you what
meron
they
na.
furnished us and ask them if they have any additional submissions.
Okay.
We'll also furnish
Okay, so-
his good office, Your Honor.
So thank you for that. As the chairman of our committee, did this honor find the explanation satisfactory?
Well, marami naman silang recommendations, Your Honor, in fairness to them. It seems that they really want to, of course, I think Director Mamondyong is new. So, I mean, it's his first year. Tama ba? First year, second year na po. So, I think they're learning as we go along. So, going forward, I think they will have better handling of the Hajj and the pilgrimage to the Hajj and among others, Your Honor. Yeah.
Yeah, Gene Mamunjong is a good friend of mine, Mr. President. He's a very dedicated public servant. Well, Mr. President, BJMP is here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chief,
Yes,
Maraming tanong sana
Director
sa
Rivera is here, Your Honor.
Maraming tanong sa BJMP, pero parang Bucor din po ang mga katanungan natin dyan. Pero
Apo.
sige po, yung atin na lang jail congestion rate. How is it, sir?
There's a 353% congestion rate, Your Honor.
353%.
Apo.
Okay, so any solutions in mind, Mr. President, from the BJMP?
Well, of course, an increased budget would help, Your Honor, for improvement and repair of jail facilities. Maybe coordination with the local government units for lot donations or use of RAC to use other facilities. Implementation of plea bargaining to qualified PDLs charged for violation of RA 9165. This is a drugs-related law. Paralegal programs, intervention programs, like the therapeutic community modality program, Your Honor.
So parang naghanap din tayo ng buildable space parang sa problema ng classroom pala ito. Kumusta po response, Chief? Kumusta response ng LGUs?
He says that, the director says that there are LGUs which donate lots or willing to donate lots. Yung funds for construction, I think, is the shortfall, Your Honor.
Your budget is 23.8 billion. So ano po bang gamit nito?
Breakdown. Can you have the breakdown?
Wala pong konti lang po rito yung to build, yung CO, to build new jail facilities.
Capital outlay is only 39 million of that 28
39
billion.
million. So there's really no plan to build. Tama, Chief? There's no plan to build for next year?
Minimal.
He says they requested 5 billion, Your Honor.
5B.
5B. Opo.
And the BJMP is requesting this because it is shovel ready? Ready na? I mean, use of rock contracts or whatever, deed of donation, we are already in control of the lots? Mr.
Yes,
President?
yes, Your Honor. They are shovel ready.
Oh, really? Sayang,
Baka bawiin, baka bawiin yung lot.
5B.
Baka bawiin yung lote.
Yes, we were not able to convince the DBM, Chief, to fund.
Well, apparently it was included in their tier 2. So maybe it should have been included in their tier 1 submission, Your Honor, to...
Okay.
I don't know. That's my understanding of budgeting. When the agency requests, yun pinaprioritize yung tier 1. So...
Yes, may I ask the Chief, Mr. President, what has been the trend in our jail congestion rate? Yung 353% tayo ngayon pero if you notice the trend, is it going down, going up?
It's been going down, Your Honor.
Going down pa ito,
going down po.
53%. To what do we attribute the trend, the downward trend, Mr. President?
There have been involvement of paralegals with the courts, so I suppose this results in greater number of people or their cases being processed and perhaps being released, Your Honor.
Okay. Wala, you don't have the discretion like sa Bucor yung ano, no, yung program yung mga good conduct time allowance. Wala sa inyo kasi detention yata kayo eh.
Meron daw ho, Your Honor.
For those 3 years and below.